Section 0 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An outline narrative tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events, the later Renaissance, from Gutenberg to the Reformation, by Charles F. Horne. The Renaissance marks the separation of the medieval from the modern world. The wide difference between the two epochs of Teutonic history arises, we are apt to somewhat glibly say, from the fact that our ancestors worshipped and were ruled by brute force, whereas we follow the broad light of intellect. Perhaps both statements require modification, yet in a general way they do suggest the change which by 1,000 different agencies has in the course of the last 4 centuries been forced upon the world. Medieval Europe was a land not of equals, but of lords and slaves. The powerful nobles regarded themselves as of wholly different clay from the hapless peasants, whom they trampled underfoot, serfs so ignorant, so brutalized by want, that they were often little better than the beasts with which they herded. Gradually, the tradesmen, the middle classes, forced their way to practical equality with the nobles. Then came the turn of the masses to do the same. The beginnings of the merchants' movement we have already traced in the preceding volumes. The end of the peasant's effort is perhaps even today scarce yet accomplished. In dealing with modern history, therefore, every writer is apt to begin with a different date. Some go back as far as Petrarch, who introduced the study of ancient art and learning. That is, they regard our world as a direct continuation of the Roman, with 1,000 years of the Middle Ages gaping between like an earthquake gulf of barbarism that was bridged at last. Some take the invention of printing as a starting point, feeling that the chief element of our progress has been the gathering of information by the poorer classes. Some, looking to political changes, turn to the reign of Louis XI of France, noting him as the first modern king, or to the downfall of Charles the Bold, the last great feudal noble. Others name later starting points, such as the establishment of modern art by Michelangelo and Raphael at Rome, the discovery of America with its opening of vast new lands for the pent-up population of narrow Europe, or the Reformation, which has been called man's revolt against superstition, the establishment of the independence of thought. All of these epochs fall within the limits of the Renaissance, and all except that of the Petrarch within the later Renaissance, which we are now considering. The period is therefore worth careful study. Intellectual supremacy of Italy. Gutenberg's invention had no immediate effect upon his world. Indeed, so little enthusiasm did arouse that while the inventor's plans were probably evolved as early as 1438, it was not until 1454 or thereabouts that the first completed book was issued from his press. His business partner, Faust, sold his wares in wealthy Paris without explaining that these were different from earlier handwritten books, and when their cheapness as well as their exact similarity were discovered, the merchant was suspected of having sold himself to the devil. Hence probably originated the Faust legend. Superstition, it is evident, had still an extended course to run. It is worth noting that to sell his books, Faust left Germany for Paris, and that while printing presses multiplied but slowly in the land of their origin, the new art was instantly seized upon in Italy, was there made widest use of, and pushed to its perfection. In fact, through all the Middle Ages, the Romance or semi-Teutonic peoples of Italy, France, and Spain were intellectually in advance of the more holy Teutonic races of the north. Many of their descendants believe, half contemptuously, that the difference has not yet been overcome. Italy at this time held clearly the intellectual supremacy of the Western world, and Florence, under the Medici, Cosimo, and then Lorenzo, held the supremacy of Italy. Not only in thought, but in art was there an outburst brilliant beyond all earlier times. A friend and pupil of Cosimo de' Medici was made pope at Rome, and under the name of Nicholas V, originated vast schemes for the rebuilding and beautifying of his city of ruins. Modern Rome, with all its beautiful churches and wonders of art, rose from the hands of Nicholas and his immediate successors. It was their idea that the city should no longer be remembered by its heathen greatness, but by its Christian splendor. That the sight of it should impress upon pilgrims not the decay of the world, but the glory and majesty of the Church. Nicholas also continued the work of Petrarch, gathering vast stores of ancient manuscripts, refounding and practically beginning the enormous Vatican Library. He established that alliance of the Church with the new culture of the age, which for a century continued to be an honor and distinguishment to both. In his pontificate occurred the fall of Constantinople, bringing with it the definite establishment of the Turks in Europe and the final extinction of that Roman Empire of the East which had originated with Constantine. For this reason, the date of its fall, 1453, is also employed as marking the beginning of modern Europe. It was, at least, the closing of the older volume, the final, not undramatic exit of the last remnant of the ancient world, with its long decaying arts and arrogance, its wealth, its literature, and its law. Greek scholars fleeing from the sack of their city brought many marvelous old manuscripts to Western Europe, and were eagerly welcomed by Pope Nicholas and all of Italy. Nicholas even preached a crusade against the terrible Turks and tried once more to rouse Europe to ancient enthusiasms. But he failed, and died, they say, heartbroken at his helplessness. The Clash of Races in the East. The Turks had recovered from their defeat by the Tartars of Timor, and became once more an active menace. With Constantinople in their power, they attacked the Venetians and compelled those wealthy traders to pay them tribute. Venice by sea and Hungary on land remained for a century the bulwarks of Christendom, and were forced, almost unaided, to withstand all the assaults of the East. They well nigh perished in the effort. In Hungary this was the period of the great hero Hunyady, a man of unknown birth and no official rank, who roused his countrymen to repeated effort and led them to repeated victories and defeats against the vastly more numerous invaders. Hunyady died worn out with ceaseless warfare, and his son, Matthias, was elected by acclamation to be monarch of the land the father had preserved. This was the proudest era in the history of the Hunnish race. Under Matthias, they even resumed their German warfare of 5 centuries before, and won from a Habsburg emperor his city of Vienna, ancient capital of Austria, the Eastmark, or borderland, which had been erected by Otto the Great to hold the Huns in check. For a few years Matthias placed his kingdom amid the foremost states of Europe, but with his death came renewed disunion and disorder to his lawless people, and the fierce fanatic Turks returned again to their assaults. Further north, the yellow races were less successful. Along the shifting borderlands of Asia, which mark the line of demarcation between the two mightier families of man, the tide turned ever more steadily in the Aryans' favor. The Russians, under their chief, Ivan III, threw off the galling Tartar yoke which they had borne for over 200 years. Ivan concentrated in his own hands the power of all the little Russian duchies, overthrew the celebrated Russian Republic of Novgorod the Great, and defied the Tatars. Equally noteworthy to modern eyes was his wedding with Sophia, heiress of the last of the emperors of the East. When that outworn empire perished with the fall of Constantinople, Ivan succeeded nominally, at least, to its heirship. Hence it is that his successors have assumed the title of Caesar, or Kaiser, or Tsar, and have grown to look upon themselves as inheritors of the ancient supremacy of Rome. The 15th century was thus a time of many changes in Eastern Europe. Not only did the Eastern Empire disappear at last, not only did Hungary rise to the brief zenith of her glory, there was a sort of general movement, sometimes spoken of as the Slavonic reaction, against the hitherto successful Teutons. The Slavic Bohemians, in their Hussite wars, repelled all the religious fighting strength of Europe. The Poles began to win back territory from the German Empire, and especially from their hereditary foes, the Teutonic Knights of Prussia. And Russia, greatest of all the Slav countries, grew into a strong kingdom. She and Turkey, rising as twin menaces to the west, assumed at almost the same period that threatening aspect which Turkey has only lately lost, and Russia, to some statesmen's eyes, still holds. Political changes in Western Europe. Turn now to the affairs of Western Europe. The feebleness of the German Empire continued. For over half a century it was nominally ruled by Frederick III from 1440 to 1493, the lazy and feeble emperor who let Matthias of Hungary expel him from Vienna, and never made any vigorous effort to recover his capital. He was succeeded by his son Maximilian, a man of far other temper, full of courage, energy, and hardihood. Maximilian has been called the last of the knights, and indeed his whole career may well exemplify the changing times. The one achievement of his life was the recovery of Vienna from the Hungarians, and in that he was successful only because the heirs of Matthias were being overwhelmed by the Turks. The remainder of his career was spent in learning bitterly how little real power he had as emperor. He attempted to bring the Swiss once more under the imperial dominion, but the little armies he could scrape together against them were repeatedly defeated. He was always declaring war against this kingdom or that, and summoning his great lords to aid him in upholding the glory of the empire. They persistently declined, and he was helpless. At one time, having pledged his alliance to the English king Henry VII against France, he preserved his knightly word by going alone and serving as a volunteer in Henry's army, whither his people would not follow him. Instead, they stayed home and demanded from him constitutions and courts of law and other internal reforms, uninteresting matters about which the gallant soul of Maximilian cared not a straw, and which he gave his subjects under protest. To the westward of him, a far subtler monarch, by far subtler means, was strengthening the power of France and making smooth her way toward that supremacy over European affairs which she was later to assert. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, is called the first modern king, though it is little flattery to modern statecraft to compare its method with his, and perhaps our recent governments have truly outgrown them. Louis was no warrior, although under compulsion he showed possibilities of becoming an able general. He preferred to send others who should do his fighting for him, to embroil his opponents one with another and then reap the fruit of their mutual exhaustion. He was past master of all falsity and craft, and by his shrewdness he brought to his country peace and prosperity. Typically does he represent his age in which intellectual ability, though sometimes wholly divorced from nobleness of soul, began to dominate brute force. Charles the Bold stands as the representative of this brute force. He was the mightiest of the French nobles. His ancestors, a young branch of the royal family, had been made Dukes of Burgundy, and by skillful alliances and rapid changes of side through the long 100 Years' War, they had steadily added to their possessions and their powers. The father of Charles found himself stronger than his king, possessor not only of Burgundy, but of many other fiefs from Germany as well as France, and Lord of the Netherlands as well. Charles was thus the last of those great overgrown vassals so characteristic of feudal times. Like Hugh Capet in France, like William the Conqueror in England, he hoped to establish himself as an independent king. He opened negotiations for this purpose with the Emperor Frederick, Maximilian's father. He made himself practically independent of France. He wielded a military power greater than that of any other prince of the moment, and he knew it, and charged like a mad bull at whoever seemed to interpose in his designs. Over such a man Louis XI's cunning had full play. He involved Charles in fights with every neighbor. Finally, he lured him into conflict with the Swiss, and those hardy mountaineers won the repute of being the best soldiers of Europe by defeating Charles again and again till they left him slain on the field of Nancy in 1477. Louis promptly seized most of his dead vassals' domains. Maximilian, having wedded Charles' daughter, inherited the remainder, and the old Burgundian kingdom, so nearly revived to stretch as a permanent dividing land between France and Germany, disappeared forever. What Louis had done with Burgundy, he attempted with his other semi-independent duchies. The 100 Years' War had almost destroyed central government in France. Louis, by means as secret and varied as his cunning could suggest, gradually re-established an undisputed leadership above his lords. Fortunately for France, perhaps, England was prevented by a long series of civil wars from interfering in her neighbors' affairs. These wars, though they originated before Louis's time, were constantly fomented and kept alive by him, and England thus paid dearly for having become a source of danger to France. The War of the Roses, as they are called, caused deep-seated changes in England's life and society. They mark for her the transition from medieval to the modern era, which was everywhere taking place. Beginning as a contest between two rival branches of the Plantagenets for the kingship, these wars remained aristocratic throughout. That is to say, the common people took little interest in them, while the nobles, espousing sides, fought savagely and murderously, giving one another no quarter, sparing the lesser folk, but executing as traitors their prisoners of rank. When one side seemed hopelessly overcome, Louis would lend them arms and money, wherewith to seek revenge once more. Thus almost all the old nobility of England perished, and both lines of kings became extinct. Richard III, their last representative, being accused of murdering all his relatives or possible rivals. At last Richard too was slain, and a new family of rulers, only remotely connected with the old, was inaugurated by Henry Tudor, grandson of a private gentleman of Wales. This new king, Henry VII, 1485 to 1509, found no powerful lords to oppose his will. One or two impostors were raised against him, France making anxious efforts to prolong the troubles of her dangerous neighbor, but the attempts failed, through the utter completeness of the aristocracy's exhaustion. Thus in England as in France, though by widely differing chances, the kingly power had triumphed over feudalism. Monarchs began to come into direct contact, not always pleasant, with the entire mass of their subjects. The third estate, the common people. Rise of Spanish power. Spain was also to pass through a similar experience. Indeed, one of the most striking facts of this age of the Renaissance is the swift and spectacular rise of Spain from a land of feebleness and internal strife into the most powerful kingdom of Europe. We have seen the Spanish peninsula in previous ages, the seat of endless strife between Saracens and Christians. Gradually, the Moors had been driven back, and the little independent Christian states had been united by the fortunes of war and marriage into three: Portugal on the Atlantic coast, Castile occupying the larger part of the mainland, and Aragon, a maritime kingdom, less extensive in Spain, but extending its sovereignty over many of the Mediterranean isles, over Sicily and southern Italy. In 1469, Isabella, heiress of Castile, and Ferdinand, heir of Aragon, were wedded, and soon afterward their countries were united under their joint rule. The combined strength of both was then devoted to a long religious war against the Moors. Granada, the last and most famous of the Moorish capitals and strongholds, was finally captured in 1492. The followers of Mahomet were driven out of Western Europe during the same period that under Turkish leadership they had at last won Constantinople in the east. The whole Spanish peninsula, with the exception of Portugal, was thus united under Ferdinand and Isabella, greatest of the sovereigns of Spain. The ages of battle with the Moors had bred a nation of cavaliers, intensely loyal, passionately religious. They were splendid fighters, but stern, hard-hearted, merciless men. Isabella, the saint, most holy and pure-souled of women, herself introduced into her country the terrible Inquisition. Jews and Moors were given little peace in life unless they turned Christian. Heretics and relapsed converts from their other faiths were burned to death. The queen declared she would approve all possible torture to men's bodies when necessary in order to save their souls. If such were the women of Spain, what was to be expected of the men? How could even Ferdinand the Wise keep them employed now that there were no longer Moors to fight against? Uprisings, rebellions began to threaten Spain with such desolation as England had endured. But a higher providence solved for Ferdinand his impossible problem. The age of maritime discovery began. The era of discovery. The Portuguese, from their Atlantic seaboard, had already begun to explore southward along the African coast. In 1402 they had settled the Canary Isles. In 1443 they reached southward beyond the sands of the Sahara and saw Cape Verde, discovered that Africa was not all burning desert. The heat would not forever increase as they went southward. In 1487, Bartholomew Diaz, after almost a year of sailing, reached the Cape of Good Hope, the southern point of the vast African continent. And in 1497, Vasco da Gama rounded the Cape and sailed on to India. He had found a way of bringing Indian spices, silks, and jewels to Europe, bringing them in quantities, and without paying tributes to the Turks, without crossing the deadly deserts of Arabia. He had made his little country wealthy. Meanwhile, stimulated by Portuguese success, the mariners of other nations began to brave the giant storms of the Atlantic. The Turks had made trade with Far East well-nigh impossible. Portugal was not the only land to seek a sea route to India. Venice and Genoa saw before them the threat of ruin to their most profitable commerce. So we may even say that it was the Turks who set the Genoese Captain Columbus to planning his great voyage. It was the conquest of the Moors that set Isabella free to listen to him and offer her crown jewels for the expedition which should convert other heathen, establish other inquisitions. And it was the downfall of the Moors which left the Spanish warriors so eager to throng to adventure and warfare in the West, once Columbus had shown the way. For a time, the theater of great events shifts to the new continent. The Portuguese explorers had doubled the size of the known world. The Spaniards doubled it again, but the credit must not be given wholly to Spain. Though it was the liberality of her monarchs which had made discovery possible, and though it was the daring of her warriors that laughed at danger and made conquest sure, yet the Spaniards were not sailors. It was to Italy, the home of commerce, that they turned for their captains and their pilots. Columbus, the Genoese, had discovered the islands along the coast. England, wishing to have a share in this world of wonders, sent a Venetian mariner, John Cabot, and he and his son sailed along the northern mainland in English ships. Columbus touched the coast of South America in 1498. A Florentine, Amerigo Vespucci, was the first to cruise far along this southern coast, probably in 1499, and it was his name which Europe gave to the new lands. Following the discovery came settlement, warfare with the unhappy Indians, a fierce and frantic search for gold. It was while engaged in this work that Balboa crossed the Isthmus of Panama, saw the vast waters of the Pacific, and, riding out into them upon his war-horse, took possession, in the name of Spain, of the largest ocean of the globe. Men recognized at last that these were not the Asiatic shores, but a wholly new continent which they had found. Religious changes. Let us pause to recapitulate the wonders which this age of the Renaissance had seen. A new world of Africa discovered in the south, a new world of America in the west, the rise of Spain, the conquest of the last of the western Saracens at Granada, and the rise of the Turks in the east, the rise of Russia, the downfall of the last vestige of the ancient empire of Rome, the last expiring effort of feudalism in Charles the Bold, and of errant knighthood in Maximilian, the beginning of modern statecraft in Louis XI of France, Henry VII of England, and Ferdinand the Wise of Spain, the spread of printing, and with it the spread of thought and knowledge among the masses, and sometimes accounted greatest of all, came the wonderful awakening of art in Italy. We have traced the early part of this under the Medici and Pope Nicholas. Lorenzo de' Medici was the center of its later development. From his court went forth that galaxy of artists which the world of art unites in calling the unequaled masters of all ages: Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, and a host of others. Unfortunately, in Italy, at least, the great movement in art and literature took an anti-religious, sometimes an anti-patriotic tone. Lorenzo was openly defiant and scornful of the teachings of the Church, and after his death, the French king, Charles VIII, was able to enter Italy and march from end to end of it without opposition. Religion seemed dying there, and love of country dead. Florence underwent an extravagant, though brief, religious revival. The monk Savonarola preached against wickedness in high places, and thundered at the Florentines for their presumption and vanity. The impressionable people wept. They appointed a day of vanities, and laid all their rich robes and jewels at Savonarola's feet. They made him ruler of the city. But alas, they soon tired of his severities, sighed for their vanities back again, and at last burned the reformer at the stake. In Rome itself there arose popes, Lorenzo's followers who preferred art to Christianity, or others like the terrible Alexander Borgia, who adopted the maxims of the new statecraft. Alexander, a worthy disciple of Louis XI, admired falsehood before truth, and sought to win his aims by poisoning his enemies. The career of his nephew, Caesar Borgia, had supplied history with its most awful picture of successful crime, and the book written in his praise by Machiavelli had given us a new word for satanic subtlety and treachery. We call it Machiavellian. The rest of Europe shrank from Italy in fear, and named it Poisoning Italy. Against the spiritual dominance of such a land, the world was surely ready for revolt. The mind of man, so long and slowly awakening, and at last so intensely aroused, seeing great discoveries on every hand, was no longer to be controlled by authority. The time was ripe for the Reformation. End of section 0.
Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 1. Origin and Progress of Printing, A.D. 1438, by Henry George Bohn, Part 1. It was perhaps not altogether fortuitous that the invention of printing came concurrently with the revival of learning. Men's minds were turned toward practical experiment in that art by the very influences made active through the labors of those scholars who ushered in the Renaissance. The art preservative of all other arts has also preserved the records of its own beginnings and development, although of its earlier sources our knowledge is very obscure, and even the modern achievement, which antiquity in various ways foreshadowed, is itself a subject of uncertainty and dispute. Bohn, in his admirable survey of the origin and progress of modern printing, gives us a full and accurate account, from the earliest evidences and conjectures relating to antiquity to the latter part of the 19th century, confining himself, however, to European developments. But before the middle of the 16th century, printing was introduced into Spanish America. Existing books show that in Mexico there was a press as early as 1540, but it is impossible to name positively the first book printed on this continent. North of Mexico, the first press was used 1639 by an English nonconformist clergyman named Glover. In 1660, a printer with press and types was sent from England by the Corporation for Propagating the Gospel among the Indians of New England in the Indian language. The press was taken to a printing house already established at Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was not until several years later that the use of a press in Boston was permitted by the colonial government, and until near the end of the 17th century, no presses were set up in the colonies outside of Massachusetts. In 1685, printing began in Pennsylvania, a few years later in New York, and in Connecticut in 1709. From 1685 to 1693, William Bradford, an English Quaker, conducted a press in Philadelphia, and in the latter year he removed his plant to New York. He was the first notable American printer, and became official printer for Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Maryland. His first book was an almanac for 1686. In 1725 he founded the New York Gazette, the first newspaper in New York. But the first newspaper published in the English colonies was the Boston Newsletter, founded in 1704 by John Campbell, a bookseller and postmaster in Boston. Only 4 American periodicals had been established when, in 1729, Benjamin Franklin, who was already printer to the Pennsylvania Assembly, became proprietor and editor of the Pennsylvania Gazette. Until the last quarter of the 18th century, the progress of printing in America was slow. But in 1784, the first daily newspaper, the American Daily Advertiser, was issued in Philadelphia, and from this time periodical publications multiplied and the printing of books increased, until the agency and influence of the press became as marked in the United States as in the leading countries of Europe. Even since the time when Bohn wrote, the progress made in various branches of the printer's art has been such as might have astonished that famous publisher of so many standard works. Recent improvements for increasing the capacity of the press, and often the quality of its productions, are quite comparable to those which our own time has seen in other departments of industry, as in the applications of electricity and the like. In addition to the further development of stereotyping, there has been marvelous improvement in nearly all the machinery and processes of printing. This is especially marked in rapid color printing and in the successors of inadequate typesetting machines, in the linotype, the monotype, the typograph, etc. Most wonderful of all, perhaps, is the improved printing press itself, in various classes, each adapted to its special purpose. The sum of all improvements in this department of mechanical invention is seen in the great cylinder presses now in general use, especially the one known as the web perfecting press. This is a machine of great size and intricate construction, which yet does its complex work with an accuracy that almost seems to denote conscious intelligence. It prints from an immense roll of paper, making the impression from curved stereotype plates, runs at high speed, prints both sides of the paper at one run, and folds, pastes, and performs other processes as provided for. By doubling and quadrupling the parts, the ordinary speed of about 24,000 impressions an hour may be increased to 100,000 an hour. The multicolor web perfecting press prints 4 or more colors at one revolution of the impression cylinder. To meet the demands of such an enormous consumption of paper as the modern press requires, it was necessary to invent other processes and to utilize more abundant and cheaper material for paper making than those formerly employed. This requirement has been supplied in recent years mainly through the extensive manufacture of paper from wood pulp. This method, together with improved processes in the use of other materials, has removed all fear of a paper famine such as has sometimes threatened the printing industry in the past. Nature does not advance by leaps, says an old proverb, neither does her offspring, art. All the great boons vouchsafed to man by a munificent providence are of gradual development, and though some may appear to have come upon us suddenly, reflection and inquiry will always show that they have had their previous stages. Indeed, nothing in this great world which concerns the well-being of man takes place by accident, but is brought forward by divine will, precisely at the moment most suitable to our condition. So it was with astronomy, the mariner's compass, the steam engine, gas, the electric telegraph, and many other of those blessings which have progressed with civilization. The elements were there and known, but the time had not arrived for their fructification. And so it is with printing. Although its invention is placed in the middle of the 15th century, and almost the very year fixed, this can only be regarded as a matured stage of it. To illustrate this, I propose to begin with a cursory view of its primitive elements, of which the very first were no doubt initiative marks and numerals. The use of numerals has been denominated the foundation of all the arts of life, and we know with certainty that several nations, and among them the Mexicans, had numerals before they were acquainted with letters. The first method of reckoning was with the fingers, but small stones were also used, hence the word calculate and calculation, which are derived from calculus, the Latin for a pebble stone. The Chinese counted for many years with notched sticks, and even in England, in comparatively modern times, accounts were kept by tallies, in which notches were cut alike in 2 parallel pieces of wood. Shakespeare alludes to the score and the tally in his Henry VI, and this mode of keeping accounts is still adopted by some of the bakers and dyers in Warwickshire and Cheshire. And tallies are occasionally produced in the small debt courts, where they are admitted as authentic proofs of debt. Hence the origin and name of the Tally Court of the Exchequer. The Peruvians, at the time they were conquered by Pizarro, counted with knotted strings. After numerals came picture writing, hieroglyphs, and symbolic characters, such as were used by the Egyptians, the Chinese, and the Mexicans, which, however unconnected they may be with each other, are of the same general character. Indeed, the Chinese have never advanced beyond symbolic characters, of which it is said they have more than 100,000 combinations or varieties. Rude as these conditions of humanity may seem, they are matched in modern England, even at a very recent date, if we may credit a well-known story. A rustic shopkeeper in a remote district, being unable to read or write, contrived to keep his accounts by picture writing, and charged his customer, the miller, with a cheese instead of a grindstone, from having omitted to mark a hole in the centre. After picture and symbolic writings would follow phonetic characters, or marks for sounds, that is, the alphabet. Even the alphabet, which in civilized countries has now existed for more than 3,000 years, was perfected by degrees, for it has been clearly ascertained that the earliest known did not comprise more than 1/2, or at most 2/3 of the letters which eventually formed its complement. Thus, the Pelasgian alphabet, which is derived from the Phoenician and is the parent of the Greek and Roman, consisted originally of only 12 or 13 letters. The invention of the alphabet, which, in a small number of elementary characters, is capable of 626 stillions of combinations, and of exhibiting to the sight the countless conceptions of the mind which have no corporeal forms, is so wonderful that great men of all ages have shrunk from accounting for it otherwise than a boon of divine origin. This feeling is strengthened by the singular circumstance that so many alphabets bear a strong similarity to each other, however widely separated the countries in which they arose. In Egypt, the invention of the alphabet is by some ascribed to Siphoas, nearly 2,000 years before the Christian era, but more commonly to Thotis, Thoth, or Thoth, a deity always figured with the head of the ibis, and very familiar in Egyptian antiquities. Cadmus is accredited with having introduced it from Egypt into Greece about 5 centuries later. From the alphabet, the gradation is natural to compounds of letters and written language, and, though speech is one of the greatest gifts to man, it is writing which distinguishes him from the uncivilized savage. The practice of writing is of such remote antiquity that neither sacred nor profane authors can satisfactorily trace its origin. The philosopher may exclaim with the poet, "Whence did the wondrous mystic art arise? Of painting speech and speaking to the eyes, that we, by tracing magic lines, are taught how both to color and embody thought." The earliest writing would probably have been with chalk, charcoal, slate, or perhaps sand, as children from time immemorial have been taught to read and write in India. The Romans used white walls for writing inscriptions on, in red chalk, answering the purpose of our posting bills, of which several instances were found on the walls of Pompeii. Plutarch informs us that tradesmen wrote in some such manner over their doors, and that auction bills ran thus: "Julius Proculus will this day have an auction of his superfluous goods, to pay his debts." Next seems to have followed writing or engraving on stone, wood, ivory, and metals, of which we have many early evidences. The Decalogue, or the 10 Commandments, given by God to Moses on Mount Sinai, was originally, we are told in the Bible, written upon 2 tables of stone. The pillars of Seth were of brick and stone. The laws of the Greeks were graven on tables of brass, which were called sirbes. Herodotus mentions a letter written with a style on stone slabs, which Themistocles, the Athenian general, sent to the Romans about B.C. 500, and we have another evidence of the same period still existing, the so-called Borgian inscription, which is a passport graven in bronze, entitling the holder to hospitable reception wherever he demanded it. Upward of 3,000 of such engraved tablets, including the famous Roman laws of the 12 tables, were consumed in the great fire which destroyed the Capitol in the time of Vespasian. I could cite a great many other evidences of early writing on stone or brass, but will merely recommend you to see the Rossiter inscription, which is conspicuously placed in the British Museum. It is this very interesting stone which, being partly Greek and partly Egyptian, has enabled us to decipher so many Egyptian monuments. Pliny informs us that table books of wood, generally made of box or citron wood, were in use before the time of Homer, that is, nearly 3,000 years ago, and in the Bible we read of table books in the time of Solomon. These table books were called by the Romans pugillares, which may be translated handbooks. The wood was cut into thin slices, finely planed and polished, and written upon with an iron instrument called a stylus. At a later period, tables or slices of wood were usually covered with a thin layer of hard wax, so that any matter written upon them might be effaced at pleasure, and the tables used again. Such practice continued as late as A.D. 1395. In an account roll of Winchester College of that year, we find that a table covered with green wax was kept in the chapel for noting down with a style the daily or weekly duties assigned to the officers of the choir. Ivory was also used in the same way. Wooden table books, as we learn from Chaucer, were used in England as late as the 15th century. When epistles were written upon tables of wood, they were usually tied together with cord, the seal being put upon the knot. Some of the table books must have been large and heavy, for in Plautus, a schoolboy 7 years old is represented as breaking his master's head with his table book. Writing seems also to have been common, at a very early period, on palm and olive leaves, and especially on the bark of trees, a material used even in the present time in some parts of Asia. The bark is generally cut into thin flat pieces, from 9 to 15 inches long and 2 to 4 inches wide, and written on with a sharp instrument. Indeed, the tree, whether in planks, bark, or leaves, seems in ancient times to have afforded the principal materials for writing on. Hence the word codex, originally signifying the trunk or stem of a tree, now means a manuscript volume. Tabula, which properly means a plank or board, now also signifies the plate of a book, and was so used by Addison, who calls his plates tables. Folium, a leaf, has given us the word folio, and the word liber, originally meaning the inner bark of a tree, was afterward used by the Romans to signify a book, whence we derive our words library, librarian, etc. One more such etymology, the most interesting of all, is the Greek name for the bark of a tree, biblos, whence is derived the name of our sacred volume. Before I leave this stage of the subject, I will mention the way in which the Roman youth were taught writing. Quintilian tells us that they were made to write through perforated tablets, so as to draw the stylus through a kind of furrow, and we learn from Procopius that a similar contrivance was used by the Emperor Justinian for signing his name. Such a tablet would now be called a stencil plate, and is what to the present day is found the most rapid and convenient mode of marking goods, only that a brush is used instead of an iron pen or style. Writing and materials have so much to do with the invention of printing that I feel obliged to tarry a little longer at this preliminary stage. The most important of all the ancient materials for writing upon were papyrus, parchment, and vellum, and on these substances nearly all our most valuable manuscripts were written. Papyrus, or paper rush, is a large fibrous plant which abounds in the marshes of Egypt, especially near the borders of the Nile. It was manufactured into a thick sort of paper at a very early period. Pliny says 300 centuries before the reign of Alexander the Great, and Cassiodorus, who lived in the 6th century, states that it then covered all the desks of the world. Indeed, it had become so essential to the Greeks and Romans that the occasional scarcity of it is recorded to have produced riots. Every man of rank and education kept librari or book writers in his house, and many servi or slaves were trained to this service, so that they were a numerous class. Papyrus is a very durable substance, made of the innermost pellicles of the stalk, glued together transversely with the glutinous water of the Nile. It was for many centuries the great staple of Egypt, and was exported in large quantities to almost every part of Europe and Asia, but never, it would appear, to England or Germany. After the 7th century, its use was gradually superseded by the introduction of parchment, and before the end of the 12th century, it had gone generally out of use. From papyrus, the name of paper, which, with slight variations, is common to many languages, is no doubt derived. Parchment and vellum, which are made from the skin of animals, the former from sheep or goat, the latter from calf, both prepared with lime, were in use at a very early period, long before their accredited introduction. It has been by some supposed that Eumenes, king of Pergamus, who lived about B.C. 190, was the inventor of parchment, but it was known much earlier, as may be seen by several references to it in the Bible, Isaiah 8:1, Jeremiah 36:2, Ezekiel 11:9. It is, however, very probable that it may have been brought to perfection at Pergamus, as it was one of the principal articles of commerce of that kingdom. Parchment, in early times, was not only expensive, but often very difficult to procure, whence arose the practice of erasing old writing from it, and engrossing it a second time. Such manuscripts are called palimpsests. Modern art has found the means of discharging the more recent ink, and thus restoring the original writing, by which means we have recovered many valuable pieces, particularly Cicero's lost book, the Republica, and some fragments of his orations. The most ancient manuscripts, both on papyrus and parchment, were kept in rolls, called in Latin volumina, whence our English word volume. Chinese paper, made from the bark of the bamboo, the mulberry or the cuckoo tree, and so extremely thin that it can only be used on one side, is supposed to have been invented 50 years before the Christian era or earlier. Chinese rice paper is made from the stems of the breadfruit tree, cut into slices and pressed. The skins of all kinds of animals are used, among them the African skin, of a brown color, upon which the Hebrew Pentateuch and service books used in the Jewish synagogues were formerly written. Silk paper was prepared for the most part in Spain and its colonies, but was never brought to much perfection. Asbestos, a fibrous mineral, was made into paper, tolerably light and pliant, which, being incombustible, was denominated eternal paper. Herodotus tells us that cloth was made of asbestos by the Egyptians, and Pliny mentions napkins made of it in AD 74. We know by tradition that the intestines of a serpent served for Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and that the Koran was written in part on shoulder bones of mutton, kept in a domestic chest by one of Mahomet's wives. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Origin and Progress of Printing, A.D. 1438, by Henry George Bohn, Part 2. We now come to the great period of writing papers made from cotton and linen rags, as used at the present day, and which from the first were so perfect that they have since undergone no material improvement. Cotton paper was an Eastern invention, probably introduced in the 9th century, although not generally used in Europe till about the 12th and 13th centuries. Greek manuscripts are found upon it of the earlier period, and Italian manuscripts of the later. It seems to have prevailed at particular periods, in particular countries, according to the facilities for procuring it, as it now does almost exclusively in America. Linen paper, the most valuable and important of all the bases available for writing or printing, is likewise supposed to have been introduced from Europe from the East, early in the 13th century, although not in general use till the 14th. Before the end of the 14th century, paper mills had been established in many parts of Europe, first in Spain and then successively in Italy, Germany, Holland, and France. They seem to have come late into England, for Caxton printed all his books on paper imported from the Low Countries, and it was not till Wynkyn de Worde succeeded him, in 1495, that paper was manufactured in England. The Chinese are supposed to have used it for centuries before, and appear to have the best title to be considered the inventors of both cotton and linen paper. Paper may be made of many other materials, such as hay, straw, nettles, flax, grasses, parsnips, turnips, colewort leaves, wood shavings, indeed of anything fibrous, but as the invention of printing is not concerned in them, I see no occasion to consider their merits. Before I pass from paper, it may not be irrelevant to say a word or two on the names by which we distinguish the sorts and sizes. The term post paper is derived from the ancient watermark, which was a post horn, and not from its suitableness to transport by post, as many suppose. The original watermark of a fool's cap gave the name to that paper, which it still retains, although the fool's cap was afterward changed to a cap of liberty, and has since undergone other changes. The smaller size, called pot paper, took its name from having at first been marked with a flagon or pot. Demi paper, on which octavo books are usually printed, is so called from being originally a demi or half-sized paper. The term is now, however, equally applied to hard or writing papers. Handcap, which is a coarse paper used for packing, bore the watermark of an open hand. I will now say a few words about pens and ink, for without them we could neither have had printing nor books. Pens are of great antiquity, and are frequently alluded to in the Bible. Pens of iron, which may mean styles, are mentioned by Job and Jeremiah. Reed pens are known to have been in common use by the ancients, and some were discovered at Pompeii. Pens of gold and silver are alluded to by the classical writers, and there is evidence of the use of quills in the 7th century. Of whatever material the pen was made, it was called a calamus, whence our familiar saying currente calamo, with a flowing pen. The use of styles or iron pens must have been very prevalent in ancient days, as Suetonius tells us that the Emperor Caligula incited the people to massacre a Roman senator with their styles, and previous to that Caesar had wounded Cassius with his style. The next, and not the least important ingredient in writing and printing is ink. Staining and coloring matters were well known to the ancients at a very early period. Witness the lustrous pigments on Etruscan vases more than 2000 years ago, and inks are often mentioned in the Bible. Gold, silver, red, blue, and green inks were thoroughly understood in the Middle Ages, and perhaps earlier, and the black writing ink of the 7th down to the 10th century, as seen in our manuscripts, was in such perfection that it has retained its luster better than some of later ages. Printing ink, by the time it began to be currently used for book printing in the 15th century, had attained a perfection which has never been surpassed, and indeed scarcely equalled. Paper and ink being at their highest point, we will now consider the advances which had in the meantime been made in engraving and type or letter cutting. It will be seen that the material elements of printing were by degrees converging to a culminating point. The evidences of engraving, both in relief and in taglio, are of very ancient date. I need hardly remind you of the exquisite workmanship on coins, cameos, and seals, many centuries before the Christian era, to illustrate the high state of cultivation at which the arts must then have arrived. The art of casting and chasing in bronze was extensively practiced in the 12th century, and I have seen a specimen with letters so cut in relief that they may be separated to form movable type. The goldsmiths were certainly among the greatest artists of the early ages, and were competent to execute forms or molds of any kind to perfection. In the British Museum is a brass signet stamp more than 2,000 years old, on which 2 lines of letters are very neatly engraved in relief, in the reversed order necessary for printing, and as the interstices are cut away very deeply and roughly, there is little doubt but that this stamp was used with ink on papyrus, parchment, or linen, for paper was not then known. Indeed, the experiment of taking impressions from it in printing ink has been tried, and found to answer perfectly. A large surface so engraved would at once have given to the world an equivalent to what is now regarded as the most advanced state of the art of printing, that is, a stereotype plate. Virgil mentions brands for marking cattle with their owner's name, probably this kind of brass stamp, but larger. I could cite many more examples of ancient engravings which would yield impressions on paper, either by pressure or friction. But our business is with printing rather than engraving. I will, therefore, go back to the subject, and cite a very early and interesting example of stamping engraved letters on clay. I mean the Babylonian bricks, supposed to be 4,000 years old, mostly sun-baked, but some apparently kiln-burned almost to vitrification. Of these there are now many examples in England, added to our stores by the indefatigable researches of Layard, Rawlinson, and others. These bricks, which are about a foot square and 3 inches thick, are on one side covered with hieroglyphics, evidently impressed with a stamp, just as letters are now stamped on official papers. Another evidence of the same kind, and of about the same age, is the famous Babylonian cylinder found in the ruins of Persepolis, and now preserved in the library of Trinity College, Cambridge. It is about 7 inches high, barrel-shaped, and covered with inscriptions in the cuneiform character, disposed in vertical lines, and affording a positive example of an indented surface produced by mechanical impression. Such cylinders are supposed to have been memorials of matters of national or family importance, and were in early ages, as we know by tradition, very numerous. Stamped or printed blocks of lead, bearing the names of Roman authorities, are to be found in the British Museum. Printing on leather was practiced by the Egyptians, as we discover from their mummies, which have bandages of leather round their heads, with the name of the deceased printed on them. And in Pompeii a loaf was found on which the name of the baker and its quality were printed. Among ancient testimonies, one of the most interesting is that afforded by Cicero in his De Natura Deorum. He orders types to be made of metal and calls them forma literarum, the very words used by our first printers, and in another place he gives a hint of separate cut letters when he speaks of the impossibility of the most ingenious man throwing the 24 letters of the alphabet together by chance, and thus producing the famous Annals of Ennius. He makes that observation in opposition to the atheistical argument of the creation of the world by chance. We have besides, in what is generally classed as a manuscript, a reasonable, although disputed evidence of an elementary stage of printing. I mean the Codex Argenteus, or Silver Book, of Uppsala, which contains a portion of the Gospels in Mesogothic, supposed to be of the 4th or 5th century, the work of Ulfilas. In this codex, the first lines of each Gospel and of the Lord's Prayer are in large gold letters, apparently printed by a stamp in the manner of a bookbinder, as there are indentations on the back of the vellum. The small letters are written in silver. The whole is on a light purple or violet-colored vellum. Having said enough, I think, of the ancients' knowledge of type forms and printing materials, I pass on to the recognized establishment of the art in the 15th century, for, whatever knowledge the ancients had of printing, it would appear to have yielded no immediate fruits to posterity. But before I proceed to modern times, I am bound to note that the Chinese, who seem to have been many centuries in advance of Europe in most of the industrial arts, are supposed to have practiced block printing, just as they do now, more than 1,000 years ago. Nor does the complicated nature of their written language, which consists of more than 100,000 word signs, admit of any readier mode. But they print, or rather rub off, impressions with such speed, 700 sheets per hour, that, until the introduction of steam, they far outstripped Europeans. Gibbon, it will be remembered, regrets that the Emperor Justinian, who lived in the 6th century, did not introduce the art of printing from the Chinese, instead of their silk manufacture. Block printing ushered in the great epoch, and the first dawn of it in Europe seems to have been single prints of saints and scriptural subjects, with a line or two of description engraved on the same wooden plate. These are, for the most part, lost, but there is one in existence, large and exceedingly fine, of Saint Christopher, with 2 lines of inscription, dated 1423, believed to have been printed with the ordinary printing press. It was found in the library of a monastery near Augsburg, and is therefore presumed to be of German execution. Till lately, this was the earliest dated evidence of block printing known, but there has since been discovered at Malines and deposited at Brussels a woodcut of similar character, but assumed to be Dutch or Flemish, dated 1418, and though there seems no reason to doubt the genuineness of the cut, it is asserted that the date bears evidence of having been tampered with. There is a vague tradition, depending entirely on the assertion of a writer named Papillon, not a very reliable authority, which would give the invention of woodcut printing to Venice, and at a very early period. He asserts that he once saw a set of 8 prints, depicting the deeds of Alexander the Great, each described in verse, which were engraved in relief and printed by a brother and sister named Cuneo at Ravenna in 1285. But though the assertion is accredited by Mr. Otley, it is generally disbelieved. There is reason to suppose that playing cards from wooden blocks were produced at Venice long before the block books, even as early as 1250, but there is no positive evidence that they were printed, and some insist that they were produced either by friction or stencil plates. It seems, however, by no means unlikely that cards, which were in most extensive use in the Middle Ages, should, for the sake of cheapness, have been printed quite as early, if not earlier, than even figures of saints, and the same artists are presumed to have produced both. From single prints with letterpress inscriptions, the next stage, that of a series of prints accompanied by letterpress, was obvious. Such are our first recognized block books, among which are the Apocalypse and the Biblia Pauperum, or Poor Man's Bible, supposed to have been printed at Haarlem by Lawrence Coster between 1420 and 1430. I say supposed because we have no positive evidence either of the person, place, or date, and Erasmus, who was born at Rotterdam in 1467 and always ready to advance the honor of his country, is silent on the subject. We rely chiefly upon the testimony of Ulrich Zell, an eminent printer of Cologne, who is quoted in the Cologne Chronicle of 1499, and Hadrian Junius, a Dutch historian of repute, who wrote in the next century. Both agree in ascribing the invention of book printing from wooden blocks, as well as the first germ of movable wood and metallic type printing, to Haarlem, and Junius adds the name of Lawrence Coster. His surname of Coster is derived from his office, which was that of custodian, sexton, or warden of the Cathedral Church of Haarlem. The story told of the accident by which the discovery was made is as follows. Coster, as he was one day walking in a wood adjoining the city, about the year 1420, cut some letters on the bark of a beech tree, from which he took impressions on paper for the amusement of his brother-in-law's children. The idea then struck him of enlarging their application, and, being a man of an ingenious turn, he invented a thicker and more tenacious ink than was in common use, which blotted, and began to print figures from wooden tablets or blocks, to which he added several lines of letters, first solid, and then separate or movable. These wooden types are said to have been fastened together with string. One thing seems pretty clear, which is that whether or not Coster was the printer, the first block books were produced somewhere in Holland, as several are in Dutch, a language seldom, if ever, printed out of its own country. They were generally printed in light brown ink, like a sepia drawing, which, I think, was adopted with a view to their being colored, a condition in which we find the greater part of them. When these prints were colored, they presented very much the appearance of the Low Country stained glass windows. Block books continued to be printed and reprinted, first in Holland and afterward in Germany, with considerable activity, for 20 or 30 years, during which period we had several editions of the Biblia Pauperum and Ars Moriendi, or Art of Dying, the Speculum Humanae Salvationis, and many others, chiefly devoted to the promulgation of scripture history. The earliest ones are printed, or rather transferred by friction, and therefore on one side only of the paper, entirely from solid blocks. Later on, some portions were printed with movable types of wood, and at last the letterpress was entirely of movable metal types. Junius says that Coster by degrees exchanged his wooden types for leaden ones, and these for pewter, and I will add that it is not unlikely they may have been cast in lead or pewter plates from the wooden blocks, as metal casting was well understood at the time. The pretensions of Haarlem and Coster have for more than a century been a matter of fierce controversy, and there have been upward of 150 volumes written for or against, without any approach to a satisfactory decision. This one thing is certain, that whether or not we owe the first idea of movable type to Lawrence Coster or to Haarlem, we do not owe to the period any very marked use of it. This was reserved for a later day. There is a story current, dependent on the authority of Junius, that Coster's principal workmen, assumed to be Hans or John Faust, and some, to reconcile improbabilities, even say John Gutenberg, who had been sworn to secrecy, decamped one Christmas Eve, after the death of Coster, while the family were at church, taking with him types and printing apparatus, and, after short sojourns at Amsterdam and Cologne, got to Mainz or Mayence with them, and there introduced printing. He is said by Junius to have printed, about the year 1442, that is, 2 years after Coster's death, the Doctrinale of Alexander Gallus and the Tracts of Peter of Spain, with the very types which Coster made use of in Haarlem, but as no volume of this kind has ever been discovered, nor any trace of one, the entire story is generally regarded as apocryphal. Lawrence Coster died in 1440, at the age of 70. Therefore, any printing attributed to him must be within that period. What has hitherto been advanced proves only that mankind had walked for many centuries on the borders of the two great inventions, chalcography and typography, without having fully and practically discovered either of them. We now come to the great epoch of printing, I mean the complete introduction, if not actually the first invention, of movable metal or fusile types. This took place at Mainz, in or before 1450, and the general consent of Europe assigns the credit of it to Gutenberg. Of a man who has conferred such vast obligations on all succeeding ages, it may be desirable to say a few words. John Gutenberg was born at Mainz in 1397, of a patrician and rather wealthy family. He left his native city, it is said, because implicated in an insurrection of the citizens against the nobility, and settled at Strasbourg, where, in 1427, we find him an established merchant, and sustaining a suit of breach of promise brought against him by a lady named Anne of the Iron Door, whom he afterward married. While resident here, and before 1439, his attention appears to have been actively directed to the art of printing, as we learn by a legal document of the time, found of late years in the archives of Strasbourg. He is there stated to have entered into an engagement with 3 persons, named Dreizahn, Riffe, and Heilmann, to reveal to them a secret art of printing which he had lately discovered, and to take them into partnership for 5 years, upon the payment of certain sums. The death of Dreizehn, before he had paid up all his installments, led to a suit on the part of his relations, which ended in Gutenberg's favor. In the course of the evidence, one of the witnesses, a goldsmith, deposed to have received from Gutenberg 3 or 4 years previously, that is, about 1435, upward of 300 florins for materials used in printing. Other witnesses proved the anxiety that Gutenberg had shown to have 4 pages of type distributed, which appear to have been screwed up in chase, and lying on a press on the deceased premises. This would be evidence that Gutenberg had arrived at a knowledge of movable types, either of wood or metal, and probably of both, before 1440, and had it not been for the rupture of the partnership before anything had been printed by the new process, Strasbourg may have claimed the honor which is now given to Mainz. Soon after this, it is supposed in 1444, Gutenberg returned to his native city, by leave of the town council, which he was obliged to ask, bringing with him all his materials. In 1446 he entered into a partnership with John Faust, a wealthy and skilful goldsmith and engraver, who engaged, upon being taught the secrets of the art and admitted into a participation of the profits, to advance the necessary funds, which he did to the extent of 2,200 florins. Goldsmiths, it should be borne in mind, were then the great artists in all kinds of metal work, and extremely skilful in modeling, engraving, and casting, which were exactly the arts required for type founding. The new partnership immediately commenced operations, hired a house called Zum Jungen, and took into their employ Peter Schöffer, who had been Faust's apprentice, as their assistant. Faust is supposed to have employed himself in cutting the type, which is an extremely slow process, till Peter Schöffer, afterward his son-in-law, suggested an improved mode of casting it in copper matrices struck by steel punches, pretty much in the same manner as was till recently practiced throughout Europe. The firm had for some time previously adopted a method of casting type in molds of plaster, which was a tedious process, as every letter required a new mold. according to Gutenberg, are undoubtedly due all the main features of metal-type printing, yet we owe, perhaps, to the practical skill of Faust and the taste of Schoeffer, who was an accomplished penman, the exquisite finish and perfection with which their first joint effort came forth to the world. This was a Latin Vulgate, printed in a large cut metal type, and commonly called the Mazarin Bible, because the first copy known to bibliographers was found in the library of Cardinal Mazarin. It consists of 641 leaves, forming 2, sometimes 4, large volumes in folio, some copies on paper of beautiful texture, some on vellum. It was without date or names of the printers, as it was evidently intended to present the appearance of a manuscript, but it is supposed, on good evidence, to have been printed between 1450 and 1455, and it is not improbable the volumes were all that time, that is, 5 years, and some say more, at press, for we know, by certain technicalities, that every page was printed off singly. These precious volumes, as splendid as they are wonderful, have excited the admiration of all beholders. The sharpness and elegant uniformity of the type, the luster of the ink, and the purity of the paper leave that first great monument of the typographic art unsurpassed by any subsequent effort, nor could it be exceeded with all the appliances of the present day. It is a striking circumstance, says Mr. Hallam, that the high-minded inventors of this great art tried, at the very outset, so bold a flight as the printing of an entire Bible, and executed it with astonishing success. It was Minerva leaping on earth in her divine strength and radiant armor, ready, at the moment of her nativity, to subdue and destroy her enemies. There is a curious story current about this Bible, which, as it is connected with a popular fiction, I will venture to repeat. It is that Faust went to Paris with some of his Bibles for sale, one of which, printed on vellum and richly illuminated, he sold to the king for 750 crowns, and another to the Archbishop of Paris for 300 crowns, and to the poorer clergy and the laity copies on paper as low as 50 crowns, and even less. Faust does not appear to have disclosed the secret of how they were produced, and probably let it be supposed that they were manuscripts, for the aim of the first printers was to make their books equal in beauty to the finest manuscripts, and as far as possible undistinguishable from them, to which end the large capitals and decorations were filled in by hand. The Archbishop, proud of his purchase, showed it to the king, who, comparing it with his own, found with surprise that they tallied so exactly in every respect, excepting the illuminated ornaments, as convinced them that they were produced by some other art than transcription, and on further inquiry they found that Faust had sold a considerable number exactly similar. Orders, therefore, were given without delay to apprehend and prosecute him as a practitioner of the black art in multiplying Holy Writ by aid of the devil. Hence arose the popular fiction of the devil and Dr. Faustus, which, under different phases, has found its way into every country in Europe, and probably gave rise to Goethe's celebrated drama. In 1455, as we find by a notarial document, dated November 6th of that year, Faust separated from Gutenberg, and successfully instituted proceedings against him for money advanced. Gutenberg, who had exhausted all his means in bringing his invention to maturity, was obliged to mortgage, and in the end surrender all his materials, and, it should seem, his printed stock. His impoverishment may easily be accounted for when we are told, as a received fact, that before the first 4 sheets of his Bible were completed, he had already expended 4,000 crowns upon it, a large sum in those days. Of this, his then wealthier partner reaped all the subsequent advantage. After this period, Faust and his son-in-law, Peter Schoeffer, in possession of the materials, printed on their own account, and within 18 months of their separation from Gutenberg, produced the celebrated Latin Psalter of 1457, the first book in any country which bears a complete imprint, that is, the name of the printer, place, and date. This magnificent volume, of which the whole edition was printed on vellum, is now even rarer than the Mazarin Bible, and of extraordinary value. The letters are very large and bold, cast in metal type, and the ornamental initials are beautifully cut in wood. 2 years later, that is, in 1459, Faust and Schoeffer produced an almost facsimile reprint of the Psalter, and in the same year Durandi Rationale Divinorum Officiorum, the latter with an entirely new font of metal type, the first cast from Schoeffer's punches, which some, in the erroneous belief that the Psalter was printed from wooden types, have asserted to be the first dated book printed with metal type. Then followed, in 1460, the Constitutiones Clementis V, a handsome folio, and in 1462 their famous Latin Bible, the first one with a date. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Origin and Progress of Printing, A.D. 1438, by Henry George Bohn, Part 3. In the meantime, Gutenberg, undaunted by the loss of all that had cost him so many years of unremitted application and his whole fortune, began afresh, and this time, it should seem, with better success, as we find him, in 1459, undertaking to present, for certain considerations, all the books he had then printed, or might thereafter print, to a convent where his sister was a nun. No book, however, has yet been discovered bearing the name of Gutenberg, and we can only guess what came from his press by a peculiarity of type, of which, after the first Bible, the most marked is the famous Katholikon, dated 1460, a kind of universal dictionary, the germ of all future cyclopedias, and which became so popular that more than 40 editions were printed of it in as many years. In 1465, Gutenberg retired from printing, being appointed to a lucrative office at the court of the Archbishop of Mainz, and in 1467 he died. And here we take leave of Gutenberg, with admiration for his patience, his perseverance, and his self-sacrifice in a cause which has produced such glorious fruits. He was one of those noble spirits who were endowed with a perception of what is good, and pursue it independent of worldly considerations. Posterity has done him tardy justice in erecting a marble monument to his memory, and establishing a jubilee, which gave rise to one of the most touching of Mendelssohn's compositions. By this time the secret had transpired to the neighboring states, and Mentelin of Strasbourg and Pfister of Bamberg were, before the beginning of 1462, in full activity. Indeed, Pfister is, by some, thought to have printed before 1460, and his finely executed Latin Bible, in cast type, was for many years regarded as the first. At this critical period, when the art was reaching its zenith, the operations of the Mainz printers were suddenly brought to a standstill by the siege and capture of the city in 1462. The occasion of this was a fierce dispute between the Pope and the people as to who had the right of appointment to the archbishopric, lately become vacant. The original hive of workmen dispersed to other states, and by degrees the mysteries of the art became spread over the civilized world. Such indeed was the fame printing had acquired, and its manifest importance that every crowned head sought to introduce it into his kingdom and welcomed the fugitives. Within a few years of this period, the art had been carried by the scattered German workmen into Italy, France, Spain, and Switzerland, and before the close of the 15th century it was practiced in more than 220 different places. Before entering upon the history of printing in England, I will take leave to call your attention to a few prominent facts connected with its progress abroad, as well as to some points of its early condition, which could not be conveniently introduced in chronological order. All the books printed previously to 1465 are in the Gothic or black letter, which still remained the favorite in Germany and the Low Countries long after the Italians introduced their beautiful Roman letter. The first book in which any Greek type occurs are Cicero's Offices, printed by Faust and Schoeffer in 1465, directly after the resumption of their establishment, and Lactantius, printed the same year by Swainheim and Panartz in the monastery of Subiaco at Rome. The first book printed entirely in Greek was Constantine Lascar's Greek Grammar, Milan, 1476. One of the earliest of the Italian books, and to use the words of Dr. Dibdin, perhaps the most notorious volume in existence, was the celebrated Boccaccio, printed at Venice by Waldafer in 1471. This book deserves particular mention because of an extraordinary contest which once took place for its possession between two wealthy bibliomaniacs. It was a small black-letter folio in faded yellow morocco and supposed to be unique. Its history is this. In the early part of the 18th century it had come accidentally into the possession of a London bookseller, who successively offered it to Harley, Earl of Oxford, and to Lord Sunderland, then the two principal collectors, for 100 guineas. But both were staggered at the price and higgled about the purchase. An ancestor of the late Duke of Roxburgh, whom nobody dreamed of as a collector, hearing of the book, secured it, and then invited the two noblemen to dinner, with the view of parading his trophy. In due course he led the conversation to the book, and, after letting them expatiate on its rarity, told them he thought he had a copy in his bookcase, which they emphatically declared to be impossible, and challenged him to produce it. On producing the book, about the purchase of which they had only been temporizing, they were not a little chagrined. This same copy made its appearance again, half a century later, at the Duke of Roxburgh's sale in 1812, a time when bibliomania was at its height. Loud notes of preparation foretold that it would sell for a considerable sum. 500 and even 1,000 guineas were guessed, as it was known that Lord Spencer, the Duke of Devonshire, and the Marquis of Blandford were all bent on its possession, but nobody anticipated the extravagant sum it was to realize. After a very spirited competition, it was knocked down to the Marquis of Blandford for £2,060. This book was resold at the Marquis of Blandford's sale in 1819 for 875 guineas, and passed to Lord Spencer, in whose extraordinary library it now reposes. Before the commencement of the 16th century, that is, within 40 or 50 years of the invention of printing with movable type, upward of 20,000 volumes had issued from at least 1,000 different presses. All the principal Latin classics, many of the Greek, and upward of 250 editions of the Bible, or parts of the Bible, had appeared. One of the most active and enterprising of the early printers was Anthony Coburger of Nuremberg, an accomplished scholar, who began there in 1472, and before the year 1500 had printed 13 large editions of the Bible in folio, and a prodigious number of other books. He kept 24 presses at work, employing 100 workmen, and had 16 shops for the sale of books in the principal cities of Germany, besides factors and agents all over Europe. He printed, in 1493, that grand volume, the Nuremberg Chronicle, which is illustrated with upward of 1,000 woodcuts by Michael Wohlgemuth, the master of Albert Dürer, and is curious as being one of the first books in which cross-hatchings occur in wood engraving. The 16th century opened with another invention in type, the italic, which was beautifully exemplified in a pocket edition of Virgil, the first of a portable series of classical works commenced in 1501 at Venice by the celebrated Aldus Manutius, who, after some years of preparation, had entered actively on his career as a printer in 1494, and deservedly ranks as one of the best scholars of any age. Then came the Giunti, the learned family of the Stevenses, of whom Robert is accredited as the author of the present divisions of our New Testament into chapters, and Henry, author of the great Greek Thesaurus, the most valuable Greek lexicon ever published. To the opprobrium of the age, he died in an almshouse. Among many others immortalized by their successful contributions to the great cause, we must not forget the Plantins, whose memories are still so cherished at Antwerp that their printing establishment remains to this day untouched, just as it was left 2 centuries ago, with all the freshness of a chamber in Pompeii, the type and chases of their famous polyglot lying about, as if the workmen had but just left the office. The accordance of the art of printing with the spirit of the times which gave it birth must be regarded as singularly providential. The Protestant Reformation in Germany was brought about by Luther's accidentally meeting, in a monastic library, with one of Gutenberg's printed Latin Bibles, when at the age of 20. A mighty change, says Luther, then came over me, and all his subsequent efforts are to be attributed to that event. His recognition of the importance of printing is given in these words: "Printing is the best and highest gift, the summum et postremum donum, by which God advanceth the gospel. Thanks be to God that it hath come at last. Holy fathers now addressed would rejoice to see this day of the revealed gospel." William Caxton, by common consent, is the introducer of the art of printing into England. He was born about 1422 in Kent, and received what was then thought a liberal education. His father must have been in respectable circumstances, as there was at that time a law in full force prohibiting any youth from being apprenticed to trade whose parent was not possessed of a certain rental in land. In his 18th year, Caxton was apprenticed to Robert Large, an eminent London mercer, who in 1430 was sheriff and in 1439 Lord Mayor of London. At his death in 1441, he bequeathed Caxton a legacy of 20 marks, a large sum in those days, and an honourable testimony to his fidelity and integrity. Soon after this, the Mercers' Company appointed him their agent in the Low Countries, in which employment he spent 23 years. In 1464 he was one of 2 commissioners officially employed by Edward IV to negotiate a commercial treaty with Philip of Burgundy, and in 1468, when the king's sister, Margaret of York, married Charles of Burgundy, called the Bold, he attached himself to their household, probably in some literary capacity, and in the next year we find him busied in translating at her request. During the greater part of this long period he was residing or travelling in the midst of the countries where the new art of printing was the great subject of interest, and would naturally take some measures to acquaint himself with it. Indeed, it has been said that he had a secret commission from Edward IV to learn the art, and to bribe some of the foreign workmen into England. Be this as it may, we know that Caxton acquired a complete knowledge of it while abroad, for he tells us so, and that he had printed at Cologne the Recueil d'Histoire de Troie, or Romance History of Troy, in 1465, and in 1472 an English edition of the same, translated by himself. These two early productions are remarkable as being the first books printed in either the French or English language. The English edition was sold at the Duke of Roxburgh's sale for £1,060 and is now in the possession of the Duke of Devonshire. Caxton returned to England about 1474, bringing with him presses and types, and established himself in one of the chapels of Westminster Abbey, called the Eleemosynary, Almondry, or Armoury, supposed to have been on the site of Henry VII's chapel. A printer would naturally resort to the abbey for patronage, as in those days it was the headquarters of learning as well as of religion. Before the foundation of grammar schools, there was usually a scholasticus attached to the abbeys and cathedral churches, who directed and superintended the education of the neighboring nobility and gentry. He was, besides, one of the members of the Scriptorium, a large establishment within the abbey where school and other books used to be written. The first book Caxton printed after he returned to England and established himself at the Almonry is supposed to be The Game and Play of Chess, dated 1474. But some have raised doubts whether this was printed in England, as there is no actual evidence of it. One of the arguments is that the type is exactly the same as what he had previously used at Cologne, but this is no evidence at all, as both the type and paper used in England for many years came from Cologne, and there is no doubt that Caxton brought some with him. A second edition of the Book of Chess, with woodcuts, was printed 2 or 3 years later, and this is generally admitted to have been printed in England. The first book with an unmistakable imprint was his Dictes and Sayings of Philosophers, which had been translated for him by the gallant but unfortunate Lord Rivers, who was murdered in Pomfrey Castle by order of Richard III. The colophon of this states that it was printed in the Abbey of Westminster in 1477. He appears to have printed but one single volume upon vellum, which is The Doctrinal of Sapience, 1489, of which a copy, formerly in the King's Library at Windsor, is now in the British Museum. This is a very interesting work as connected with Caxton, being entirely translated by himself into English verse. It is an allegorical fiction in which the whole system of literature and science comes under consideration. Caxton died in 1491, after having produced, within 20 years of his active career, more than 50 volumes of Mark, including Chaucer, Gower, Lydgate, and his own Chronicle of England. Before Caxton's time, the youths of England were supplied with their school books and their reading, which was necessarily very limited, by the company of stationers or text writers, who wrote and sold, by an exclusive royal privilege, the school books then in use. These were chiefly the ABCs, called Apses, the Lord's Prayer, the Creed, and the Address to the Virgin Mary, called Ave Maria. The location of these stationers was in the neighborhood of St. Paul's Cathedral, whence arose the names Paternoster Row, Creed Lane, Amen Corner, and Ave Maria Lane. Manuscripts of a higher order, that is, in the form of books, were mostly supplied by the monks and were scarcely accessible to any but the wealthy, from their extreme cost. Thus, a Chaucer, which may now be bought for a few shillings, then cost more than £100, and we read of 200 sheep and 10 quarters of wheat being given for a volume of homilies. Minstrels, instead of books, were in the early times the principal medium of communication between authors and the public. They wandered up and down the country, chanting, singing, or reciting, according to the taste of their customers, and had certain privileges of entertainment in the halls of the nobility. It may be wondered that Caxton, like many of the foreign printers, did not begin with, or at least some time during his career print, the Scriptures, especially as Wycliffe's translation had already been made. But there were good reasons. Religious persecution ran high, and the clergy were extremely jealous of the propagation of the Scriptures among the people. Knighton had denounced the reading of the Bible, lamenting lest this jewel of the Church, hitherto the exclusive property of the clergy and divines, should be made common to the laity, and Archbishop Arundel had issued an enactment that no part of the Scriptures in England should be read, either in public or private, or be thereafter translated, under pain of the greater excommunication. The Star Chamber, too, was big with terrors. A little later, Erasmus' edition of the New Testament was forbidden at Cambridge, and in the county of Surrey, the vicar of Croydon said from the pulpit, "We must root out printing, or printing will root out us." Wynkin the Ward, who had come in his youth with Caxton to England, and continued with him in the superintendence of his office to the day of his death, succeeded to the business, and conducted it with great spirit for the next 40 years. He began by entirely remodeling his fonts of Gothic type, and introduced both Roman and Italic, became his own founder, instead of importing type from the Low Countries, promoted the manufacture of paper in this country, and such was his activity that he printed the extraordinary number of 408 different works. He deserves, perhaps, more praise than he has ever received for the important part he played in establishing and advancing the art in England. But no one of our early printers deserves more grateful remembrance than Richard Grafton, who, in 1537, was the first publisher of the Bible in England. I say in England, because the first Bible, known as Coverdale's, and several editions of the Testament, translated by Tyndale, had been previously printed abroad in secrecy. Grafton's first edition of the Bible was a reprint of Coverdale and Tyndale's translation, with slight alterations, by one who assumed the name of Thomas Matthew, but whose real name was John Rogers, then prebendary of St. Paul's, and afterward burned as a heretic in Smithfield. Even this was printed secretly abroad, nobody yet knows where, and did not have Grafton's name attached to it till the king had granted him a license under the Privy Seal. Though this year, 1537, has by the annalists of the Bible been called the first year of triumph, on account of the king's license, yet Bibles were still apt to be dangerous things to all concerned, and what was permitted one day was not unlikely, by a change in religion or policy, to be interdicted the next with severe visitations. Although Henry VIII had recently completed his breach with Rome and been excommunicated, he alternately punished the religious movements of Protestants and Catholics, according to his caprice, and it was but a few years previously that the reading of the Bible had been prohibited by Act of Parliament, that men had been burned at the stake for having even fragments of it in their possession, and that Tyndale's translation of the New Testament had been bought up and publicly burned, 1534, by order of Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and even as late as May 1536, the reading of the sacred volume had been strictly forbidden. Grafton, therefore, must have been a bold man to face the danger. Thus, in 1538, when a new edition of the Bible, commonly called the Great Bible, afterward published in 1539, was secretly printing in Paris at the instance of Lord Cromwell, under the superintendence of Grafton, Whitchurch, and Coverdale, the French inquisitors of the faith interfered, charging them with heresy, and they were fortunate in making their escape to England. Shortly after the death of Caxton's patron, Lord Cromwell, Grafton was imprisoned for the double offence of printing Matthew's Bible and the Great Bible, notwithstanding the king's license, and though after a while released, he was again imprisoned in the reign of Philip and Mary on account of his Protestant principles, and, after all his services to religion and literature, died in poverty in 1572. Printing was now spreading all over England. It had already begun at Oxford in 1478, some say earlier, at Cambridge soon after, although the first dated work is 1521, at St. Albans in 1480, York in 1509, and other places by degrees. Printing did not reach Scotland till 1507, and then but imperfectly, and Ireland not till 1551, owing, it is said, to the jealousy with which it was regarded by the priesthood. We will now take a rapid survey of the vast strides printing has made of late years in England, and therewith close. The principal movements have been in stereotyping, electrotyping, the improvement of presses, and the application of steam power. Stereotyping is the transfer of pages of movable type into solid metal plates, by the medium of molds formed of plaster of Paris, papier-mâché, gutta-percha, or other substances. This art is supposed to have been invented in or about 1725 by William Gedd, a goldsmith of Edinburgh. A small capitalist who had engaged to embark with him, withdrawing from the speculation in alarm, he accepted overtures from a Mr. William Fenner, and in 1729 came to London. Here he obtained 3 partners, in conjunction with whom he entered into a contract with the University of Cambridge for stereotyping Bibles and prayer books. But the workmen, fearing that stereotyping would eventually ruin their trade, purposely made errors, and, when their masters were absent, battered the type, so that the only 2 prayer books completed were suppressed by authority, and the plates destroyed. Upon this the art got into disrepute, and Gedd, after much ill treatment, returned to Edinburgh, impoverished and disheartened. Here his friends, desirous that a memorial of his art should be published, entered into a subscription to defray the expense, and a Sallust, printed in 1736, and composed and cast in the night time to avoid the jealous opposition of the workmen, is now the principal evidence of his claim to the invention. But the time had not come, for without a very large demand, such as could not exist in those days, stereotyping would be of no advantage. Books which sell by hundreds of thousands, and are constantly reprinting, such as Bibles, prayer books, school books, Shakespeare's, Bunyan's, Robinson Crusoe's, Uncle Tom's, and very popular authors and editions, will pay for stereotyping, but for small numbers it is a loss. After the invention had been neglected long enough to be forgotten, Earl Stanhope, who had for several years devoted himself earnestly to the subject and made many experiments, resuscitated it, in a very perfect manner, in 1803, and his printer, Mr. Wilson, sold the secret to both universities and to most of the leading printers. To the art of stereotyping the public is mainly indebted for cheap literature, for when the plates are once produced, the chief expense is disposed of. Something akin to stereotyping is another method of printing called logography, invented by John Walter of the London Times in 1783, and for which he took out a patent. This means a system of printing from type cast in words instead of single letters, which it was thought would save time and corrections when applied to newspapers, but it was not found to answer. A joke of the time was a supposed order to the type founder for some words of frequent occurrence, which ran thus: "Please send me 1 hundredweight, sorted, of murder, fire, dreadful robbery, atrocious outrage, fearful calamity, alarming explosion, melancholy accident, an assortment of honourable member, Whig, Tory, hot, cold, wet, dry, 1/2 hundredweight, made up in pounds, of butter, cheese, beef, mutton, tripe, mustard, soap, rain, etc., and a few devils, angels, women, groans, hisses, etc." This method of printing did not succeed, for if 24 letters will give 600 sextillions of combinations, no printing office could keep a sufficient assortment of even popular words. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 4. John Hunyady repulses the Turks, A.D. 1440 to 1456, by Arminius Vambery. From the time, 1354, when the Turks took Gallipoli and secured their first dominion in Europe, the Ottoman power on that side of the Hellespont was gradually increased. In 1360, Amurath I crossed from Asia Minor, ravaged an extensive district, and took Adrianople, which he made the first seat of his royalty and the first shrine of Mahometanism in Europe. He next turned toward Bulgaria and Servia, where, in the warlike Slavonic tribes, he found far stronger foes than the Greek victims of earlier Turkish conquests. Pope Urban V preached a crusade against the Turks, and Servia, Hungary, Bosnia, and Wallachia leagued themselves to drive the Ottomans out of Europe. Amurath defeated them and added new territory to his previous acquisitions. A peace was made in 1376, but a new, though fruitless, attempt of the Slavonic peoples against him gave Amurath a pretext for further assault upon southeastern Europe. In 1389, he conquered and annexed Bulgaria and subjugated the Servians. In the same year, Amurath was assassinated. Bajazet I, the son and successor of Amurath, still further extended the Turkish conquests. Under Bajazet's son, Mahomet I, 1413 to 1421, comparative peace prevailed, but his son, Amurath II, rekindled the flames of war. A strong combination, including, with other peoples, the Hungarians and Poles, was made against him. In the struggle that followed, and which for a time promised the complete expulsion of the Turks from Europe, the great leader was the Hungarian John Hunyady, born in 1388. According to some writers, he was a Wallach and the son of a common soldier. Creasy calls him the illegitimate son of Sigismund, king of Hungary, and the fair Elizabeth Morsini. With him appeared a new spirit, such as the Ottomans up to that time could not have expected to encounter in that part of Europe. In Vambery's narrative, we have the authority of Hungary's greatest historian for the leading events in the life of her greatest hero. In Europe, a new power pulsating with youthful life had arrived from somewhere in the interior of Asia with the intention of conquering the world. This power was the Turk, not merely a single nation, but a whole group of peoples clustered round a nation, inspired by one single idea which urged them ever forward. There is no God but God, and Mahomet is the apostle of God. The Mahometan flood already beat upon the bounds of Catholic Christendom, in the forefront of which stood Hungary. Hungary's king, Sigismund, was able for a moment in 1396 to unite the nations of Europe against the common danger, but the proud array of mail-clad knights were swept away like chaff before the steady ranks of the Janissaries. And herewith began the long series of desolating inroads into Hungary, for the Turks were wont to suck the blood of the nation they had marked down as their prey. They took the country by surprise, secretly, suddenly, like a summer storm, appearing in overwhelming numbers, burning, murdering, robbing, especially men in the hopes of a rich ransom, or children whom they might bring up as Mahometans and Janissaries. This body, the flower of the Turkish armies, owed its origin for the most part to the Christian children thus stolen from their parents and their country. This infantry of the Janissaries was the first standing army in Europe. Living constantly together under a common discipline, like the inmates of a cloister, they rushed blindly forward to the cry of God and his prophet, like some splendid, powerful wild beast eager for prey. The Turkish sultans published the proud order, "Forward, let us conquer the whole world. Wheresoever we tie up our horses' heads, that land is our own." To resist such a nation, that would not listen to negotiation, but only thirsted for war and conquest, seemed already an impossibility. Europe trembled with fear at the reports of the formidable attacks designed against her, and listened anxiously for news from distant Hungary, which lay, so to say, in the lion's very mouth. Against such an enemy, a soldier of the modern type was useless, one who slays only in defense of his own life and at the word of command, whose force consists in the high development of the military art and the murderous instruments of modern technical science. What was wanted was a heroic soul, inspired by a burning faith like to that which impelled the Mahometan soldier. This heroic soul, this burning faith, united to the tenacious energy of youth, were all found united in John Hunyady, accompanied withal by a singular talent for leadership in war. He could not rely for support upon the haughty magnates who could trace their descent back for centuries and despise the parvenu with a shorter pedigree and a smaller estate. He was consequently obliged to cast in his lot with the mass of the lesser nobility, individually weaker, it is true, but not deficient in spirit and a consciousness of their own worth. Of this class he soon became the idolized leader. Around him gathered the hitherto latent forces of Hungarian society, especially from Transylvania and South Hungary and the great Hungarian plain, which suffered most from the incursions of the Turks, and were therefore most impressed with the necessity of organizing a system of defense. It was these who were the first to be inspired by Hunyady's heroic spirit. Before commencing his career as independent commander, he, following his father's example, attached himself to the court of Sigismund, the emperor-king, in whose train he visited the countries of Western Europe, Germany, England, and Italy, till he at length returned home, his mind enriched by experience, but with the fervor of his first faith unchilled. When over 50 years old, he repaired at his sovereign's command to the south of Hungary to organize the resistance to the Turks. At first he was appointed Ban of Severin, and as such had the chief command of the fortified places built by the Hungarians for the defense of the lower Danube. After that he became Waywode of Transylvania, the civil and military governor of the southeastern corner of the Hungarian kingdom. Before, however, he had reached these dignities, he had fought a succession of battles and skirmishes with such success that for the fanatical Turkish soldiery his form, nay his very name, was an object of terror. It was Hunyady alone whom they sought to slay on the field of battle, well persuaded that, he once slain, they would easily deal with the rest of Hungary. Thus, in 1442, a Turkish leader named Mezid Bey burst into Transylvania at the head of 80,000 men in pursuance of the Sultan's commands, with no other aim than to take Hunyady dead or alive. Nor, indeed, did Hunyady keep them waiting for him. He hurried at the head of his troops to attack the Turkish leader, who was laying siege to Hermannstadt. Upon this, Mezid Bey, calling his bravest soldiers around him, described to them once more Hunyady's appearance, his arms, his dress, his stature, and his horse, that they might certainly recognize him. "Slay him only," he exclaimed, "and we shall easily deal with the rest of them. We shall drive them like a flock of sheep into the presence of our august master." On that occasion was seen with what self-sacrificing enthusiasm his soldiers loved their heroic leader. When they learned from their spies the purpose of the Turks, they took all possible measures to secure his precious life. One of their number, Simon Kemeny, who bore a striking resemblance to Hunyady, determined to sacrifice himself for his leader. He announced that he would put on Hunyady's clothes and armor. The Turks would then attack him under the belief that he was the celebrated chief, and while they were thus engaged, the real Hunyady would fall upon them unexpectedly and put them to flight. At first, Hunyady would by no means consent to this plan, as he did not wish to expose Kemeny to such mortal danger, but at last, seeing the great military advantages likely to accrue from it, he consented. And so, indeed, it fell out. As soon as the battle began, the Turks, perceiving Simon Kemeny in the garb of Hunyady, directed all their force against him. Kemeny, after a stout defense, fell, together with a great number of his followers, and the Turks, seeing him fall, set up a general cry of triumph and exultation. Just at this critical moment, they were hotly attacked in the flank by the genuine Hunyady. Thus attacked in the very moment when they imagined that they had already gained the day, the Turks were thrown into confusion and took wildly to flight. 20,000 corpses were left on the battlefield. Among them lay Mezid Bey himself, together with his sons. Fearful was the rage of the Turkish Sultan when he heard of the defeat and death of Mezid Bey, and he at once dispatched another army against Hunyady, which, like the first, numbered 80,000 men. This time, however, Hunyady did not let them enter Transylvania, but waited for them at the pass known as the Iron Gate, among the high mountains on the southern boundary of Hungary. The Hungarian army was not more than 15,000 men, so that the Turks were at least 5 times as strong, but the military genius of Hunyady made up for the small number of his followers. He posted them in a strong position in the rough pass, and attacked the enemy in places where it was impossible for him to make use of his strength. Thus, more than half the Turkish army perished miserably in the battle. Again, their commander-in-chief fell on the field, together with 6 subordinate commanders, while 200 horsetail standards fell into Hunyady's hands as trophies of his victory. These 2 splendid victories filled all Europe with joy and admiration. Christendom again breathed freely, for she felt that a champion sent by a special providence had appeared, who had both the courage and the ability to meet and to repel the haughty and formidable foe. But Hunyady was not content with doing so much. He thought that by this time he might carry the war into the enemy's country. The plan of operations was exceptionally daring, yet Hunyady had not resolved on it without careful consideration. In the meantime, through Hunyady's exertions, Ladislaw III, the young king of Poland, had been elected king of Hungary. Hunyady gained the new king over to his plans, and by this means secured the cooperation of the higher aristocracy and the armed bands which they were bound to lead into the field at the king's summons. Hunyady counted besides on the assistance of Europe. In the first place on the popes, who were zealous advocates of the war against the Mahometans. Next on Venice, which, as the first commercial city and state at that time, had suffered severe losses owing to the spread of Turkish dominions. On the gallant Poles, whose king now wore the Hungarian crown, and lastly upon the peoples of Christendom in general, whose enthusiasm for a war against the infidels had been quickened by the report of Hunyady's victories. And, indeed, at his request, the Pope sent some small sums of money, the Poles furnished an auxiliary force, while numerous volunteers from the rest of Europe flocked to serve under his banner. Although the assistance thus furnished was comparatively unimportant, it nevertheless served to increase his zeal for the daring undertaking. He and his heroic companions were not only proud of defending their own native country, but felt that they were the champions of all Christendom against Ottoman aggression, and their religious enthusiasm kept pace with their patriotism. If they did not get regiments sent to their aid, they felt that the eyes of all Europe were upon them, ready to grieve at their possible ill success, while their victories would be celebrated with the Te Deum in the cathedrals of every capital in Europe. The aggressive campaign was commenced without delay. Hunyady's resolves were at once translated into fact. He would not allow the beaten foe time to recover breath. His plan was to cross the Danube and penetrate through the passes of the Balkan to Philippopolis, at that time the capital of the Sultan's dominions, where he kept the main body of his army. About Christmas, a season in which the Turk does not like to fight, amid heavy snow and severe cold, the Hungarian army of about 30,000 men pressed forward. Hunyady marched in advance with the vanguard of 12,000 picked men. After him, the king and the Pope's legate with the rest of the army. The Sultan, however, with a large body of men, had occupied the passes of the Balkans and prevented their further advance. This impediment, coupled with the cold and severe weather, depressed the spirits of the troops, worn out with fatigue. Hunyady, however, raised their spirits by gaining a victory. Lighting one night upon a body of the enemy, 20,000 in number, he attacked them at once, and after a few hours' struggle, succeeded in dispersing them. Later on, he took 2 large towns with their citadels, and in 3 engagements triumphed over 3 separate divisions of the enemy. Learning that a still larger body of Turks was attempting to cut off his communications with the king's army, he attacked that also and put it to flight. After that, he joined his corps with the main army under the king, and, indeed, none too soon. Sultan Amurath suddenly arrived with the main body of his forces, which he strongly entrenched in the narrowest passes of the Balkans. Hunyady saw that these entrenchments could not be forced, and did all he could to entice his enemy down into the plain. This he succeeded in doing. In the battle that ensued, the king too played a conspicuous part and received a wound. In the end, however, the Hungarians gained the victory, and the younger brother of the Grand Vizier was taken prisoner. So much success was sufficient for Hunyady for the time, especially as the natural obstacles had proved insurmountable. The Hungarian army returned home in good order, and the young king made a triumphal entry into his capital, preceded by a crowd of Turkish prisoners and captured Turkish ensigns. These last trophies of victory were deposited in the coronation church in the fortress of Buda. And now something happened which had hitherto been deemed incredible. The Sultan sued for peace, a true believer and a sovereign, from an unbelieving Giaour. The peace was concluded, and Hungary again became possessed of those dependent South Slavonic provinces which lay between the territories of the Sultan and the Kingdom of Hungary in the narrower sense of the word. In 3 short years, Hunyady had undone the work of years on the part of the Turks. The Sultan, however, soon repented of what he had done, and continually delayed the fulfillment of his promise to evacuate certain frontier fortresses. For this cause the young king, especially incited thereto by the Pope, determined to renew the war. Hunyady at first opposed the king's resolution, and wished to wait. Later on he was gained over to the king's view, and took up the matter with his whole soul. The opportunity was inviting, for the Sultan with his main army was engaged somewhere in Asia, and the Venetians promised to prevent with their fleet his return to Europe across the narrow seas in the neighborhood of Constantinople. The Hungarian army, indeed, set out, 1444, on its expedition, and, continually expecting the arrival of the troops of their allies, the Emperor of Constantinople and the princes of Albania penetrated ever farther and farther into the hostile territory. They were to be joined by their allies at the town of Varna on the shores of the Black Sea. When, however, the Hungarians had arrived at that town, they found no trace of their expected allies, but on the contrary learned with certainty that the Sultan had succeeded in eluding the vigilance of the Venetians, had brought his army in small boats over into Europe, and was now following fast on their track. Thus, all hope of aid from allies was at an end. The brave general and his small Hungarian force had to rely on their own resources, separated as they were by some weeks' journey from their own country, while the enemy would be soon upon them in numbers 5 times their own. Yet, even so, Hunyady's faith and courage did not desert him. The proverb says, "If thy sword be short, lengthen it by a step forward." And Hunyady boldly, but yet with the caution that behooved a careful general, took up his position before the Sultan's army. Both he and his Hungarians fought with dauntless courage, availing themselves of every advantage and beating back every assault. Already victory seemed to be assured. A few hours after the battle had begun, both the Turkish wings had been broken, and even the Sultan and the brave Janissaries were thinking of flight, when the young king, the Pole Vladislav, whom Hunyady had adjured by God to remain in a place of safety until the combat should be decided, was persuaded by his Polish suite to fling himself, with the small band in immediate attendance upon him, right on the center of the Janissaries, so that he too might have a share in the victory and not leave it all to Hunyady. The Janissaries wavered for a moment under this new and unexpected attack, but, soon perceiving that they had to do with the King of Hungary, they closed round his band, which had penetrated far into their ranks. The king's horse was first hamstrung, and, as it fell, the king's head was severed from his body, stuck upon the point of a spear, and exposed to the view of both armies. The Hungarians, shocked at the unexpected sight, wavered, and feeling themselves lost, began to fly. All the entreaties and exhortations of Hunyady were in vain. Such was the confusion that he could be neither seen nor heard, and in a few minutes the whole Hungarian army was in headlong flight. Hunyady, left to himself, had also to seek safety in flight. Alone, deserted by all, he had to make his way from one place of concealment to another, till after some weeks' wandering he arrived in Hungary. The bad news had preceded him, and in consequence everything was in confusion. Again arose that difficult question, who should be the new king under such difficult circumstances? The Sultan's army had, however, suffered so much in the Battle of Varna that for the time he left the Hungarians unmolested. The nation was disposed to choose for its king the child Ladislaus, son of King Albert, the predecessor of Vladislav. The child, however, was in the power of the neighboring prince, Frederick, the Archduke of Austria, who was not disposed to let him go out of his hands without a heavy ransom. In these circumstances, the more powerful nobles in Hungary took advantage of the confusion to strengthen each his own position at the expense of the nation. At first, the government of the country was entrusted to a number of captains, but this proved so evidently disastrous that the better sort of people succeeded in having them abolished, and Hunyady established as sole governor. For all that, however, Hunyady had a good deal of trouble with the chief aristocrats, Gere, Zili, Uljilaki, who, envying the parvenu his sudden promotion and despising his obscure origin, took up arms to resist his authority. Thus Hunyady, instead of blunting the edge of his sword upon foreign foes, had to bridle the insubordination of his own countrymen. Luckily, it did not take long to force the discontented to own the weight of his arm and his superiority as a military leader. Order being thus to some extent re-established at home, Hunyady was again able to turn his attention to the Turks. He felt that he had in fact gained the Battle of Varna, which was only lost through the jealous humor of a youthful king, that it behooved him not to stop halfway, that it was his duty to continue offensive operations. But in so doing, he had to rely upon his own proper forces. It is true that he was governor of the country, but for the purpose of offensive warfare beyond the frontier, he could not gain the consent of the great nobles. Luckily, his private property had enormously increased by this time. The Hungarian constitution required the king to bestow the estates of such noblemen as died without male heirs, or had been condemned for any offense, on such noblemen as had approved themselves valiant defenders of the country. Now where could be found a more worthy recipient of such estates than Hunyady, to whom the public treasury was besides a debtor on account of the sums he disbursed for the constant warfare he maintained against the Turks. Especially in the south of Hungary, a whole series of lordly estates, many of them belonging to the crown, had come into Hunyady's hands, either as pledges for the repayment of the money he had paid his soldiers, or as his own private property. The yearly revenue arising from these vast estates was employed by Hunyady, not in personal expenditure, but in the defense of his country. He himself lived as simply as any of his soldiers, and recognized no other use of money than as a weapon for the defense of Christendom against Islam. In the early morning, while all his suite slept, he passed hours in prayer before the altar in the dimly lighted church, imploring the help of the Almighty for the attainment of his sole object in life, the destruction of the Turkish power. At last, 1448, he set out against the Sultan with an army of 24,000 of his most trusty soldiers. This time it was on the frontier of Servia, on the Field of Blackbirds, that Hunyady encountered Sultan Amurath, who had an army of 150,000 men, again more than 5 times the number of the Christians. Hunyady at first withdrew himself into his entrenched camp, but in a few days felt himself strong enough to engage with the enemy on the open field. The battle lasted without interruption for 2 days and a night. Hunyady himself was several times in deadly peril. Once his horse was shot under him. He was to be found wherever assistance, support, encouragement were needed. At last, on the morning of the 3rd day, as the Turks, who had received reinforcements, were about to renew the attack, the Waywode of Wallachia passed over to the side of the Turks. The Waywode belonged to the Orthodox Eastern Church. He had joined Hunyady on the way, and his desertion transferred 6,000 men from one side to the other, and decided the battle in favor of the Turks. The Hungarians, worn out by fatigue, fell into a discouragement, while Hunyady had no fresh troops to bring up to their support. The battle came to a sudden end. 17,000 Hungarian corpses strewed the field, but the loss of the Turks was more than 30,000 men. Hunyady, again left to himself, had again to make his escape. At first he only dismissed his military suite. Afterward he separated from his faithful servant in the hope that separately they might more easily baffle their pursuers. Next he had to turn his horse adrift, as the poor animal was incapable of continuing his journey. Thus he made his way alone and on foot toward the frontiers of his native land. After a while, looking down from the top of a piece of elevated ground, he perceived a large body of Turks, from whom he hid himself in a neighboring lake. He thus escaped this danger, but only to encounter another. At a turn of the road he came so suddenly upon a party of Turkish plunderers as to be unable to escape from them, and thus became their prisoner. But the Turks did not recognize him, and, leaving him in the hands of 2 of their number, the rest went on in search of more prey. His 2 guards soon came to blows with one another about a heavy gold cross which they had found on the person of their captive, and, while they were thus quarreling, Hunyady suddenly wrenched a sword out of the hand of one of the 2 Turks and cut off his head, upon which the other took to flight, and Hunyady was again free. In the meantime, however, George, the Prince of Servia, who took part with the aristocratic malcontents, and who, although a Christian, out of pure hatred to Hunyady had gone over to the side of the Turks, had given strict orders that all Hungarian stragglers were to be apprehended and brought before him. In this way Hunyady fell into the hands of some Servian peasants, who delivered him to their prince. Nor did he regain his liberty without the payment of a heavy ransom, leaving his son Ladislaus as hostage in his stead. He thus returned home amid 1,000 perils, and with the painful experience that Europe left him to his own resources to fight as best he could against the ever-advancing Turks. The dependencies of the Hungarian crown, Servia and Wallachia, on whose recovery he had spent so much blood and treasure, instead of supporting him, as might be expected of Christian countries, threw themselves in a suicidal manner into the arms of the Turks. They hoped by their ready submission to find favor in the eyes of the irresistible conquerors, by whom, however, they were a little later devoured. After these events, Hunyady continued to act as governor or regent of Hungary for 5 years more, by which time the young Ladislaus, son of King Albert, attained his majority. In 1453, Hunyady finally laid down his dignity as governor and gave over the power into the hands of the young king, Ladislaus V, whom Hunyady had first to liberate by force of arms from his uncle, Frederick of Austria, before he could set him on the throne of Hungary. The young king, of German origin, had hardly become emancipated from his guardian when he fell under the influence of his other uncle, Ulrich Zille. This Zille was a great nobleman of Styria, but was withal possessed of large estates in Hungary. As a foreigner and as a relative of King Sigismund, he had long viewed with an evil eye Hunyady's elevation. On one occasion, Hunyady had to inflict punishment on him. He consequently now did everything he could to induce the young king, his nephew, to hate the great captain as he himself did. He sought to infuse jealousy into his mind and to lead him to believe that Hunyady aimed at the crown. His slanders found the readier credence in the mind of the youthful sovereign, as he was completely stupefied by an uninterrupted course of debauchery. At last the king was brought to agree to a plan for ensnaring the great man, who so often jeoparded his life and his substance in the defense of his country and religion. They summoned him in the king's name to Vienna, where Ladislaus, as an Austrian prince, was then staying, with the intention of waylaying and murdering him. But Hunyady got wind of the whole plot, and when he arrived at the place of ambush, it was at the head of 2,000 picked Hungarian warriors. Thus it was Zille who fell into the snare. "Wretched creature," exclaimed Hunyady, "thou hast fallen into the pit thou diggest for me. Were it not that I regard the dignity of the king and my own humanity, thou shouldst suffer a punishment proportioned to thy crime. As it is, I let thee off this time, but come no more into my sight, or thou shalt pay for it with thy life." Such magnanimity, however, did not disarm the hostility of those who surrounded the king. On the pretense of treason against the king, Hunyady was deprived of all his offices and all his estates. The document is still to be seen in the Hungarian state archives, in which the king, led astray by the jealousies that prevailed among his counselors, represents every virtue of the hero as a crime and condemns him to exile. Fortunately, Zille himself soon fell into disfavor. The Germans themselves overthrew him, and the king, now better informed, replaced Hunyady in the post of captain general of the kingdom. Hunyady, who meanwhile had been living retired in one of his castles, now complied with the king's wish without difficulty or hesitation, and again assumed the highest military command. Instead of seeking how to revenge himself after the manner of ordinary men, he only thought of the great enemy of his country, the Turk. And indeed, as it was, threatening clouds hung over the horizon in the southeast. A new sultan had come to the throne, Mahomet II, one of the greatest sovereigns of the house of Othman. He began his reign with the occupation of Constantinople, 1453, and thus destroyed the last refuge of the Byzantine Empire. At the news of this event, all Europe burst into a chorus of lamentation. The whole importance of the Eastern question at once presented itself before the nations of Christendom. It was at once understood that the new conqueror would not remain idle within the crumbling walls of Constantinople. And, indeed, in no long time was published the proud mot d'ordre, "As there is but one God in heaven, so there shall be but one master upon earth." Hunyady looked toward Constantinople with heavy heart. He foresaw the outburst of the storm which would in the first place fall upon his own country, threatening it with utter ruin. Hunyady, so it seemed, was again left alone in the defense of Christendom. The approaching danger was delayed for a few years, but in 1456, Mahomet, having finally established himself in Constantinople, set out with the intention of striking a fatal blow against Hungary. On the borders of that country, on the bank of the Danube, on what was, properly speaking, Servian territory, stood the fortress of Belgrade. When the danger from the Turks became imminent, the kings of Hungary purchased the place from the despots of Servia, giving them in exchange several extensive estates in Hungary, and had at great expense turned it into a vast fortress, at that time supposed to be impregnable. Mahomet determined to take the place, and to this end made the most extensive preparations. He led to the walls of Belgrade an army of not less than 150,000 men. The approach of this immense host so terrified the young king that he left Hungary and took refuge in Vienna, along with his uncle and counselor, Zélie. Hunyady alone remained at his post, resolute like a lion attacked. The energy of the old leader, he was now nearly 68, was only steeled by the greatness of the danger. His forethought and his mental resources were but increased. As he saw that it would be impossible to do anything with a small army, he sent his friend John Capistran, an Italian Franciscan, a man animated by a burning zeal akin to his own, to preach a crusade against the enemies of Christendom through the towns and villages of the great Hungarian plain. This the friar did to such effect that in a few weeks he had collected 60,000 men, ready to fight in defense of the cross. This army of crusaders, the last in the history of the nations, had for its gathering cry the bells of the churches, for its arms scythes and axes, Christ for its leader, and John Hunyady and John Capistran for his lieutenants. The two greatest leaders in war of that day contended for the possession of Belgrade. The same army now surrounded that fortress which a few years before had stormed Constantinople, reputed impregnable. The same hero defended it who had so often in the course of a single decade defeated the Turkish foe in an offensive war, and who now, regardless of danger, with a small but faithful band of followers, was prepared to do all that courage, resolution, and prudence might effect. Many hundred large cannon began to break down the stone ramparts. Many hundred boats forming a river flotilla covered the Danube, so as to cut off all communication between the fortress and Hungary. During this time, Hunyady's son Ladislaus and his brother-in-law Michael Szilágy were in command in the fortress. Hunyady's first daring plan was to force his way through the blockading flotilla and enter Belgrade before the eyes of the whole Turkish army, taking with him his own soldiers and Capistran's crusaders. The plan completely succeeded. With his own flotilla of boats, he broke through that of the Turks and made his entrance into the fortress in triumph. After this, the struggle was continued with equal resolution and ability on both sides. Such advantage as the Christians derived from the protection afforded by the fortifications being fully compensated by the enormous superiority in numbers, both of men and cannon, on the part of the Turks. Without example in the history of the storming of fortresses was the stratagem practiced by Hunyady when he permitted the picked troops of the enemy, the Janissaries, to penetrate within the fortification, and there destroyed them in the place they thought they had taken. 10,000 Janissaries had already swarmed into the town and were preparing to attack the bridges and gates of the citadel, when Hunyady ordered lighted faggots, soaked in pitch and sulfur and other combustibles, to be flung from the ramparts into the midst of the crowded ranks of the Janissaries. The fire seized on their loose garments, and in a short time the whole body was a sea of fire. Everyone sought to fly. Then it was that Hunyady sallied out with his picked band, while Capistran, with a tall cross in his hand and the cry of Jesus on his lips, followed with his crowd of fanatics. The cannon of the fortress played upon the Turkish camp. The Sultan himself was wounded and swept along by the stream of fugitives. 40,000 Turks were left dead upon the field. 4,000 were taken prisoners, and 3,000 cannon were captured. According to the opinion of Hunyady himself, the Turks had never suffered such a severe defeat. Its value, as far as the Hungarians were concerned, was heightened by the fact that the ambitious Sultan was personally humiliated. There was now great joy in Europe. At the news of the brilliant victory, the Te Deum was sung in all the more important cities throughout Europe, and the Pope wished to compliment Hunyady with a crown. A crown of another character awaited him, that of his Redeemer, in whose name he lived, fought, and fell. The exhalations from the vast number of unburied or imperfectly buried bodies, festering in the heat of summer, gave rise to an epidemic in the Christian camp, and to this the great leader fell a victim. Hunyady died August 11, 1456, in the 68th year of his age. He died amid the intoxication of his greatest victory, idolized by his followers, having once more preserved his country from imminent ruin. Could he have desired a more glorious death? He went to his last rest with the consciousness that he had fulfilled his mission, having designed great things and having accomplished them. And the result of his lifelong efforts survived him. His great enemy, the Turk, for the next half-century could only harass the frontier of his native land, and his country, a few years after his death, placed on the royal throne his son Matthias. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 5. Rebuilding of Rome by Nicholas V, the Builder Pope, A.D. 1447 to 1455, by Mrs. Margaret Oliphant. Of those pontiffs who are called the pride of modern Rome, through whom the city rose most gloriously from her ashes, Nicholas V, Tommaso Parentucelli, was the first. He was born at Sarzana in the Republic of Genoa about 1398, was ordained priest at the age of 25, became Archbishop of Bologna, and in 1447 was elevated to the papal chair. His election was largely due to the influential part he had taken at the councils of Basel, 1431 to 1449, and Ferrara, Florence, 1438 to 1445. In 1449, by prevailing upon the anti-pope Felix V to abdicate, he restored the peace of the Church. He endeavored, but in vain, to arouse Europe to its duty of succoring the Greek Empire. Although the coming Reformation was already casting its shadow before, Nicholas stood calm in face of the inevitable event, devoting himself to the spiritual welfare of the Church and to the interests of learning and the arts. But he is chiefly remembered as the first pope to conceive a systematic plan for the reconstruction and permanent restoration of Rome. He died before that purpose could be executed in accordance with his great designs, but others, entering into his labors, carried his work to a fuller accomplishment. It was to the center of ecclesiastical Rome, the shrine of the apostles, the chief church of Christendom and its adjacent buildings, that the care of the builder pope was first directed. The Leonine city of Borgo, as it is more familiarly called, is that portion of Rome which lies on the right side of the Tiber, and which extends from the castle of St. Angelo to the boundary of the Vatican Gardens, enclosing the church of St. Peter, the Vatican Palace with all its wealth, and the great hospital of Santo Spirito, surrounded and intersected by many little streets, and joining to the other portions of the city by the bridge of St. Angelo. Behind the mass of picture galleries, museums, and collections of all kinds, which now fill up the endless halls and corridors of the papal palace, comes a sweep of noble gardens full of shade and shelter from the Roman sun, such a resort for the learned leisure which in trim gardens takes its pleasure, as it would be difficult to surpass. In this fine extent of wood and verdure, the Pope's villa or casino, now the only summer palace which the existing pontiff chooses to permit himself, stands as in a domain, small yet perfect. Almost everything within these walls has been built or completely transformed since the days of Nicholas. But then, as now, here was the heart and center of Christendom, the supreme shrine of the Catholic faith, the home of the spiritual ruler whose sway reaches over the whole earth. When Nicholas began his reign, the old church of St. Peter was the church of the Western world. Then, as now, classical in form, a stately basilica without the picturesqueness and romantic variety, and also, as we think, without the majesty and grandeur of a Gothic cathedral, yet more picturesque, if less stupendous in size and construction, than the present great edifice, so majestic in its own grave and splendid way, with which, through all the agitations of the recent centuries, the name of St. Peter has been identified. The earlier church was full of riches and of great associations, to which the wonderful St. Peter's we all know can lay claim only as its successor and supplanter. With its flight of broad steps, its portico and colonnaded facade crowned with a great tower, it dominated the square, open and glowing in the sun, without the shelter of the great existing colonnades or the sparkle of the fountains. Behind was the little palace begun by Innocent III to afford a shelter for the popes in dangerous times, or on occasion to receive the foreign guests whose object was to visit the shrine of the apostles. Almost all the buildings then standing have been replaced by greater, yet the position is the same, the shrine unchanged, though everything else then existing has faded away, except some portion of the old wall which enclosed this sacred place in a special sanctity and security, which was not, however, always respected. The Borgo was the holiest portion of all the sacred city. It was there that the blood of the martyrs had been shed, and where from the earliest age of Christianity their memory and tradition had been preserved. It was not necessary for us to enter into the question whether St. Peter ever was in Rome, which many writers have laboriously contested. So far as the record of the Acts of the Apostles is concerned, there is no evidence at all for or against, but tradition is all on the side of those who assert it. The position taken by Signor Lanciani on this point seems to us a very sensible one. I write about the monuments of ancient Rome, he says, from a strictly archaeological point of view, avoiding questions which pertain, or are supposed to pertain, to religious controversy. For the archaeologist, the presence and execution of Saints Peter and Paul in Rome are facts established beyond a shadow of doubt by purely monumental evidence. There was a time when persons belonging to different creeds made it almost a case of conscience to affirm or deny a priori those facts according to their acceptance or rejection of the tradition of any particular church. This state of feeling is a matter of the past, at least for those who have followed the progress of recent discoveries and of critical literature. There is no event of the imperial age and of imperial Rome which is attested by so many noble structures, all of which point to the same conclusion, the presence and execution of the apostles in the capital of the empire. When Constantine raised the monumental basilicas over their tombs on the Via Cornelia and the Via Ostiensis, when Eudoxia built the church ad Vincula, when Damascus put a memorial tablet in the Platonia and Catacombos, when the houses of Pudens and Aquila and Prisca were turned into oratories, when the name of Nymphae Sanctae Petrae was given to the springs in the catacombs of the Via Nomentana, when the 29th of June was accepted as the anniversary of St. Peter's execution, when sculptors, painters, metallists, goldsmiths, workers in glass and enamel, and engravers of precious stones all began to reproduce in Rome the likeness of the apostle at the beginning of the 2nd century, and continued to do so till the fall of the empire, must we consider them as laboring under a delusion or conspiring in the commission of a gigantic fraud? Why were such proceedings accepted without protest from whatever city, whatever community, if there were any other, which claimed to own the genuine tombs of Saints Peter and Paul? These arguments gain more value from the fact that the evidence on the other side is purely negative. This is one of those practical arguments which are always more interesting than those which depend upon theories and opinions. However, there are many books on both sides of the question which may be consulted. We are content to follow Signor Lanciani. The special sanctity and importance of Il Borgo originated in this belief. The shrine of the apostle was its center and glory. It was this that brought pilgrims from the far corners of the earth before there was any masterpiece of art to visit, or any of those priceless collections which now form the glory of the Vatican. The spot of the apostle's execution was indicated by immemorial tradition as between the two goals, inter duas metas, of Nero's circus, which spot Signor Lanciani tells us is exactly the site of the obelisk now standing in the Piazza of St. Peter. A little chapel, called the Chapel of the Crucifixion, stood there in the early ages, before any great basilica or splendid shrine was possible. This sacred spot, and the church built to commemorate it, were naturally the center of all those religious traditions which separate Rome from every other city. It was to preserve them from assault, in order that it should be less easy for the enemy to make depredations and burn the Church of St. Peter, as they have heretofore done, that Leo IV, the first pope whom we find engaged in any real work of construction, built a wall round the mound of the Vatican, and Calle Vaticano, little hill, not so high as the 7 hills of Rome, where against the strong wall of Nero's circus, Constantine had built his great basilica. At that period, in the middle of the 9th century, there was nothing but the church and shrine, no palace and no hospital. The existing houses were given to the Corsi, a family which had been driven out of their island, according to Platina, by the Saracens, who shortly before had made an incursion up to the very walls of Rome, whither the peoples of the coast, luoghi marittimi del mar Tirreno, from Naples northward had apparently pursued the corsairs and helped the Romans to beat them back. One other humble building of some sort, called Burgus Saxonum, Vicus Saxonum, Schola Saxonum, and simply Saxia or Sacia, it is interesting to know, existed close to the sacred center of the place, a lodging built for himself by Ina, king of Wessex, in 727. Thus, the English have a national association of their own with the central shrine of Christianity. There was also a Schola Francorum in the Borgo. The pilgrims must have built their huts and set up some sort of little oratory, favored, as was the case even in Pope Nicholas's day, by the excellent quarry of the Circus close at hand, as near as possible to the great shrine and basilica which they had come so far to say their prayers in, and attracted too, no doubt, by the freedom of the lonely suburb between the green hill and the flowing river. Leo IV built his wall round this little city and fortified it by towers. In every part he put sculptures of marble and wrote a prayer, says Platina. One of these gates led to St. Pellegrino, another was close to the castle of St. Angelo, and was the gate by which one goes forth to the open country. The third led to the school of the Saxons, and over each was a prayer inscribed. These three prayers were all to the same effect, that God would defend this new city which the Pope had enclosed with walls and called by his own name, the Leonine city, from all assaults of the enemy, either by fraud or by force. The greatest, however, of all the conceptions of Pope Nicholas, the very center of his great plan, was the Library of the Vatican, which he began to build and to which he left all the collections of his life. Vespasian gives us a list of the principal among these 5,000 volumes, the things which he prized most, which the Pope bequeathed to the Church and to Rome. These cherished rolls of parchment, many of them translations made under his own eyes, were enclosed in elaborate bindings ornamented with gold and silver. We are not, however, informed whether any of the great treasures of the Vatican Library came from his hands, the good Vespasian taking more interest in the work of his scribes than in codexes. He tells us of 500 scudi given to Lorenzo Valle, with a pretty speech that the price was below his merits, but that eventually he should have more liberal pay, of 1,500 scudi given to Geroni for a translation of the Iliad, and so forth. It is like a bookseller of the present day vaunting his new additions to a collector in search of the earliest known. But Pope Nicholas, like most other patrons of his time, knew no Greek, nor probably ever expected that it would become a usual subject of study, so that his translations were precious to him, the chief way of making his treasures of any practical use. The greater part, alas, of all his splendor has passed away. One pure and perfect glory, the little chapel of San Lorenzo, painted by the tender hand of Fra Angelico, remains unharmed, the only work of that grand painter to be found in Rome. If one could have chosen a monument for the good Pope, the patron and friend of art in every form, there could not have been a better than this. Fra Angelico seems to have been brought to Rome by Pope Eugenius, but it was under Nicholas, in 2 or 3 years of gentle labor, that the work was done. It is, however, impossible to enumerate all the undertakings of Pope Nicholas. He did something to re-establish or decorate almost all the great basilicas. It is feared, but here our later historians speak with bated breath, not liking to bring such an accusation against the kind Pope, who loved men of letters, that the destruction of St. Peter's, afterward ruthlessly carried out by succeeding popes, was in his plan, on the pretext, so constantly employed, and possibly believed in, of the instability of the ancient building. But there is no absolute certainty of evidence, and at all events he might have repented, for he certainly did not do that deed. He began the tribune, however, in the ancient church, which may have been a preparation for the entire renewal of the edifice, and he did much toward the decoration of another round church, that of the Madonna della Febbre, an ill-omened name attached to the Vatican. He also built the belvedere in the gardens, and surrounded the whole with strong walls and towers round, one of which, according to Nibby, still remained 50 years ago, which very little of Nicholas's building has done. His great sin was one which he shared with all his brother popes, that he boldly treated the antique ruins of the city as quarries for his new buildings, not without protest and remonstrance from many, yet with the calm of a mind preoccupied and seeing nothing so great and important as the work upon which his own heart was set. This excellent pope died in 1455, soon after having received the news of the downfall of Constantinople, which is said to have broken his heart. He had many ailments, and was always a small and spare man of little strength of constitution, but nothing transfixed his heart so much as to hear that the Turks had taken Constantinople and killed the Europeans, with many thousands of Christians, among them that same Imperatore de Constantinopoli, whom he had seen seated in state at the Council of Ferrara, listening to his own and other arguments only a few years before, as well as the greater part, no doubt, of his own clerical opponents there. When he was dying, being not the less of a strong spirit, he called the cardinals round his bed, and many prelates with them, and made them a last address. His pontificate had lasted a little more than 8 years, and to have carried out so little of his great plan must have been heavy on his heart. But his dying words are those of one to whom the holiness and unity of the Church came before all. No doubt the fear that the victorious Turks might spread ruin over the whole of Christendom was first in his mind at that solemn hour. Knowing, my dearest brethren, that I am approaching the hour of my death, I would, for the great dignity and authority of the Apostolic See, make a serious and important testimony before you, not committed to the memory of letters, not written neither on a tablet nor on parchment, but given by my living voice, that it may have more authority. Listen, I pray you, while your little Pope Nicholas, in the very instant of dying, makes his last will before you. In the first place, I render thanks to the highest God for the measureless benefits which, beginning from the day of my birth until the present day, I have received of his infinite mercy. And now I recommend to you this beautiful spouse of Christ, whom, so far as I was able, I have exalted and magnified, as each of you is well aware, knowing this to be the honor of God, for the great dignity that is in her, and the great privileges that she possesses, and so worthy, and formed by so worthy an author, who is the creator of the universe. Being of sane mind and intellect, and having done that which every Christian is called to do, and specially the pastor of the Church, I have received the most sacred body of Christ with penitence, taking it from his table with my 2 hands, and praying the omnipotent God that he would pardon my sins. Having had these sacraments, I have also received the extreme unction, which is the last sacrament for the redeeming of my soul. Again, I recommend to you, as long as I am able, the Roman Church, notwithstanding that I have already done so, for this is the most important duty you have to fulfill in the sight of God and men. This is the true spouse of Christ, which he bought with his blood. This is the robe without seam, which the impious Jews would have torn, but could not. This is that ship of St. Peter, Prince of the Apostles, agitated and tossed by varied fortunes of the winds, but sustained by the omnipotent God, so that she could never be submerged or shipwrecked. With all the strength of your souls, sustain her and rule her. She has need of your good works, and you should show a good example by your lives. If you with all your strength care for her and love her, God will reward you, both in this present life and in the future with life eternal. And to do this with all the strength we have, we pray you, do it diligently, dearest brethren. Having said this, he raised his hands to heaven and said, Omnipotent God, grant to the Holy Church and to these fathers a pastor who will preserve her and increase her. Give to them a good pastor who will rule and govern thy flock the most maturely that one can rule and govern. And I pray for you and comfort you as much as I know and can. Pray for me to God in your prayers. When he had ended these words, he raised his right arm and, with a generous soul, gave the benediction. Benedict vos Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus, speaking with a raised voice and solemnly, in modo pontificate. These tremulous words, broken and confused by the weakness of his last hours, were taken down by the favorite scribe, Giannozzo Manetti, in the chamber of the dying pope, with much more of the most serious matter to the Church and to Rome. His eager desire to soften all possible controversies and produce in the minds of the conclave about his bed, so full of ambition and the force of life, the softened heart which would dispose them to a peaceful and conscientious election of his successor, is very touching, coming out of the fogs and mists of approaching death. In the very age that produced the Borgias, and himself the head of that band of elegant scholars and connoisseurs, everything but Christian, to whom Rome owes so much of her external beauty and splendor, it is pathetic to stand by this kind and gentle spirit as he pauses on the threshold of a higher life, subduing the astute and worldly-minded churchmen around him with the tender appeal of the dying father, their Papa Nicolato, familiar and persuasive, beseeching them to be of one accord without so much as saying it, turning his own weakness to account to touch their hearts, for the honor of the church and the welfare of the flock. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 6, Mahomet II takes Constantinople, End of the Eastern Empire, A.D. 1453, by George Finlay. By the greater number of historians, the fall of Constantinople under the Moslem power is considered as the decisive event which separates the modern from the medieval period. From the same event dates the final establishment of the Ottoman Empire both in Asia Minor and in Europe. At that moment, when the Moorish power in Spain had been almost destroyed, Christian Europe was threatened for the second time with Mahometan conquest. From 1354, when Suleiman crossed the Hellespont and captured Gallipoli, the Turks from Asia Minor had kept their foothold on European soil. Under Amurath I, 1359 to 1389, Bajazet I, 1389 to 1403, Mahomet I, and Amurath II, 1404 to 1451, the last of whom, in 1422, unsuccessfully besieged Constantinople, the Ottoman dominions in Europe were much extended. When Mahomet II, son of Amurath II, became Sultan, 1451, the Turks were so strongly established, and the Eastern Empire was so much weakened, that he was prepared to finish the work of his predecessors and make the Ottoman power in Europe what it has ever since been. Mahomet the Conqueror, such was his surname, had for his adversary Constantine XIII, the last of the Greek emperors, who was proclaimed in 1448, with the consent of Amurath II, whose power is thus attested. The empire was torn by the quarrels of political factions and by theological dissensions. When Mahomet succeeded to the Sultanate, he was but 21 years old, but had already given proof of great talents, learning, and ambition, all guided by a judgment of remarkable maturity. The first object of Mahomet's ambition was the conquest of Constantinople, the natural capital of his dominions. As long as it was held by Eastern Christians, the Ottoman Empire was open to invasion by those of the West. The first threatening act of Mahomet was the construction of a fortress on Constantine's territory, at the narrowest part of the Bosporus, and within 5 miles of Constantinople. Constantine was too weak to resent the menace with vigor, and Mahomet treated his mild protest with contempt, denying the right of a vassal of the Porte to dispute the Sultan's will. A feeble resistance by some of the Greeks only gave Mahomet pretexts for further aggression, soon followed by his formal declaration of war. Both parties began to prepare for the mortal contest. The siege of Constantinople was to be the great event of the coming year. The Sultan, in order to prevent the emperor's brothers in the Peloponnesus from sending any succors to the capital, ordered Turk Khan, the Pasha of Thessaly, to invade the peninsula. He himself took up his residence at Adrianople to collect warlike stores and siege artillery. Constantine, on his part, made every preparation in his power for a vigorous defense. He formed large magazines of provisions, collected military stores, and enrolled all the soldiers he could muster among the Greek population of Constantinople. But the inhabitants of that city were either unable or unwilling to furnish recruits in proportion to their numbers. Bred up in peaceful occupation, they probably possessed neither the activity nor the habitual exercise which was required to move with ease under the weight of armor then in use. So few were found disposed to fight for their country that not more than 6,000 Greek troops appeared under arms during the whole siege. The numerical weakness of the Greek army rendered it incapable of defending so large a city as Constantinople, even with all the advantage to be derived from strong fortifications. The emperor was therefore anxious to obtain the assistance of the warlike citizens of the Italian republics, where good officers and experienced troops were then numerous. As he had no money to engage mercenaries, he could only hope to succeed by papal influence. An embassy was sent to Pope Nicholas V, begging immediate aid, and declaring the emperor's readiness to complete the union of the churches in any way the pope should direct. Nicholas dispatched Cardinal Isidore, the Metropolitan of Kiev, who had joined the Latin Church, as his legate. Isidore had represented the Russian Church at the Council of Florence, but on his return to Russia he was imprisoned as an apostate, and with difficulty escaped to Italy. He was by birth a Greek, and being a man of learning and conciliatory manners, it was expected that he would be favorably received at Constantinople. The cardinal arrived at Constantinople in November 1452. He was accompanied by a small body of chosen troops, and brought some pecuniary aid, which he employed in repairing the most dilapidated part of the fortifications. Both the emperor and the cardinal deceived themselves in supposing that the dangers to which the Greek nation and the Christian church were exposed would induce the Orthodox to yield something of their ecclesiastical forms and phrases. It was evident that foreign aid could alone save Constantinople, and it was absurd to imagine that the Latins would fight for those who treated them as heretics and who would not fight for themselves. The crisis therefore compelled the Greeks to choose between union with the Church of Rome or submission to the Ottoman power. They had to decide whether the preservation of the Greek Empire was worth the ecclesiastical sacrifices they were called upon to make in order to preserve their national independence. In the meantime, the Emperor Constantine celebrated his union with the Papal Church in the Cathedral of St. Sophia on December 12, 1452. The court and the great body of the dignified clergy ratified the act by their presence, but the monks and the people repudiated the connection. In their opinion, the Church of St. Sophia was polluted by the ceremony, and from that day it was deserted by the Orthodox. The historian Ducasse declares that they looked upon it as a haunt of demons, and no better than a pagan shrine. The monks, the nuns, and the populace publicly proclaimed their detestation of the union, and their opposition was inflamed by the bigotry of an ambitious pedant, who, under the name of Georgius Scholarius, acted as a warm partisan of the union at the Council of Florence, and under the ecclesiastical name of Gennadius, is known in history as the subservient patriarch of Sultan Mahomet II. On returning from Italy, he made a great parade of his repentance for complying with the Unionists at Florence. He shut himself up in the monastery of Pantocrator, where he assumed the monastic habit and the name of Gennadius, under which he consummated the union between the Greek Church and the Ottoman administration. At the present crisis, he stepped forward as the leader of the most bigoted party and excited his followers to the most furious opposition to measures which he had once advocated as salutary for the Church and indispensable to the preservation of the state. The Unionists were now accused of sacrificing true religion to the delusion of human policy, of insulting God to serve the Pope, and of preferring the interests of their bodies to the care of their souls. In place of exhorting their countrymen to aid the emperor, who was straining every nerve to defend their country, in place of infusing into their minds the spirit of patriotism and religion, these teachers of the people were incessantly inveighing against the wickedness of the Unionists and the apostasy of the emperor. So completely did their bigotry extinguish every feeling of patriotism that the Grand Duke Notaras declared he would rather see Constantinople subjected to the turban of the Sultan than to the tiara of the Pope. His wish was gratified, but in dying he must have felt how fearfully he had erred in comparing the effects of papal arrogance with the cruelty of Mahometan tyranny. The Emperor Constantine, who felt the importance of the approaching contest, showed great prudence and moderation in his difficult position. The spirit of Christian charity calmed his temper, and his determination not to survive the empire gave a deliberate coolness to his military conduct. Though his Greek subjects often raised seditions and reviled him in the streets, the emperor took no notice of their behavior. To induce the Orthodox to fight for their country by having a leader of their own party, he left the Grand Duke Notaras in office. Yet he well knew that this bigot would never act cordially with the Latin auxiliaries, who were the best troops in the city, and the emperor had some reason to distrust the patriotism of Notaras, seeing that he hoarded his immense wealth instead of expending a portion of it for his country. The fortifications were not found to be in a good state of repair. 2 monks who had been entrusted with a large sum for the purpose of repairing them had executed their duty in an insufficient and, it was generally said, in a fraudulent manner. The extreme dishonesty that prevailed among the Greek officials explains the selection of monks as treasurers for military objects, and it must lessen our surprise at finding men of their religious professions sharing in the general avarice, or tolerating the habitual peculations of others. Cannon were beginning to be used in sieges, but stone balls were used in the larger pieces of artillery, and the larger the gun, the greater was the effect it was expected to produce. Even in Constantinople there was some artillery too large to be of much use, as the land wall had not been constructed to admit of their recoil, and the ramparts were so weak as to be shaken by their concussion. Constantine had also only a moderate supply of gunpowder, the machines of a past epoch in military science, but to the use of which the Greeks adhered with their conservative prejudices, were brought from the storehouses and planted on the walls beside the modern artillery. Johann Grant, a German officer, was the most experienced artilleryman and military engineer in the place. A considerable number of Italians hastened to Constantinople as soon as they heard of its danger, eager to defend so important a depot of Eastern commerce. The spirit of enterprise and the love of military renown had become as much a characteristic of the merchant nobles of the commercial republics as they had been, in a preceding age, distinctions of the barons in feudal monarchies. All the nations who then traded with Constantinople furnished contingents to defend its walls. A short time before the siege commenced, John Justiniani arrived with 2 Genoese galleys and 300 chosen troops, and the emperor valued his services so highly that he was appointed general of the guard. The resident bailo of the Venetians furnished 3 large galeasses and a body of troops for the defense of the port. The consul of Catalans, with his countrymen and the Aragonese, undertook the defense of the great palace of Bucolaon and the port of Canto Scalion. Cardinal Isidore, with the papal troops, defended the Kinegizion and the angle of the city at the head of the port down to St. Demetrius. The importance of the aid which was afforded by the Latins is proved by the fact that of 12 military divisions into which Constantine divided the fortifications, the commands of only 2 were entrusted to the exclusive direction of Greek officers. In the others, Greeks shared the command with foreigners, or aliens alone conducted the defense. When all Constantine's preparations for defense were completed, he found himself obliged to man a line of wall on the land side of about 5 miles in length, every point of which was exposed to a direct attack. The remainder of the wall toward the port and the Propontis exceeded 9 miles in extent, and his whole garrison hardly amounted to 9,000 men. His fleet consisted of only 20 galleys and 3 Venetian galeasses, but the entry of the port was closed by a chain, the end of which, on the side of Galata, was secured in a strong fort of which the Greeks kept possession. During the winter, the emperor sent out his fleet to ravage the coast of the Propontis as far as Cyzicus, and the spirit of the Greeks was roused by the booty they made in these expeditions. Mahomet II spent the winter at Adrianople, preparing everything necessary for commencing the siege with vigor. His whole mind was absorbed by the glory of conquering the Roman Empire and gaining possession of Constantinople, which for more than 1,150 years had been the capital of the East. While the fever of ambition inflamed his soul, his cooler judgment also warned him that the Ottoman power rested on a perilous basis as long as Constantinople, the true capital of his empire, remained in the hands of others. Mahomet could easily assemble a sufficient number of troops for his enterprise, but it required all his activity and power to collect the requisite supplies of provisions and stores for the immense military and naval force he had ordered to assemble, and to prepare the artillery and ammunition necessary to ensure success. Early and late, in his court and in his cabinet, the young sultan could talk of nothing but the approaching siege. With the writing reed and a scroll of paper in his hand, he was often seen tracing plans of the fortifications of Constantinople, and marking out positions for his own batteries. Every question relating to the extent and locality of the various magazines to be constructed in order to maintain the troops was discussed in his presence. He himself distributed the troops in their respective divisions and regulated the order of their march. He issued the orders relating to the equipment of the fleet and discussed the various methods proposed for breaching, mining, and scaling the walls. His enthusiasm was the impulse of a hero, but the immense superiority of his force would have secured him the victory with any ordinary degree of perseverance. The Ottomans were already familiar with the use of cannon, Amurath II had employed them when he besieged Constantinople in 1422, but Mahomet now resolved on forming a more powerful battering train than had previously existed. Neither the Greeks nor Turks possessed the art of casting large guns. Both were obliged to employ foreigners. An experienced artilleryman and founder named Urban, by birth a Wallachian, carried into execution the Sultan's wishes. He had passed some time in the Greek service, but even the moderate pay he was allowed by the emperor having fallen in arrear, he resigned his place and transferred his services to the Sultan, who knew better how to value warlike knowledge. He now gave Mahomet proof of his skill by casting the largest cannon which had ever been fabricated. He had already placed one of extraordinary size in the new castle of the Bosporus, which carried across the straits. The gun, destined for the siege of Constantinople, far exceeded in size this monster, and the diameter of its mouth must have been nearly 2.5 feet. Other cannon of great size, whose balls of stone weighed 150 pounds, were also cast, as well as many guns of smaller caliber. All these, together with a number of ballistae and other ancient engines still employed in sieges, were mounted on carriages in order to transport them to Constantinople. The conveyance of this formidable train of artillery and of the immense quantity of ammunition required for its service was by no means a trifling operation. The 1st Division of the Ottoman army moved from Adrianople in February 1453. In the meantime, a numerous corps of pioneers worked constantly at the road in order to prepare it for the passage of the long train of artillery and baggage wagons. Temporary bridges, capable of being taken to pieces, were erected by the engineers over every ravine and watercourse, and the materials for every siege advanced steadily, though slowly, to their destination. The extreme difficulty of moving the monster cannon with its immense balls retarded the Sultan's progress, and it was the beginning of April before the whole battering train reached Constantinople, though the distance from Adrianople is barely 100 miles. The division of the army under Karaja Pasha had already reduced Mezembria and the castle of St. Stephanus. Salimbria alone defended itself, and the fortifications were so strong that Mahomet ordered it to be closely blockaded and left its fate to be determined by that of the capital. On April 6th, Sultan Mahomet II encamped on the slope of the hill facing the quarter of Blockhairn, a little beyond the ground occupied by the Crusaders in 1203, and immediately ordered the construction of lines extending from the head of the port to the shore of the Propontis. These lines were formed of a mound of earth, and they served both to restrain the sorties of the besieged and to cover the troops from the fire of the enemy's artillery and missiles. The batteries were then formed. The principal were erected against the gate of Carsius in the quarter of Blockhairn and against the gate of St. Romanus, near the center of the city wall. It was against this last gate that the fire of the monster gun was directed and the chief attack was made. The land forces of the Turks probably amounted to about 70,000 men of all arms and qualities, but the real strength of the army lay in the corps of Janissaries, then the best infantry in Europe, and their number did not exceed 12,000. At the same time, 20,000 cavalry, mounted on the finest horses of the Turkoman breed and hardened by long service, were ready to fight either on horseback or on foot, under the eye of their young sultan. The fleet which had been collected along the Asiatic coast, from the ports of the Black Sea to those of the Aegean, brought additional supplies of men, provisions, and military stores. It consisted of 320 vessels of various sizes and forms. The greater part were only half-decked coasters, and even the largest were far inferior in size to the galleys and galeases of the Greeks and Italians. The fortifications of Constantinople toward the land side vary so little from a straight line that they afford great facilities for attack. The defenses had been originally constructed on a magnificent scale and with great skill, according to the ancient art of war. Even though they were partly ruined by time and weakened by careless reparations, they still offered a formidable obstacle to the imperfect science of the engineers in Mahomet's army. 2 lines of wall, each flanked with its own towers, rose one above the other, overlooking a broad and deep ditch. The interval between these walls enabled the defenders to form in perfect security and facilitated their operations in clearing the ditch and retarding the preparation for assault. The actual appearance of the low walls of Constantinople, with the ditch more than half filled up, gives only an incorrect picture of their former state. Mahomet had made his preparations for the siege with so much skill that his preliminary works advanced with unexpected rapidity. The numerical superiority of his army and the precautions he had adopted for strengthening his lines rendered the sorties of the garrison useless. The ultimate success of the defense depended on the arrival of assistance from abroad, but the numbers of the Ottoman fleet seemed to render even this hope almost desperate. An incident occurred that showed the immense advantage conferred by skill, when united with courage, over an apparently irresistible superiority of force in naval warfare. 4 large ships, laden with grain and stores, one of which bore the Greek and the other the Genoese flag, had remained for some time windbound at Chios, and were anxiously expected at Constantinople. At daybreak, these ships were perceived by the Turkish watchmen steering for Constantinople, with a strong breeze in their favor. The war galleys of the Sultan immediately got under way to capture them. The Sultan himself rode down to the point of Tofane to witness a triumph which he considered certain and which he thought would reduce his enemy to despair. The Greeks crowded the walls of the city, offering up prayers for their friends and trembling for their safety in the desperate struggle that awaited them. The Christians had several advantages which their nautical experience enabled them to turn to good account. The good size of their ships, the strength of their construction, their weight, and their high bulwarks were all powerful means of defense when aided by a stiff breeze blowing directly in the teeth of their opponents. The Turks were compelled to row their galleys against this wind and the heavy sea it raised. In vain they attacked the Christians with reckless valor, fighting under the eye of their fiery sovereign. The skill of their enemy rendered all their attacks abortive. In vain one squadron attempted to impede the progress of the Christians, while another endeavored to run alongside and carry them by boarding. Every Turkish galley that opposed their progress was crushed under the weight of their heavy hulls, while those that endeavored to board had their oars shivered in the shock and drifted helpless far astern. The few that succeeded for a moment in retaining their place alongside were either sunk by immense angular blocks of stone that were dropped on their frail timbers, or were filled with flames and smoke by the Greek fire that was poured upon them. The rapidity with which the best galleys were sunk or disabled appalled the bravest, and at last the Turks shrank from close combat on an element where they saw that valor without experience was of no avail. The Christian ships, in the meantime, held steadily on their course under all the canvas their masts could carry, until they rounded the point of St. Demetrius and entered the port, where the chain was joyfully lowered to admit them. The young Sultan, on seeing the defeat of his galleys, lost all command over his temper. He could hardly be restrained from urging his horse into the sea, and in his frantic passion heaped every term of abuse and insult on his naval officers. He even talked of ordering his admiral, Baltaoglu, to be impaled on the spot, but the Janissaries present compelled even Mahomet to restrain his vengeance. This check revealed to Mahomet the extent of the danger to which his naval force was exposed should either the Genoese or Venetians send a powerful fleet to the assistance of the Emperor Constantine. This naval discomfiture was also attended by some disasters on shore. The monster cannon burst before it had produced any serious impression on the walls. Its loss, however, was soon replaced, but the Ottoman army was repulsed in a general attack. An immense tower of timber, mounted on many wheels, and constructed on the model used in sieges from the time of the ancient Greeks and Romans, was dragged up to the edge of the ditch. Under its cover, workmen were incessantly employed throwing materials into the ditch to enable the tower itself to approach the walls, while the fire of several guns and the operations of a corps of miners ruined the opposite tower of the city. The progress of the besiegers induced them to risk an assault, in which they were repulsed after a hard-fought struggle, and during the following night John Justiniani made a great sortie, during which his workmen cleared the ditch, and his soldiers filled the tower with combustible materials and burned it to the ground. Its exterior, having been protected by a triple covering of buffalo hides, was found to be impervious even to Greek fire. In order to counteract the effect of these defeats, which had depressed the courage of the Ottomans and raised the spirits of the Greeks, the Sultan resolved to adopt measures for placing his fleet in security and facilitating the communication between the army before Constantinople and the naval camp on the Bosporus. The Venetians had recently transported a number of their galleys from the river Adige overland to the Lake of Garda. This exploit, which had been loudly celebrated at the time, suggested to the Sultan the idea of transporting a number of vessels from the Bosporus into the port of Constantinople, where the smooth water and the command of the shore would secure to his ships the mastery of the upper half of that extensive harbor. The distance over which it was necessary to transport the galleys was only 5 miles, but a steep hill presented a formidable obstacle to the undertaking. Mahomet, nevertheless, having witnessed the transport of his monster cannon over rivers and hills, was persuaded that his engineers would find no difficulty in moving his ships overland. A road was accordingly made, and laid with strong planks and wooden rails, which were plastered over with tallow. It extended from the station occupied by the fleet at Dolma Bakhchi to the summit of the ridge near the cemetery of Pera. On this inclined plane, with the assistance of windlasses and numerous yokes of oxen, the vessels were hauled up, one after the other, to the summit of the hill, from whence they descended with difficulty to the point beyond the present arsenal, where they were launched into the port under the protection of batteries prepared for their defense. Historians, wishing to give a dramatic character to their pages, have attributed marvelous difficulties to this daring exploit. It was a well-conceived and well-executed undertaking, for a division of the Ottoman fleet was conveyed into the port in a single night, where the Greeks, at the dawn of day, were amazed at beholding the hostile ships safe under the protection of inexpugnable batteries. To establish an easy and rapid communication between the naval camp on the Bosporus and the army before Constantinople, Mahomet ordered a floating bridge to be constructed across the port, from the point near the old foundry on the side of Galata, to that near the angle of the city walls, near Hayvan Sarai, the ancient amphitheater. The roadway of this bridge was supported on the enormous jars used for storing oil and wine, numbers of which were easily collected in the suburbs of Galata. These jars, when bound together with their mouth inverted in the water, formed admirable pontoons. Artillery was mounted on this bridge, and the galleys were brought up to the city walls, which were now assailed from a quarter hitherto safe from attack. The Genoese under Justiniani on one occasion, and the Venetians on another, were defeated in their attempts to burn the Turkish fleet and destroy the bridge. The fire of the artillery rendered the attacks of the Italians abortive, and their failure afforded a decisive proof that the defense of the city was becoming desperate. To avoid the admission of their inferiority in force, the defeated parties threw the blame on one another, and their dissensions became so violent that the emperor could hardly appease the quarrel. During all the labors of the besiegers in other quarters, the approaches were pushed vigorously forward against the land wall. Though the activity in other and more novel operations might attract greater attention, the industry of those engaged in filling up the ditch and the fire of the breaching batteries never relaxed. Though all attempts to cross the ditch at the gate of St. Romanus were long baffled by the Greeks, and the mining operations at Black Cairn were discovered and defeated by Johann Grant, still the superior number and indefatigable perseverance of the Ottomans at last filled up the ditch, and the fire of their guns ruined the walls. A visible change in the state of the fortifications encouraged the assailants and showed the besieged that the enemy was gradually gaining a decided advantage. At the commencement of the siege, the Ottoman engineers had displayed so little knowledge of the mode of using artillery to effect a breach that a Hungarian envoy from John Hunyady, who visited Mahomet's camp, ridiculed the idea of their producing any effect on the walls of Constantinople. This stranger was said to have taught the Turks to fire in volleys and to cut the wall in rectangular sections in order to produce a practicable breach. The batteries at length effected a practicable breach at the gate of St. Romanus. Before issuing his final orders for the assault, Mahomet II summoned the emperor to surrender the city, and offered him a considerable appanage as a vassal of the port elsewhere. Constantine rejected the insulting offer, and the Sultan prepared to take Constantinople by storm. 4 days were employed in the Ottoman camp, making all the arrangements necessary for a simultaneous attack by land and sea along the whole line of the fortifications, from the modern quarter of Phanar to the Golden Gate. The Greeks and Latins within the walls were not less active in their exertions to meet the crisis. The Latins were sustained by their habits of military discipline and their experiences of the chances of war. The Greeks placed great confidence in some popular prophecies which foretold the ultimate defeat of the Turks. They felt a pious conviction that the imperial and orthodox city would never fall into the hands of infidels. But the Emperor Constantine was deceived by no vain hopes. He knew that human prudence and valor could do no more than had been done to retard the progress of the besiegers. Time had been gained, but the Greeks showed no disposition to fight for a heretical emperor, and no succors arrived from the Pope and the Western princes. Constantine could now only hope to prolong the defense for a few hours, and, when the city fell, to bring his own life to a glorious termination by dying on the breach. On the night before the assault, the emperor rode round to all the posts occupied by the garrison, and encouraged the troops to expect victory by his cheerful demeanor. He then visited the church of St. Sophia, already deserted by the Orthodox, where with his attendants he partook of the Holy Sacrament according to the Latin form. He returned for a short time to the imperial palace, and, on quitting it to take his station at the Great Breach, he was so overcome by the certainty that he should never again behold those present that he turned to the members of his household, many of whom had been the companions of his youth, and solemnly asked them to pardon every offense he had ever given them. Tears burst from all present as Constantine mounted his horse and rode slowly forward to meet his fate. The contrast between the city of the Christians and the camp of the Mahometans was not encouraging. Within the walls, an emperor in the decline of life commanded a small and disunited force, with 20 leaders under his orders, each at the head of an almost independent band of Greek, Genoese, Venetian, or Catalan soldiers. So slight was the tie which bound these various chiefs together that, even when they were preparing for the final assault, the emperor was obliged to use all his authority and personal influence to prevent Justiniani and the Grand Duke Notaras from coming to blows. Justiniani demanded to be supplied with some additional guns for the defense of the Great Breach, but Notaras, who had the official control over the artillery, peremptorily refused the demand. In the Turkish camp, on the other hand, perfect unity prevailed, and a young, ardent, and able sovereign concentrated in his hands the most despotic authority over a numerous and well-disciplined army. To excite the energy of that army to the highest pitch of enthusiasm, the Sultan proclaimed to his troops that he granted them the whole plunder of Constantinople, reserving to himself only the public buildings. The day of the battle was regarded as a religious festival in the Ottoman camp, and on the previous night lamps were hung out before every tent, and fires were kindled on every eminence in or near the lines. Thousands of lanterns were suspended from the flagstaffs of the batteries and from the masts and yards of the ships, and were reflected in the waters of the Propontis, the Golden Horn, and the Bosporus. The whole Ottoman encampment was resplendent with the blaze of this illumination. Yet a deep silence prevailed during the whole night, except when the musical cadence of the solemn chant of the call to prayers showed the Greeks the immense numbers and the strict discipline of the host. Before the dawn of day, on the morning of May 29, 1453, the signal was given for the attack. Column after column marched forward and took up its ground before the portion of the wall it was ordered to assail. The galleys, fitted with towers and scaling platforms, advanced against the fortifications of the port, protected by the guns on the bridge. But the principal attack was directed against the breach at the gate of St. Romanus, where 2 flanking towers had fallen into the ditch and opened a passage into the interior of the city. The gate of Carcius and the quarter of Black Heron were also assailed by chosen regiments of Janissaries in overwhelming numbers. The attack was made with daring courage, but for more than 2 hours every point was successfully defended. In the port, the Italian and Greek ships opposed the Turkish galleys so effectually that the final result appeared to favor the besieged. But on the land side, one column of troops followed the other in an incessant stream. The moment a division fell back from the assault, new battalions occupied its place. The valor of the besieged was for some time successful, but they were at last fatigued by their exertions, and their scanty numbers were weakened by wounds and death. Unfortunately, Justiniani, the protostrator or marshal of the army and the ablest officer in the place, received a wound which induced him to retire on board his ship to have it dressed. Until that moment, he and the emperor had defended the great breach with advantage, but after his retreat, Sagan Pasha, observing that the energy of the defenders was relaxed, excited the bravest of the Janissaries to mount to the assault. A chosen company led by Hassan of Ulabad, a man of gigantic frame, first crossed the ruins of the wall, and their leader gained the summit of the dilapidated tower which flanked the breach. The defenders, headed by the Emperor Constantine, made a desperate resistance. Hassan and many of his followers were slain, but the Janissaries had secured the vantage ground, and, fresh troops pouring into their aid, they surrounded the defenders of the breach. The emperor fell amid a heap of slain, and a column of Janissaries rushed into Constantinople over his lifeless body. About the same time, another corps of the Ottomans forced an entrance into the city at the gate of the Circus, which had been left almost without defense, for the besieged were not sufficiently numerous to guard the whole line of the fortifications, and their best troops were drawn to the points where the attacks were fiercest. The corps that forced the gate of the Circus took the defenders of the gate of Carcius in the rear and overpowered all resistance in the quarter of Blackhearn. Several gates were now thrown open, and the army entered Constantinople at several points. The cry that the enemy had stormed the walls preceded their march. Senators, priests, monks, and nuns, men, women, and children all rushed to seek safety in St. Sophia's. A prediction current among the Greeks flattered them with the vain hope that an angel would descend from heaven and destroy the Mahometans, in order to reveal the extent of God's love for the Orthodox. St. Sophia's, which for some time they had forsaken as a spot profaned by the emperor's attempt at a union of the Christian world, was again revered as the sanctuary of orthodoxy, and was crowded with the flower of the Greek nation, confident of a miraculous interposition in favor of their national pride and ecclesiastical prejudices. The besiegers, when they first entered the city, fearing lest they might encounter serious resistance in the narrow streets, put every soul they encountered to the sword. But as soon as they were fully aware of the small number of the garrison, and the impossibility of any further opposition, they began to make prisoners. At length they reached St. Sophia's, and, rushing into that magnificent temple, which could with ease contain 20,000 persons, they performed deeds of plunder and violence not unlike the scenes which the Crusaders had enacted in the same spot in 1204. The men, women, and children who had sought safety in the building were divided among the soldiers as slaves, without any reference to their rank or respect for their ties of blood, and hurried off to the camp, or placed under the guard of comrades, who formed a joint alliance for the security of their plunder. The ecclesiastical ornaments and church plate were poor indeed when compared with the immense riches of the Byzantine cathedral in the time of the Crusaders, but whatever was movable was immediately divided among the soldiers with such celerity that the mighty temple soon presented few traces of having been a Christian church. While one division of the victorious army was engaged in plundering the southern side of the city, from the gate of St. Romanus to the church of St. Sophia, another, turning to the port, made itself master of the warehouses that were filled with merchandise, and surrounded the Greek troops under the Grand Duke Notaras. The Greeks were easily subdued, and Notaras surrendered himself a prisoner. About midday, the Turks were in possession of the whole city, and Mahomet II entered his new capital at the gate of St. Romanus, riding triumphantly past the body of the Emperor Constantine, which lay concealed among the slain in the breach he had defended. The Sultan rode straight to the church of St. Sophia, where he gave the necessary orders for the preservation of all the public buildings. Even during the license of the sack, the severe education and grave character of the Ottomans exerted a powerful influence on their conduct, and on this occasion there was no example of the wanton destruction and willful conflagrations that had signalized the Latin conquest. To convince the Greeks that their Orthodox empire was extinct, Mahomet ordered a mullah to ascend the Bama and address a sermon to the Mussulmans, announcing that St. Sophia was now a mosque set apart for the prayers of the true believers. To put an end to all doubts concerning the death of the emperor, he ordered Constantine's head to be brought and exposed to the people of the capital, from whence it was afterwards sent as a trophy to be seen by the Greeks of the principal cities in the Ottoman Empire. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War of the Roses, A.D. 1455 to 1485. Death of Richard III at Bosworth by David Hume, Part 1. Historians themselves declare that no part of English history since the Norman Conquest is so obscure and uncertain as that of the Wars of the Roses. All we can distinguish with certainty through the deep cloud which covers that period is a scene of horror and bloodshed, savage manners, arbitrary executions and treacheries, dishonorable conduct in all parties. These brutal aspects of that horrid drama of history, running through more than the course of a full generation, are depicted for the mimic stage by Shakespeare in Henry VI and Richard III, with the vividness that brings before us the ghastly realities of the historic theater itself, and with such realization of the rude forces at work as calls for all the poets' refining art to make their representation tolerable to modern spectators. But the historians, while consciously failing to discover the hidden motives of intrigue and treachery which throughout actuated the parties to this fearful struggle of Englishmen with Englishmen, have nevertheless recorded for us its main outlines and leading episodes with sufficient clearness. We are enabled to see England as she was in that great transition of her making, in the throes of civil strife, again to be endured 2 centuries later, through which she must pass before she could become a land of settled government. During the weak reign of Henry VI, France was delivered from English rule, mainly through the heroism of Jeanne d'Arc. In 1450, the Commons rose against King Henry and the House of Lancaster, to which he belonged, and declared in favor of the House of York, these houses having already come into serious rivalry for the supreme power. The disasters in France strengthened the Yorkists and brought their representative, Richard, Duke of York, to the front, with armed forces to support his claims. In 1452, he marched upon London, demanding the removal of the Duke of Somerset, Henry's chief minister, but a conflict was temporarily averted. When in 1454 King Henry became insane, the Duke of York was made protector by Parliament. He might now have seized the crown, but his forbearance was taken advantage of by the rival party, and proved the source of all those furious wars which ensued, the Wars of the Roses, beginning with the first battle of St. Albans in 1455, and ending with the death of Richard III at Bosworth Field in 1485. The wars were signalized by 12 pitched battles. They cost the lives of about 80 princes of the blood, and during their ravages the ancient nobility of England was almost annihilated. Yet in these fierce wars comparatively little damage was done to the general population, or to industry and trade. The wars derived their name from the fact that the partisans of the House of Lancaster took the red rose as their badge, and those of York chose the white rose. The enemies of the Duke of York soon found it in their power to take advantage of his excessive caution. Henry, being so far recovered from his distemper as to carry the appearance of exercising the royal power, they moved him to resume his authority, to annul the protectorship of the Duke, and to commit the administration into the hands of Somerset, 1455. Richard, sensible of the dangers which might attend his former acceptance of the parliamentary commission, should he submit to the annulling of it, levied an army, but still without advancing any pretensions to the crown. He complained only of the king's ministers and demanded a reformation of the government. A battle was fought at St. Albans, in which the Yorkists were superior, and, without suffering any material loss, slew about 5,000 of their enemies, among whom were the Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Northumberland, the Earl of Stafford, eldest son of the Duke of Buckingham, Lord Clifford, and many other persons of distinction. The king himself fell into the hands of the Duke of York, who treated him with great respect and tenderness. He was only obliged, which he regarded as no hardship, to commit the whole authority of the crown into the hands of his rival. Affairs did not immediately proceed to the last extremities. The nation was kept some time in suspense. The vigor and spirit of Queen Margaret, wife of Henry VI, supporting her small power, still proved a balance to the great authority of Richard, which was checked by his irresolute temper. A parliament, which was soon after assembled, plainly discovered by the contrariety of their proceedings the contrariety of the motives by which they were actuated. They granted the Yorkists a general indemnity, and they restored the protectorship to the Duke, but at the same time they renewed their oaths of fealty to Henry, and fixed the continuance of the protectorship to the majority of his son Edward. It was not found difficult to wrest power from hands so little tenacious as those of the Duke of York. Margaret, availing herself of that prince's absence, produced her husband before the House of Lords, and as his state of health permitted him at that time to act his part with some tolerable decency, he declared his intentions of resuming the government and of putting an end to Richard's authority. The House of Lords assented to Henry's proposal, and the king was declared to be reinstated. Even the Duke of York acquiesced in this irregular act of the peers, and no disturbance ensued. But that prince's claim to the crown was too well known, and the steps which he had taken to promote it were too evident, ever to allow sincere trust and confidence to have place between the parties. The court retired to Coventry, and invited the Duke of York and the Earls of Salisbury and Warwick to attend the king's person. When they were on the road, they received intelligence that designs were formed against their liberties and lives. They immediately separated themselves. Richard withdrew to his castle of Wigmore, Salisbury to Middleham in Yorkshire, and Warwick to his government of Calais, which had been committed to him after the Battle of St. Albans, and which, as it gave him the command of the only regular military force maintained by England, was of the utmost importance in the present juncture. Still, men of peaceable dispositions, and among the rest Bourchier, Archbishop of Canterbury, thought it not too late to interpose with their good offices in order to prevent that effusion of blood with which the kingdom was threatened, and the awe in which each party stood of the other rendered the mediation for some time successful. It was agreed that all the great leaders on both sides should meet in London and be solemnly reconciled. The Duke of York and his partisans came thither with numerous retinues, and took up their quarters near each other for mutual security. The leaders of the Lancastrian party used the same precaution. The mayor, at the head of 5,000 men, kept a strict watch night and day, and was extremely vigilant in maintaining the peace between them. Terms were adjusted, which removed not the ground of difference. An outward reconciliation only was procured, and in order to notify this accord to the whole people, a solemn procession to St. Paul's was appointed, where the Duke of York led Queen Margaret, and a leader of one party marched hand in hand with a leader of the opposite. The less real cordiality prevailed, the more were the exterior demonstrations of amity redoubled. But it was evident that a contest for the crown could not thus be peaceably accommodated, that each party watched only for an opportunity of subverting the other, and that much blood must yet be spilt ere the nation could be restored to perfect tranquillity, or enjoy a settled and established government. Even the smallest accident, without any formed design, was sufficient in the present disposition of men's minds to dissolve the seeming harmony between the parties, and had the intentions of the leaders been ever so amicable, they would have found it difficult to restrain the animosity of their followers. One of the king's retinue insulted one of the Earl of Warwick's. Their companions on both sides took part in the quarrel. A fierce combat ensued. The Earl apprehended his life to be aimed at. He fled to his government of Calais, and both parties in every county of England openly made preparations for deciding the contest by war and arms. The Earl of Salisbury, marching to join the Duke of York, was overtaken at Blore Heath, on the borders of Staffordshire, by Lord Audley, who commanded much superior forces, and a small rivulet with steep banks ran between the armies. Salisbury here supplied his defect in numbers by stratagem, a refinement of which there occur few instances in the English civil wars, where a headlong courage more than military conduct is commonly to be remarked. He feigned a retreat, and allured Audley to follow him with precipitation, but when the van of the royal army had passed the brook, Salisbury suddenly turned upon them, and partly by the surprise, partly by the division of the enemy's forces, put this body to rout. The example of flight was followed by the rest of the army, and Salisbury, obtaining a complete victory, reached the general rendezvous of the Yorkists at Ludlow. The Earl of Warwick brought over to this rendezvous a choice body of veterans from Calais, on whom it was thought the fortune of the war would much depend. But this reinforcement occasioned, in this issue, the immediate ruin of the Duke of York's party. When the royal army approached, and a general action was every hour expected, Sir Andrew Trollope, who commanded the veterans, deserted to the king in the night time. and the Yorkists were so dismayed at this instance of treachery, which made every man suspicious of his fellow, that they separated the next day without striking a blow. The Duke fled to Ireland. The Earl of Warwick, attended by many of the other leaders, escaped to Calais, where his great popularity among all orders of men, particularly among the military, soon drew to him partisans and rendered his power very formidable. The friends of the House of York in England kept themselves everywhere in readiness to rise on the first summons from their leader. After meeting with some successes at sea, Warwick landed in Kent with the Earl of Salisbury and the Earl of March, eldest son of the Duke of York, and being met by the primate, by Lord Cobham, and other persons of distinction, he marched amid the acclamations of the people to London. The city immediately opened its gates to him, and his troops increasing on every day's march, he soon found himself in a condition to face the royal army, which hastened from Coventry to attack him. The battle was fought at Northampton, and was soon decided against the royalists by the infidelity of Lord Grey of Ruthin, who, commanding Henry's van, deserted to the enemy during the heat of the action, and spread a consternation through the troops. The Duke of Buckingham, the Earl of Shrewsbury, the Lords Beaumont and Egremont, and Sir William Lucy were killed in the action or pursuit. The slaughter fell chiefly on the gentry and nobility. The common people were spared by orders of the Earls of Warwick and March. Henry himself, that empty shadow of a king, was again taken prisoner, and as the innocence and simplicity of his manners, which bore the appearance of sanctity, had procured him the tender regard of the people, Earl of Warwick and the other leaders took care to distinguish themselves by their respectful demeanor toward him. A parliament was summoned in the king's name, and met at Westminster, where the Duke soon after appeared from Ireland. This prince had never hitherto advanced openly any claim to the crown. He advanced toward the throne, and being met by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who asked him whether he had yet paid his respects to the king, he replied that he knew of none to whom he owed that title. He then stood near the throne, and addressing himself to the House of Peers, he gave them a deduction of his title by descent and pleaded his cause before them. The lords remained in suspense, and no one ventured to utter a word. Richard was much disappointed at their silence, but, desiring them to reflect on what he had proposed to them, he departed the house. The peers, after deliberating, declared the title of the Duke of York to be certain and indefeasible, but in consideration that Henry had enjoyed the crown without dispute or controversy during the course of 38 years, they determined that he should continue to possess the title and dignity during the remainder of his life, that the administration of the government, meanwhile, should remain with Richard, that he should be acknowledged the true and lawful heir of the monarchy, and that everyone should swear to maintain his succession, and it should be treason to attempt his life. The act thus passed with the unanimous consent of the whole legislative body. The Duke, apprehending his chief danger to arise from Queen Margaret, sought a pretense for banishing her the kingdom. He sent her in the king's name a summons to come immediately to London, intending, in case of her disobedience, to proceed to extremities against her. But the queen needed not this menace to excite her activity in defending the rights of her family. After the defeat of Northampton, she had fled with her infant son to Durham, thence to Scotland. But soon returning, she applied to the northern barons and employed every motive to procure their assistance. Her affability, insinuation, and address, qualities in which she excelled, her caresses, her promises, wrought a powerful effect on everyone who approached her. The admiration of her great qualities was succeeded by compassion toward her helpless condition. The nobility of that quarter, who regarded themselves as the most warlike in the kingdom, were moved by indignation to find the southern barons pretend to dispose of the crown and settle the government, and that they might allure the people to their standard, they promised them the spoils of all the provinces on the other side of the Trent. By these means, the queen had collected an army 20,000 strong, with a celerity which was neither expected by her friends nor apprehended by her enemies. The Duke of York, informed of her appearance in the north, hastened thither with a body of 5,000 men to suppress, as he imagined, the beginnings of an insurrection, when, on his arrival at Wakefield, he found himself so much outnumbered by the enemy. He threw himself into Sandal Castle, which was situated in the neighborhood, and he was advised by the Earl of Salisbury and other prudent counselors to remain in that fortress till his son, the Earl of March, who was levying forces in the borders of Wales, could advance to his assistance. But the Duke, though deficient in political courage, possessed personal bravery in an eminent degree, and notwithstanding his wisdom and experience, he thought that he should be forever disgraced if by taking shelter behind walls he should for a moment resign the victory to a woman. He descended into the plain and offered battle to the enemy, which was instantly accepted. The great inequality of numbers was sufficient alone to decide the victory, but the Queen, by sending a detachment who fell on the back of the Duke's army, rendered her advantage still more certain and undisputed. The Duke himself was killed in the action, and as his body was found among the slain, the head was cut off by Margaret's orders and fixed on the gates of York, with a paper crown upon it, in derision of his pretended title. The Queen, after this important victory, divided her army. She sent the smaller division under Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, half-brother to the king, against Edward, the new Duke of York. She herself marched with the larger division toward London, where the Earl of Warwick had been left with the command of the Yorkists. Pembroke was defeated by Edward at Mortimer's Cross in Herefordshire. His army was dispersed, and he himself escaped by flight. Margaret compensated this defeat by a victory which she obtained over the Earl of Warwick. That nobleman, on the approach of the Lancastrians, led out his army, reinforced by a strong body of the Londoners who were affectionate to his cause, and he gave battle to the Queen at St. Albans. While the armies were warmly engaged, Lovelace, who commanded a considerable body of the Yorkists, withdrew from the combat, and this treacherous conduct decided the victory in favor of the Queen. The person of the king fell again into the hands of his own party. Lord Bonville, to whose care he had been entrusted by the Yorkists, remained with him after the defeat, on assurances of pardon given him by Henry. But Margaret, regardless of her husband's promise, immediately ordered the head of that nobleman to be struck off by the executioner. Sir Thomas Kyriel, a brave warrior, who had signalized himself in the French wars, was treated in the same manner. The Queen made no great advantage of this victory. Young Edward advanced upon her from the other side, and collecting the remains of Warwick's army, was soon in a condition of giving her battle with superior forces. She found it necessary to retreat to the north. Edward entered the capital amid the acclamations of the citizens, and immediately opened a new scene to his party. This prince, in the bloom of youth, remarkable for the beauty of his person, for his bravery, his activity, his affability, and every popular quality, found himself so much possessed of public favor that, elated with the spirit natural to his age, he resolved no longer to confine himself within those narrow limits which his father had prescribed to himself, and which had been found by experience so prejudicial to his cause. He determined to assume the name and dignity of king, to insist openly on his claim, and thenceforth to treat the opposite party as traitors and rebels to his lawful authority. His army was ordered to assemble in St. John's Fields, and great numbers of people surrounded them. They were asked whether they would have Henry of Lancaster for king. They unanimously exclaimed against the proposal. It was then demanded whether they would accept of Edward, eldest son of the late Duke of York. They expressed their assent by loud and joyful acclamations. A great number of bishops, lords, magistrates, and other persons of distinction were next assembled at Baynard's Castle, who ratified the popular election, and the new king was on the subsequent day proclaimed in London by the title of Edward IV. In this manner ended the reign of Henry VI, a monarch who, while in his cradle, had been proclaimed king of both France and England, and who began his life with the most splendid prospects that any prince in Europe had ever enjoyed. End of section 7. Read by Colleen McMahon. Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War of the Roses, A.D. 1455 to 1485. Death of Richard III at Bosworth, by David Hume, Part 2. Young Edward, now in his 20th year, was bold, active, and enterprising. The very commencement of his reign gave symptoms of his sanguinary disposition. The scaffold, as well as the field, incessantly streamed with the noblest blood of England. Queen Margaret had prudently retired northward among her own partisans, and she was able, in a few days, to assemble an army 60,000 strong in Yorkshire. The king and the Earl of Warwick hastened, with an army of 40,000 men, to check her progress, and when they reached Pomfret, they dispatched a body of troops, under the command of Lord Fitzwalter, to secure the passage of Ferry Bridge over the river Our, which lay between them and the enemy. Fitzwalter took possession of the post assigned him, but was not able to maintain it against Lord Clifford, who attacked him with superior numbers. The Yorkists were chased back with great slaughter, and Lord Fitzwalter himself was slain in the action. The Earl of Warwick, dreading the consequences of this disaster, at a time when a decisive action was every hour expected, immediately ordered his horse to be brought to him, which he stabbed before the whole army, and kissing the hilt of his sword, swore that he was determined to share the fate of the meanest soldier. A proclamation was at the same time issued, giving to everyone full liberty to retire, but menacing the severest punishment to those who should discover any symptoms of cowardice in the ensuing battle. Lord Falkenberg was sent to recover the post which had been lost. He passed the river some miles above Ferry Bridge, and falling unexpectedly on Lord Clifford, revenged the former disaster by the defeat of the party and the death of their leader. The hostile armies met at Tewton, and a fierce and bloody battle ensued. While the Yorkists were advancing to the charge, there happened a great fall of snow, which, driving full in the faces of their enemies, blinded them, and this advantage was improved by a stratagem of Lord Falkenberg's. That nobleman ordered some infantry to advance before the line, and after having sent a volley of flight arrows, as they were called, amid the enemy, immediately to retire. The Lancastrians, imagining that they were gotten within reach of the opposite army, discharged all of their arrows, which thus fell short of the Yorkists. After the quivers of the enemy were emptied, Edward advanced his line and did execution with impunity on the dismayed Lancastrians. The bow, however, was soon laid aside, and the sword decided the combat, which ended in a total victory on the side of the Yorkists. Edward issued orders to give no quarter. The routed army was pursued to Tadcaster with great bloodshed and confusion, and above 36,000 men are computed to have fallen in the battle and pursuit. Henry and Margaret had remained at York during the action, but, learning the defeat of their army, they fled into Scotland. Scotland had never exerted itself to take advantage either of the wars which England carried on with France, or of the civil commotions between the contending families. James I avoided all hostilities with foreign nations. After the murder of that excellent prince, the minority of his son and successor, James II, and the distractions incident to it, retained the Scots in the same state of neutrality. But when the quarrel commenced between the houses of York and Lancaster, and became absolutely incurable but by the total extinction of one party, James, who had now risen to man's estate, was tempted to seize the opportunity, and he endeavored to recover those places which the English had formerly conquered from his ancestors. He laid siege to the castle of Roxburgh in 1460, and had provided himself with a small train of artillery for that enterprise, but his cannon was so ill-framed that one of them burst as he was firing it, and put an end to his life in the flower of his age. His son and successor James III was also a minor on his accession. The usual distractions ensued in the government. The Queen Dowager, Anne of Guelders, aspired to the regency. The family of Douglas opposed her pretensions. And Queen Margaret, when she fled into Scotland, found there a people little less divided by faction than those by whom she had been expelled. Though she pleaded the connections between the royal family of Scotland and the House of Lancaster, she could engage the Scottish Council to go no further than to express their good wishes in her favor. But on her offer to deliver to them immediately the important fortress of Berwick, and to contract her son in marriage with a sister of King James, she found a better reception, and the Scots promised the assistance of their arms to reinstate her family upon the throne. But Edward did not pursue the fugitive king and queen into their retreat. He returned to London, where a parliament was summoned for settling the government. On the meeting of this assembly, Edward found the good effects of his vigorous measure in assuming the crown, as well as of his victory at Tewton, by which he had secured it. The Parliament no longer hesitated between the two families, or proposed any of those ambiguous decisions which could only serve to perpetuate and to inflame the animosities of party. They recognized the title of Edward by hereditary descent through the family of Mortimer, and declared that he was king by right from the death of his father, who had also the same lawful title, and that he was in possession of the crown from the day that he assumed the government, tendered to him by the acclamations of the people. They reinstated the king in all the possessions which had belonged to the crown at the pretended deposition of Richard II. But the new establishment seemed precarious and uncertain, not only from the domestic discontents of the people, but from the efforts of foreign powers. Louis, the 11th of the name, had succeeded to his father Charles in 1460, and was led, from the obvious motives of national interest, to feed the flames of civil discord among such dangerous neighbors by giving support to the weaker party. But the intriguing and politic genius of this prince was here checked by itself. Having attempted to subdue the independent spirit of his own vassals, he had excited such an opposition at home as prevented him from making all the advantage, which the opportunity afforded, of the dissensions among the English. He sent, however, a small body to Henry's assistance under Varenne, Seneschal of Normandy, 1462, who landed in Northumberland and got possession of the castle of Alnwick. But as the indefatigable Margaret went in person to France, where she solicited larger supplies, and promised Louis to deliver up Calais if her family should, by his means, be restored to the throne of England, he was induced to send along with her a body of 2,000 men-at-arms, which enabled her to take the field and to make an inroad into England in 1464. Though reinforced by a numerous train of adventurers from Scotland, and by many partisans of the family of Lancaster, she received a check at Hedgeley Moor from Lord Montague, brother to the Earl of Warwick and warden of the East Marches between Scotland and England. Montague was so encouraged with this success that, while a numerous reinforcement was on its march to join him by orders from Edward, he yet ventured, with his own troops alone, to attack the Lancastrians at Hexham, and he obtained a complete victory over them. The Duke of Somerset, the Lords Roos and Hungerford were taken in the pursuit, and immediately beheaded by martial law at Hexham. Summary justice was in like manner executed at Newcastle on Sir Humphrey Neville and several other gentlemen. All those who were spared in the field suffered on the scaffold, and the utter extermination of their adversaries was now become the plain object of the York party, a conduct which received but too plausible an apology from the preceding practice of the Lancastrians. The fate of the unfortunate royal family after this defeat was singular. Margaret, flying with her son into a forest where she endeavored to conceal herself, was beset during the darkness of the night by robbers, who, either ignorant or regardless of her quality, despoiled her of her rings and jewels and treated her with utmost indignity. The partition of this rich booty raised a quarrel among them, and while their attention was thus engaged, she took the opportunity of making her escape with her son into the thickest of the forest, where she wandered for some time, overspent with hunger and fatigue, and sunk with terror and affliction. While in this wretched condition, she saw a robber approach with his naked sword, and, finding that she had no means of escape, she suddenly embraced the resolution of trusting entirely for protection to his faith and generosity. She advanced toward him, and presenting to him the young prince, called out to him, "Here, my friend, I commit to your care the safety of your king's son." The man, whose humanity and generous spirit had been obscured, not entirely lost, by his vicious course of life, was struck with the singularity of the event, was charmed with the confidence reposed in him, and vowed not only to abstain from all injury against the princess, but to devote himself entirely to her service. By his means she dwelt some time concealed in the forest, and was at last conducted to the sea-coast, whence she made her escape into Flanders. She passed thence into her father's court, where she lived several years in privacy and retirement. Her husband was not so fortunate or so dexterous in finding the means of escape. Some of his friends took him under their protection and conveyed him into Lancashire, where he remained concealed during a 12-month. But he was at last detected, delivered up to Edward, and thrown into the Tower. The safety of his person was owing less to the generosity of his enemies than to the contempt which they had entertained of his courage and his understanding. The imprisonment of Henry, the expulsion of Margaret, the execution and confiscation of all of the most eminent Lancastrians, seemed to give full security to Edward's government. But his amorous temper led him into a snare, which proved fatal to his repose and to the stability of his throne. Jacqueline of Luxembourg, Duchess of Bedford, had, after her husband's death, so far sacrificed her ambition to love that she espoused in second marriage Sir Richard Woodville, a private gentleman, to whom she bore several children, and among the rest Elizabeth, who was remarkable for the grace and beauty of her person, as well as for other amiable accomplishments. This young lady had married Sir John Grey of Groby, by whom she had children, and her husband being slain in the second battle of St. Albans, fighting on the side of Lancaster, and his estate being for that reason confiscated, his widow retired to live with her father at his seat of Grafton, in Northamptonshire. The king came accidentally to the house after a hunting party, in order to pay a visit to the Duchess of Bedford, and as the occasion seemed favorable for obtaining some grace from this gallant monarch, the young widow flung herself at his feet, and with many tears entreated him to take pity on her impoverished and distressed children. The sight of so much beauty in affliction strongly affected the amorous Edward. Love stole sensibly into his heart under the guise of compassion, and her sorrow, so becoming a virtuous matron, made his esteem and regard quickly correspond to his affection. He raised her from the ground with assurances of favor. He found his passion increase every moment by the conversation of the amiable object, and he was soon reduced in his turn to the posture and style of a supplicant at the feet of Elizabeth. But the lady, either averse to dishonorable love from a sense of duty, or perceiving that the impression which she had made was so deep as to give her hopes of obtaining the highest elevation, obstinately refused to gratify his passions, and all the endearments, caresses, and importunities of the young and amiable Edward proved fruitless against her rigid and inflexible virtue. His passion, irritated by opposition and increased by his veneration for such honorable sentiments, carried him at last beyond all bounds of reason, and he offered to share his throne, as well as his heart, with the woman whose beauty of person and dignity of character seemed so well to entitle her to both. The marriage was privately celebrated at Grafton. The secret was carefully kept for some time. No one suspected that so libertine a prince could sacrifice so much to a romantic passion, and there were, in particular, strong reasons which at that time rendered this step to the highest degree dangerous and imprudent. The king, desirous to secure his throne, as well by the prospect of issue as by foreign alliances, had a little before determined to make application to some neighboring princess, and he had cast his eye on Bona of Savoy, sister to the Queen of France, who he hoped would by her marriage ensure him the friendship of that power, which was alone both able and inclined to give support and assistance to his rival. To render the negotiation more successful, the Earl of Warwick had been dispatched to Paris, where the princess then resided. He had demanded Bona in marriage for the king. His proposals had been accepted. The treaty was fully concluded, and nothing remained but the ratification of the terms agreed on and the bringing over the princess to England. But when the secret of Edward's marriage broke out, the haughty earl, deeming himself affronted, both by being employed in this fruitless negotiation and by being kept a stranger to the king's intentions, who had owed everything to his friendship, immediately returned to England inflamed with rage and indignation. The influence of passion over so young a man as Edward might have served as an excuse for his imprudent conduct, had he deigned to acknowledge his error, or had pleaded his weakness as an apology. But his faulty shame or pride prevented him from so much as mentioning the matter to Warwick, and that nobleman was allowed to depart the court, full of the same ill humor and discontent which he had brought to it. Every incident now tended to widen the breach between the king and this powerful subject. The queen, who lost not her influence by marriage, was equally solicitous to draw every grace and favor to her own friends and kindred, and to exclude those of the earl, whom she regarded as her mortal enemy. The Earl of Warwick could not suffer with patience the least diminution of that credit which he had long enjoyed, and which he thought he had merited by such important services. Edward also, jealous of that power which had supported him, was well pleased to raise up rivals to the Earl of Warwick, and he justified by this political view his extreme partiality to the Queen's kindred. But the nobility of England, envying the sudden growth of the Woodvilles, was more inclined to take part with Warwick's discontent. An extensive and dangerous combination was insensibly formed against Edward and his ministry. While this cloud was gathering at home, Edward endeavored to secure himself against his factious nobility by entering into foreign alliances. But whatever ambitious schemes the king might have built on these alliances, they were soon frustrated by intestine commotions which engrossed all his attention. These disorders probably arose not immediately from the intrigues of the Earl of Warwick, but from accident, aided by the turbulent spirit of the age, by the general humor of discontent which that popular nobleman had instilled into the nation, and perhaps by some remains of attachment to the house of Lancaster. The hospital of St. Leonard's near York had received from an ancient grant of King Athelstane a right of levying a thrave of corn upon every ploughland in the county. The country people complained that the revenue of the hospital was no longer expended for the relief of the poor, but was secreted by the managers and employed to their private purposes. After long repining at the contribution, they refused payment. Ecclesiastical and civil censures were issued against them. Their goods were distrained, and their persons thrown into jail, till, as their ill humor daily increased, they rose in arms, fell upon the officers of the hospital, whom they put to the sword, and proceeded in a body 15,000 strong to the gates of York. Lord Montague, who commanded in those parts, opposed himself to their progress, and having been so fortunate in a skirmish as to seize Robert Holdern, their leader, he ordered him immediately to be led to execution, according to the practice of the times. The rebels, however, still continued in arms, and being soon headed by men of greater distinction, Sir Henry Neville, son of Lord Latimer, and Sir John Conyers, they advanced southward, and began to appear formidable to the government. Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, was ordered by Edward to march against them at the head of a body of Welshmen, and he was joined by 5,000 archers under the command of Stafford, Earl of Devonshire. But a trivial difference about quarters having begotten an animosity between these two noblemen, the Earl of Devonshire retired with his archers, and left Pembroke alone to encounter the rebels. The two armies approached each other near Banbury, 1469, and Pembroke, having prevailed in a skirmish and having taken Sir John Neville prisoner, ordered him immediately to be put to death without any form of process. This execution enraged without terrifying the rebels. They attacked the Welsh army, routed them, put them to the sword without mercy, and, having seized Pembroke, they took immediate revenge upon him for the death of their leader. The king, imputing this misfortune to the Earl of Devonshire, who had deserted Pembroke, ordered him to be executed in a like summary manner. Soon after there broke out another rebellion. It arose in Lincolnshire, and was headed by Sir Robert Welles. The army of rebels amounted to 30,000 men. The king fought a battle with the rebels, defeated them, took Sir Robert Welles and Sir Thomas Laund prisoners, and ordered them immediately to be beheaded. Edward, during these transactions, had entertained so little jealousy of the Earl of Warwick or the Duke of Clarence that he sent them with commissions of array to levy forces against the rebels. But these malcontents, as soon as they left the court, raised troops in their own name, issued declarations against the government, and complained of grievances, oppressions, and bad ministers. The unexpected defeat of Welles disconcerted all their measures, and they retired northward into Lancashire, where they expected to be joined by Lord Stanley, who had married the Earl of Warwick's sister. But as that nobleman refused all concurrence with them, and as Lord Montague also remained quiet in Yorkshire, they were obliged to disband their army and to fly into Devonshire, where they embarked and made sail toward Calais. End of Section 8. Read by Colleen McMahon. Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War of the Roses, A.D. 1455 to 1485. Death of Richard III at Bosworth by David Hume, Part 3. The King of France received Warwick with the greatest demonstrations of regard, and hoped to make him his instrument in overturning the government of England and re-establishing the House of Lancaster. No animosity was ever greater than that which had long prevailed between that house and the Earl of Warwick, but his present distresses and the entreaties of Louis made him hearken to terms of accommodation, and Margaret being sent for from Angers, where she then resided, an agreement was soon concluded between them. It was stipulated that Warwick should espouse the cause of Henry and endeavor to restore him to liberty and to reestablish him on the throne, that the administration of the government during the minority of young Edward, Henry's son, should be entrusted conjointly to the Earl of Warwick and the Duke of Clarence, that Prince Edward should marry the Lady Anne, second daughter of that nobleman, and that the crown, in case of the failure of male issue in that prince, should descend to the Duke of Clarence, to the entire exclusion of King Edward and his posterity. The marriage of Prince Edward with the Lady Anne was immediately celebrated in France. Edward foresaw that it would be easy to dissolve an alliance composed of such discordant parts. For this purpose, he sent over a lady of great sagacity and address, who belonged to the train of the Duchess of Clarence, and who, under color of attending her mistress, was empowered to negotiate with the Duke and to renew the connections of that prince with his own family. She represented to Clarence that he had unwarily, to his own ruin, become the instrument of Warwick's vengeance and had thrown himself entirely in the power of his most inveterate enemies, that the mortal injuries which the one royal family had suffered from the other were now past all forgiveness, and no imaginary union of interests could ever suffice to obliterate them, that even if the leaders were willing to forget past offenses, the animosity of their adherents would prevent a sincere coalition of parties, and would, in spite of all temporary and verbal agreements, preserve an eternal opposition of measures between them, and that a prince who deserted his own kindred and joined the murderers of his father left himself single, without friends, without protection, and would not, when misfortunes inevitably fell upon him, be so much as entitled to any pity or regard from the rest of mankind. Clarence was only 21 years of age, and seems to have possessed but a slender capacity. Yet could he easily see the force of these reasons, and upon the promise of forgiveness from his brother, he secretly engaged on a favorable opportunity to desert the Earl of Warwick and abandon the Lancastrian party. During this negotiation, Warwick was secretly carrying on a correspondence of the same nature with his brother, the Marquis of Montague, who was entirely trusted by Edward, and like motives produced a like resolution in that nobleman. The Marquis also, that he might render the projected blow the more deadly and incurable, resolved on his side to watch a favorable opportunity for committing his perfidy, and still to maintain the appearance of being a zealous adherent to the House of York. After these mutual snares were thus carefully laid, the decision of the quarrel advanced apace. Louis prepared a fleet to escort the Earl of Warwick, and granted him a supply of men and money. The Duke of Burgundy, on the other hand, anxious to support the reigning family in England, fitted out a larger fleet, with which he guarded the Channel. Edward was not sensible of his danger. He made no suitable preparations against the Earl of Warwick. He even said that the Duke might spare himself the trouble of guarding the seas, and that he wished for nothing more than to see Warwick set foot on English ground. The event soon happened of which Edward seemed so desirous. A storm dispersed the Duke of Burgundy's navy, and left the sea open to Warwick. That nobleman seized the opportunity, and setting sail, quickly landed at Dartmouth with the Duke of Clarence, the Earls of Oxford and Pembroke, and a small body of troops, while the king was in the north, engaged in suppressing an insurrection which had been raised by Lord Fitzhugh, brother-in-law to Warwick. The scene which ensues resembles more the fiction of a poem or romance than an event in true history. The prodigious popularity of Warwick, the zeal of the Lancastrian party, the spirit of discontent with which many were infected, and the general instability of the English nation occasioned by the late frequent revolutions, drew such multitudes to his standard that in a very few days his army amounted to 60,000 men and was continually increasing. Edward hastened southward to encounter him, and the two armies approached each other near Nottingham, where decisive action was every hour expected. The rapidity of Warwick's progress had incapacitated the Duke of Clarence from executing his plan of treachery, and the Marquis of Montague had here the opportunity of striking the first blow. He communicated the design to his adherents, who promised him their concurrence. They took to arms in the night time, and hastened with loud acclamations to Edward's quarters. The king was alarmed at the noise, and starting from bed, heard the cry of war usually employed by the Lancastrian party. Lord Hastings, his chamberlain, informed him of the danger, and urged him to make his escape by speedy flight from an army where he had so many concealed enemies, and where few seemed zealously attached to his service. He had just time to get on horseback and to hurry with a small retinue to Lynn in Norfolk, where he luckily found some ships ready, on board of which he instantly embarked. The Earl of Warwick, in 11 days after his first landing, was left entire master of the kingdom. But Edward's danger did not end with his embarkation. The Easterlings, or Hanse towns, were then at war both with France and England, and some ships of these people, hovering on the English coast, espied the king's vessels and gave chase to them. Nor was it without extreme difficulty that he made his escape into the port of Alkmaar in Holland. Immediately after Edward's flight had left the kingdom at Warwick's disposal, that nobleman hastened to London, and taking Henry from his confinement in the Tower, into which he himself had been the chief cause of throwing him, he proclaimed him king with great solemnity. A parliament was summoned in the name of that prince to meet at Westminster. The treaty with Margaret was here fully executed. Henry was recognized as lawful king, but his incapacity for government being avowed, the regency was entrusted to Warwick and Clarence till the majority of Prince Edward, and in default of that prince's issue, Clarence was declared successor to the crown. The ruling party were more sparing in their executions than was usual after any revolution during these violent times. The only victim of distinction was John Thibodeau, Earl of Worcester. All the other considerable Yorkists either fled beyond sea or took shelter in sanctuaries where the ecclesiastical privileges afforded them protection. In London alone, it is computed that no less than 2,000 persons saved themselves in this manner, and among the rest Edward's queen, who was there delivered of a son, called by his father's name. Queen Margaret had not yet appeared in England, but on receiving intelligence of Warwick's success, was preparing with Prince Edward for her journey. All the banished Lancastrians flocked to her, and among the rest the Duke of Somerset, son of the Duke beheaded after the Battle of Hexham. This nobleman, who had long been regarded as the head of the party, had fled into the Low Countries on the discomfiture of his friends, and as he concealed his name and quality, he had there languished in extreme indigence. But both Somerset and Margaret were detained by contrary winds from reaching England till a new revolution in that kingdom, no less sudden and surprising than the former, threw them into greater misery than that from which they had just emerged. The Duke of Burgundy equipped 4 large vessels in the name of some private merchants at Terveer in Zealand, and causing 14 ships to be secretly hired from the Easterlings, he delivered this small squadron to Edward, who, receiving also a sum of money from the Duke, immediately set sail for England in 1471. Edward, impatient to take revenge on his enemies and to recover his lost authority, made an attempt to land with his forces, which exceeded not 2,000 men, on the coast of Norfolk. But being there repulsed, he sailed northward and disembarked at Ravenspur in Yorkshire. Finding that the new magistrates who had been appointed by the Earl of Warwick kept the people everywhere from joining him, he pretended, and even made oath, that he came not to challenge the crown, but only the inheritance of the House of York, which of right belonged to him, and that he did not intend to disturb the peace of the kingdom. His partisans every moment flocked to his standard. He was admitted into the city of York, and he was soon in such a situation as gave him hopes of succeeding in all his claims and pretensions. Warwick assembled an army at Leicester, with an intention of meeting and giving battle to the enemy, but Edward, by taking another road, passed him unmolested and presented himself before the gates of London. Edward's entrance into London made him master not only of that rich and powerful city, but also the person of Henry, who, destined to be the perpetual sport of fortune, thus fell again into the hands of his enemies. It does not appear that Warwick, during his short administration, which had continued only 6 months, had been guilty of any unpopular act, or had anywise deserved to lose that general favor with which he had so lately overwhelmed Edward. But this prince, who was formerly on the defensive, was now the aggressor. Everyone who had been disappointed in the hopes which he had entertained from Warwick's elevation either became a cool friend or an open enemy to that nobleman, and each malcontent, from whatever cause, proved an accession to Edward's army. The king, therefore, found himself in a condition to face the Earl of Warwick, who, being reinforced by his son-in-law, the Duke of Clarence, and his brother, the Marquis of Montague, took post at Barnet, in the neighborhood of London. Warwick was now too far advanced to retreat, and as he rejected with disdain all terms of peace offered him by Edward and Clarence, he was obliged to hazard a general engagement. The battle was fought with obstinacy on both sides. The two armies, in imitation of their leaders, displayed uncommon valor, and the victory remained long undecided between them. But an accident threw the balance to the side of the Yorkists. Edward's cognizance was a sun, that of Warwick a star with rays, and the mistiness of the morning rendering it difficult to distinguish them, the Earl of Oxford, who fought on the side of the Lancastrians, was by mistake attacked by his friends and chased off the field of battle. Warwick, contrary to his more usual practice, engaged that day on foot, resolving to show his army that he meant to share every fortune with them, and he was slain in the thickest of the engagement. And as Edward had issued orders not to give any quarter, a great and undistinguished slaughter was made in the pursuit. There fell about 1,500 on the side of the victors. The same day on which this decisive battle was fought, Queen Margaret and her son, now about 18 years of age and a young prince of great hopes, landed at Weymouth, supported by a small body of French forces. When this princess received intelligence of her husband's captivity and of the defeat and death of the Earl of Warwick, her courage, which had supported her under so many disastrous events, here quite left her, and she immediately foresaw all the dismal consequences of this calamity. At first she took sanctuary in the Abbey of Beaulieu, but being encouraged by men of rank, who exhorted her still to hope for success, she resumed her former spirit and determined to defend to the utmost the ruins of her fallen fortunes. She advanced through the counties of Devon, Somerset, and Gloucester, increasing her army on each day's march, but was at last overtaken by the rapid and expeditious Edward at Tewkesbury, on the banks of the Severn. The Lancastrians were here totally defeated. The Earl of Devonshire and Lord Wenlock were killed in the field. The Duke of Somerset and about 20 other persons of distinction, having taken shelter in a church, were surrounded, dragged out, and immediately beheaded. About 3,000 of their side fell in battle, and the army was entirely dispersed. Queen Margaret and her son were taken prisoners and brought to the king, who asked the prince, after an insulting manner, how he dared to invade his dominions. The young prince, more mindful of his high birth than of his present fortune, replied that he came thither to claim his just inheritance. The ungenerous Edward, insensible to pity, struck him on the face with his gauntlet, and the Dukes of Clarence and Gloucester, Lord Hastings, and Sir Thomas Grey, taking the blow as a signal for further violence, hurried the prince into the next apartment and there dispatched him with their daggers. Margaret was thrown into the Tower. King Henry expired in that confinement a few days after the Battle of Tewkesbury, but whether he died a natural or violent death is uncertain. It is pretended and generally believed that the Duke of Gloucester killed him with his own hands, but the universal odium which that prince had incurred perhaps inclined the nation to aggravate his crimes without any sufficient authority. All the hopes of the House of Lancaster seemed now to be utterly extinguished. Every legitimate prince of that family was dead. Almost every great leader of the party had perished in battle or on the scaffold. The Earl of Pembroke, who was levying forces in Wales, disbanded his army when he received intelligence of the Battle of Tewkesbury, and he fled into Brittany with his nephew, the young Earl of Richmond. The bastard of Falkenberg, who had levied some forces and had advanced to London during Edward's absence, was repulsed. His men deserted him. He was taken prisoner and immediately executed, and peace being now fully restored to the nation, a parliament was summoned, which ratified as usual all the acts of the victor and recognized his legal authority. This prince, who had been so firm and active and intrepid during the course of adversity, was still unable to resist the allurements of a prosperous fortune, and he devoted himself as before to pleasure and amusement, after he became entirely master of his own kingdom. But while he was thus indulging himself in pleasure, he was roused from his lethargy by a prospect of foreign conquests. He passed over to Calais 1475 with an army of 1,500 men-at-arms and 15,000 archers, attended by all the chief nobility of England, who, prognosticating future successes from their past, were eager to appear on this great theater of honor. But all their sanguine hopes were damped when they found, on entering the French territories, that neither did the constable open his gates to them, nor the Duke of Burgundy bring them the smallest assistance. That prince, transported by his ardent temper, had carried all his armies to a great distance, and had employed them in wars on the frontiers of Germany and against the Duke of Lorraine, and though he came in person to Edward and endeavored to apologize for this breach of treaty, there was no prospect that they would be able this campaign to make a conjunction with the English. This circumstance gave great disgust to the king, and inclined him to hearken to those advances which Louis continually made him for an accommodation. Louis was sensible that the warlike genius of the people would soon render them excellent soldiers, and far from despising them for their present want of experience, he employed all his art to detach them from the alliance of Burgundy. When Edward sent him a herald to claim the crown of France and to carry him a defiance in case of refusal, so far from answering to this bravado in like haughty terms, he replied with great temper, and even made the herald a considerable present. He took afterward an opportunity of sending a herald to the English camp, and having given him directions to apply to Lords Stanley and Howard, who he heard were friends to peace, he desired the good offices of these noblemen in promoting an accommodation with their master. As Edward was now fallen into like dispositions, a truce was soon concluded on terms more advantageous than honorable to Louis. He stipulated to pay Edward immediately 75,000 crowns, on condition that he should withdraw his army from France, and promised to pay him 50,000 crowns a year during their joint lives. In order to ratify this treaty, the two monarchs agreed to have a personal interview. Edward and Louis conferred privately together, and having confirmed their friendship and interchanged many mutual civilities, they soon after parted. As the two armies, after the conclusion of the truce, remained some time in the neighborhood of each other, the English were not only admitted freely into Amiens, where Louis resided, but also had their charges defrayed, and had wine and victuals furnished them in every inn without any payment being demanded. This treaty did very little honor to either of these monarchs. It discovered the imprudence of Edward, who had taken his measures so ill with his allies as to be obliged, after such an expensive armament, to return without making any acquisitions adequate to it. It showed the want of dignity in Louis, who, rather than run the hazard of a battle, agreed to subject his kingdom to a tribunal, and thus acknowledged the superiority of a neighboring prince possessed of less power and territory than himself. But Louis thought that all the advantages of the treaty were on his side, and that he had overreached Edward by sending him home out of France on such easy terms. The most honorable part of Louis's treaty with Edward was the stipulation for the liberty of Queen Margaret, who, though after the death of her husband and son, she could no longer be formidable to the government, was still detained in custody by Edward. Louis paid 50,000 crowns for her ransom, and that princess, who had been so active on the stage of the world, and who had experienced such a variety of fortune, passed the remainder of her days in tranquillity and privacy till the year 1482, when she died, an admirable princess, but more illustrious by her undaunted spirit in adversity than by her moderation in prosperity. She seems neither to have enjoyed the virtues nor been subject to the weaknesses of her sex, and was as much tainted with the ferocity as endowed with the courage of that barbarous age in which she lived. The Duke of Clarence, by all his services in deserting Warwick, had never been able to regain the king's friendship, which he had forfeited by his former confederacy with that nobleman. He was still regarded at court as a man of a dangerous and a fickle character, and the imprudent openness and violence of his temper, though they rendered him much less dangerous, tended extremely to multiply his enemies and to incense them against him. Among others, he had had the misfortune to give displeasure to the Queen herself, as well as to his brother, the Duke of Gloucester, a prince of the deepest policy, of the most unrelenting ambition, and the least scrupulous in the means which he employed for the attainment of his ends. A combination between these potent adversaries being secretly formed against Clarence, it was determined to begin by attacking his friends. He was alarmed when he found acts of tyranny exercised on all around him, but instead of securing his own life against the present danger by silence and reserve, he was open and loud in justifying the innocence of his friends, and in exclaiming against the iniquity of their prosecutors. The king, highly offended with his freedom, or using that pretense against him, committed him to the Tower in 1478, summoned a parliament, and tried him for his life. Clarence was pronounced guilty by the peers. The House of Commons was no less slavish and unjust. They both petitioned for the execution of the Duke and afterward passed a bill of attainder against him. The only favor which the king granted him after his condemnation was to leave him the choice of his death, and he was privately drowned in a butt of Malmsey in the Tower, a whimsical choice which implies that he had an extraordinary passion for that liquor. The Duke left 2 children by the elder daughter of the Earl of Warwick, a son created an earl by his grandfather's title, and a daughter, afterward Countess of Salisbury. Both this prince and princess were also unfortunate in their end and died violent deaths, a fate which, for many years, attended almost all the descendants of the royal blood of England. There prevails a report that a chief source of the violent prosecution of the Duke of Clarence, whose name was George, was a current prophecy that the king's son should be murdered by one the initial letter of whose name was G. It is not impossible, but in those ignorant times such a silly reason might have some influence. But it is more probable that the whole story is the invention of a subsequent period, and founded on the murder of these children by the Duke of Gloucester. End of Section 9. Read by Colleen McMahon. Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War of the Roses, A.D. 1455 to 1485. Death of Richard III at Bosworth, by David Hume, Part 4. All the glories of Edward's reign terminated with the civil wars, where his laurels, too, were extremely sullied with blood, violence, and cruelty. His spirit seems afterward to have been sunk in indolence and pleasure, or his measures were frustrated by imprudence and the want of foresight. While he was making preparations for a French war, he was seized with a distemper, of which he expired 1483, in the 42nd year of his age and the 23rd of his reign. During the latter years of Edward IV, the nation, having in a great measure forgotten the bloody feuds between the two Roses, and peaceably acquiescing in the established government, was agitated only by some court intrigues, which, being restrained by the authority of the king, seemed nowise to endanger the public tranquillity. But Edward knew that though he himself had been able to overawe rival factions, many disorders might arise from their contests during the minority of his son, and he therefore took care in his last illness to summon together several of the leaders on both sides, and by composing their ancient quarrels, to provide as far as possible for the future tranquillity of the government. After expressing his intentions that his brother, the Duke of Gloucester, then absent in the north, should be entrusted with the regency, he recommended to them peace and unanimity during the tender years of his son, and engaged them to embrace each other with all the appearance of the most cordial reconciliation. But this temporary or feigned agreement lasted no longer than the king's life. He had no sooner expired than the jealousies of the parties broke out afresh, and each of them applied, by separate messages, to the Duke of Gloucester, and endeavored to acquire his favor and friendship. This prince, during his brother's reign, had endeavored to live on good terms with both parties, and his high birth, his extensive abilities, and his great services had enabled him to support himself without falling into a dependence on either. But the new situation of affairs, when the supreme power was devolved upon him, immediately changed his measures, and he secretly determined to preserve no longer that neutrality which he had hitherto maintained. His exorbitant ambition, unrestrained by any principle either of justice or humanity, made him carry his views to the possession of the crown itself, and as this object could not be attained without the ruin of the queen and her family, he fell without hesitation into concert with the opposite party. But being sensible that the most profound dissimulation was requisite for effecting his criminal purposes, he redoubled his professions of zeal and attachment to that princess, and he gained such credit with her as to influence her conduct in a point which, as it was of the utmost importance, was violently disputed between the opposite factions. The young king, at the time of his father's death, resided in the castle of Ludlow, on the borders of Wales, whither he had been sent, that the influence of his presence might overawe the Welsh and restore the tranquillity of that country, which had been disturbed by some late commotions. The Duke of Gloucester, being the nearest male of the royal family capable of exercising the government, seemed entitled, by the customs of the realm, to the office of protector, and the council, not waiting for the consent of Parliament, made no scruple of investing him with that high dignity. The general prejudice entertained by the nobility against the Queen and her kindred occasioned this precipitation and irregularity, and no one foresaw any danger to the succession, much less to the lives of the young princes, from a measure so obvious and so natural. Besides that the Duke had hitherto been able to cover, by the most profound dissimulation, his fierce and savage nature, the numerous issue of Edward, together with the 2 children of Clarence, seemed to be an eternal obstacle to his ambition, and it appeared equally impracticable for him to destroy so many persons possessed of a preferable title, and imprudent to exclude them. But a man who had abandoned all principles of honor and humanity was soon carried by his predominant passion beyond the reach of fear or precaution, and Gloucester, having so far succeeded in his views, no longer hesitated in removing the other obstructions which lay between him and the throne. The death of the Earl of Rivers, (the Queen's brother), and of other prisoners detained in Pomfret, was first determined, and he easily obtained the consent of the Duke of Buckingham, as well as of Lord Hastings, to this violent and sanguinary measure. Orders were accordingly issued to Sir Richard Ratcliffe, a proper instrument in the hands of this tyrant, to cut off the heads of the prisoners. The Protector then assailed the fidelity of Buckingham by all the arguments capable of swaying a vicious mind, and he easily obtained from him a promise of supporting him in all his enterprises. The Duke of Gloucester, knowing the importance of gaining Lord Hastings, sounded at a distance his sentiments, but found him impregnable in his allegiance and fidelity to the children of Edward, who had ever honored him with his friendship. He saw, therefore, that there were no longer any measures to be kept with him, and he determined to ruin utterly the man whom he despaired of engaging to concur in his usurpation. On the very day when Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan were executed, or rather murdered, at Pomfret, by the advice of Hastings, the Protector summoned a council in the Tower, whither that nobleman, suspecting no design against him, repaired without hesitation. The Duke of Gloucester was capable of committing the most bloody and treacherous murders with the utmost coolness and indifference. On taking his place at the council table, he appeared in the easiest and most jovial humor imaginable. He seemed to indulge himself in familiar conversation with the councillors before they should enter on business, and having paid some compliments to Morton, Bishop of Ely, on the good and early strawberries which he raised in his garden at Holborn, he begged the favor of having a dish of them, which that prelate immediately dispatched a servant to bring to him. The Protector left the council, as if called away by some other business, but soon after returning with an angry and inflamed countenance, he asked them what punishment those deserved that had plotted against his life, who was so nearly related to the king, and was entrusted with the administration of government. Hastings replied that they merited the punishment of traitors. "These traitors," cried the Protector, "are the sorceress, my brother's wife, and Jane Shore, his mistress, with their others, their associates. See to what a condition they have reduced me by their incantations and witchcraft." Upon which he laid bare his arm, all shriveled and decayed. But the councillors, who knew that this infirmity had attended him from his birth, looked on each other with amazement, and above all Lord Hastings, who, as he had since Edward's death engaged in an intrigue with Jane Shore, was naturally anxious concerning the issue of these extraordinary proceedings. "Certainly, my lord," said he, "if they be guilty of these crimes, they deserve the severest punishment." "And do you reply to me," exclaimed the Protector, "with your ifs and your ands? You are the chief abettor of that witch Shore. You are yourself a traitor, and I swear by St. Paul that I will not dine before your head be brought me." He struck the table with his hand. Armed men rushed in at the signal. The councillors were thrown into the utmost consternation, and one of the guards, as if by accident or mistake, aimed a blow with the poleaxe at Lord Stanley, who, aware of the danger, slunk under the table, and though he saved his life, he received a severe wound in the Protector's presence. Hastings was seized and instantly beheaded on a timber log which lay in the court of the Tower. Lord Stanley, the Archbishop of York, the Bishop of Ely, and other councillors were committed prisoners in different chambers of the Tower. These acts of violence, exercised against the nearest connections of the late king, prognosticated the severest fate to his defenseless children, and after the murder of Hastings, the Protector no longer made a secret of his intentions to usurp the crown. The licentious life of Edward afforded a pretense for declaring his marriage with the Queen invalid, and all his posterity illegitimate. It was also maintained that the act of attainder passed against the Duke of Clarence had virtually incapacitated his children from succeeding to the crown, and these two families being set aside, the Protector remained the only true and legitimate heir of the House of York. The Protector resolved to make use of another plea, still more shameful and scandalous. His partisans were taught to maintain that both Edward IV and the Duke of Clarence were illegitimate, and that the Duke of Gloucester alone appeared to be the true offspring of the Duke of York. In a few days the Duke of Buckingham went to Baynard's Castle, where the Protector then resided, to make him attender of the crown. Richard refused to appear and pretended to be apprehensive for his personal safety, a circumstance taken notice of by Buckingham, who observed that the prince was ignorant of the whole design. At last he was persuaded to step forth, but he still kept at some distance, and he asked the meaning of the intrusion and importunity. Buckingham told him that the nation was resolved to have him for king. The Protector declared his purpose of maintaining his loyalty to the present sovereign. He was told that the people had determined to have another prince, and if he rejected their unanimous voice, they must look out for one who would be more compliant. This argument was too powerful to be resisted. He was prevailed on to accept of the crown, and he thenceforth acted as legitimate and rightful sovereign. This ridiculous farce was soon after followed by a scene truly tragical, the murder of the two young princes. Richard gave orders to Sir Robert Brakenbury, Constable of the Tower, to put his nephews to death, but this gentleman, who had sentiments of honor, refused to have any hand in the infamous office. The tyrant then sent for Sir James Tyrrell, who promised obedience, and he ordered Brakenbury to resign to this gentleman the keys and government of the Tower for one night. Tyrrell, choosing 3 associates, Slater, Dighton, and Forrest, came in the night time to the door of the chamber where the princes were lodged, and sending in the assassins, he bade them execute their commission, while he himself stayed without. They found the young princes in bed and fallen into a profound sleep. After suffocating them with the bolster and pillows, they showed their naked bodies to Tyrrell, who ordered them to be buried at the foot of the stairs, deep in the ground, under a heap of stones, in 1483. These circumstances were all confessed by the actors in the following reign. They were never punished for the crime, probably because Henry, whose maxims of government were extremely arbitrary, desired to establish it as a principle that the commands of the reigning sovereign ought to justify every enormity to those who paid obedience to them. But there is one circumstance not so easy to be accounted for. It is pretended that Richard, displeased with the indecent manner of burying his nephews, whom he had murdered, gave his chaplain orders to dig up the bodies and to inter them in consecrated ground, and as the man died soon after, the place of their burial remained unknown, and the bodies could never be found by any search which Henry could make for them. Yet, in the reign of Charles II, when there was occasion to remove some stones and to dig in the very spot which was mentioned as the place of their first interment, the bones of 2 persons were there found, which, by their size, exactly corresponded to the age of Edward and his brother. They were concluded with certainty to be the remains of those princes, and were interred under a marble monument by order of King Charles. The first acts of Richard's administration were to bestow rewards on those who had assisted him in usurping the crown, and to gain by favors those who, he thought, were best able to support his future government. But the person who, both from the greatness of his services and the power and splendor of his family, was best entitled to favors under the new government was the Duke of Buckingham. and Richard seemed determined to spare no pains or bounty in securing him to his interests. But it was impossible that friendship could long remain inviolate between two men of such corrupt minds as Richard and the Duke of Buckingham. The Duke, soon after Richard's accession, began to form a conspiracy against the government and attempted to overthrow that usurpation which he himself had so zealously contributed to establish. Never was there any country a usurpation more flagrant than that of Richard, or more repugnant to every principle of justice and public interest. To endure such a bloody usurper seemed to draw disgrace upon the nation, and to be attended with immediate danger to every individual who was distinguished by birth, merit, or services. Such was become the general voice of the people. All parties were united in the same sentiments, and the Lancastrians, so long oppressed, and of late so much discredited, felt their blasted hopes again revive, and anxiously expected the consequences of these extraordinary events. The Duke of Buckingham, whose family had been devoted to that interest, and who, by his mother, a daughter of Edmund, Duke of Somerset, was allied to the house of Lancaster, was easily induced to espouse the cause of this party, and to endeavor the restoring of it to its ancient superiority. Morton, Bishop of Ely, a zealous Lancastrian, whom the king had imprisoned, and had afterward committed to the custody of Buckingham, encouraged these sentiments, and by his exhortations, the Duke cast his eye toward the young Earl of Richmond as the only person who could free the nation from the tyranny of the present usurper. Henry, Earl of Richmond, was at this time detained in a kind of honorable custody by the Duke of Brittany, and his descent, which seemed to give him some pretensions to the crown, had been a great object of jealousy, both in the late and in the present reign. Symptoms of continued jealousy in the reigning family of England seemed to give some authority to Henry's pretensions, and made him the object of general favor and compassion, on account of dangers and persecutions to which he was exposed. The universal detestation of Richard's conduct turned still more the attention of the nation toward Henry, and as all the descendants of the House of York were either women or minors, he seemed to be the only person from whom the nation could expect the expulsion of the odious and bloody tyrant. But notwithstanding these circumstances, which were so favorable to him, Buckingham and the Bishop of Ely well knew that there would still lie many obstacles in his way to the throne. It was therefore suggested by Morton, and readily assented to by the Duke, that the only means of overturning the present usurpation was to unite the opposite factions by contracting a marriage between the Earl of Richmond and the Princess Elizabeth, eldest daughter of King Edward, and thereby blending together the opposite pretensions of their families. The plan being laid upon the solid foundations of good sense and sound policy, it was secretly communicated to the principal persons of both parties in all the counties of England, and a wonderful alacrity appeared in every order of men to forward its success and completion. But it was impossible that so extensive a conspiracy could be conducted in so secret a manner as entirely to escape the jealous and vigilant eye of Richard, and he soon received intelligence that his enemies, headed by the Duke of Buckingham, were forming some design against his authority. He immediately put himself in a posture of defense by levying troops in the north, and he summoned the Duke to appear at court in such terms as seemed to promise him a renewal of their former amity. But that nobleman, well acquainted with the barbarity and treachery of Richard, replied only by taking arms in Wales and giving the signal to his accomplices for a general insurrection in all parts of England. But at that very time there happened to fall such heavy rains, so incessant and continued, as exceeded any known in the memory of man, and the Severn, with the other rivers in that neighborhood, swelled to a height which rendered them impassable, and prevented Buckingham from marching into the heart of England to join his associates. The Welshmen, partly moved by superstition at this extraordinary event, partly distressed by famine in their camp, fell off from him, and Buckingham, finding himself deserted by his followers, put on a disguise and took shelter in the house of Bannister, an old servant of his family. But, being detected in his retreat, he was brought to the king at Salisbury, and was instantly executed, according to the summary method practiced in that age. The other conspirators, who took arms at 4 different places, at Exeter, at Salisbury, at Newbury, and at Maidstone, hearing of the Duke of Buckingham's misfortunes, despaired of success and immediately dispersed themselves. The king, everywhere triumphant and fortified by this unsuccessful attempt to dethrone him, ventured at last to summon a parliament, a measure which his crimes and flagrant usurpation had induced him hitherto to decline. His enemies being now at his feet, the parliament had no choice left but to recognize his authority and acknowledge his right to the crown. His only son, Edward, then a youth of 12 years of age, was created Prince of Wales. Sensible that the only circumstance which could give him security was to gain the confidence of the Yorkists, Richard paid court to the Queen Dowager with such art and address, made such earnest protestations of his sincere goodwill and friendship, that this princess ventured to put herself and her daughters into the hands of the tyrant. He now thought it in his power to remove the chief perils which threatened his government. The Earl of Richmond, he knew, could never be formidable, but from his projected marriage with the Princess Elizabeth, the true heir of the crown, and he therefore intended to espouse himself this princess, and thus to unite in his own family their contending titles. He flattered himself that the English nation, seeing all danger removed of a disputed succession, would then acquiesce under the dominion of a prince who was of mature years, of great abilities, and of a genius qualified for government, and that they would forgive him all the crimes which he had committed in paving his way to the throne. But the crimes of Richard were so horrid and so shocking to humanity that every person of probity and honor was earnest to prevent the scepter from being any longer polluted by that bloody and faithless hand which held it. All the exiles flocked to the Earl of Richmond in Brittany, and exhorted him to hasten his attempt for a new invasion, and to prevent the marriage of the Princess Elizabeth, which must prove fatal to all his hopes. The Earl set sail from Harfleur in Normandy with a small army of about 2,000 men, and after a navigation of 6 days he arrived at Milford Haven in Wales, where he landed without opposition. He directed his course to that part of the kingdom, in hopes that the Welsh, who regarded him as their countryman, and who had been already prepossessed in favor of his cause by means of the Duke of Buckingham, would join his standard, and enable him to make head against the established government. Richard, who knew not in what quarter he might expect the invader, had taken post at Nottingham in the center of the kingdom, and having given commissions to different persons in the several counties, whom he empowered to oppose his enemy, he purposed in person to fly on the first alarm to the place exposed to danger. Henry, advancing toward Shrewsbury, received every day some reinforcement from his partisans. The two rivals at last approached each other at Bosworth, near Leicester, Henry at the head of 6,000 men, Richard with an army of above double the number, and a decisive action was every hour expected between them. Stanley, who commanded above 7,000 men, took care to post himself at Atherstone, not far from the hostile camps, and he made such a disposition as enabled him on occasion to join either party. The van of Richmond's army, consisting of archers, was commanded by the Earl of Oxford. Sir Gilbert Talbot led the right wing, Sir John Savage the left. The Earl himself, accompanied by his uncle the Earl of Pembroke, placed himself in the main body. Richard also took post in his main body, and entrusted the command of his van to the Duke of Norfolk. As his wings were never engaged, we have not learned the names of the several commanders. Soon after the battle began, Lord Stanley, whose conduct in this whole affair discovers great precaution and abilities, appeared in the field and declared for the Earl of Richmond. This measure, which was unexpected to the men, though not to their leaders, had a proportional effect on both armies. It inspired unusual courage into Henry's soldiers. It threw Richard's into dismay and confusion. The intrepid tyrant, sensible of his desperate situation, cast his eye around the field, and, descrying his rival at no great distance, he drove against him with fury, in hopes that either Henry's death or his own would decide the victory between them. He killed with his own hand Sir William Brandon, standard-bearer to the Earl. He dismounted Sir John Cheney. He was now within reach of Richmond himself, who declined not the combat, when Sir William Stanley, brother of Lord Stanley, breaking in with his troops, surrounded Richard, who, fighting bravely to the last moment, was overwhelmed by numbers and perished by a fate too mild and honorable for his multiplied and detestable enormities. His men everywhere sought safety by flight. There fell in this battle about 4,000 of the vanquished. The loss was inconsiderable on the side of the victors. Sir William Catesby, a great instrument of Richard's crimes, was taken, and soon after beheaded, with some others at Leicester. The body of Richard was found in the field, covered with dead enemies, and all besmeared with blood. It was thrown carelessly across a horse, was carried to Leicester amid the shouts of the insulting spectators, and was interred in the Greyfriars Church of that place. The historians who favor Richard, for even this tyrant has met with partisans among the later writers, maintain that he was well qualified for government, had he legally obtained it, and that he committed no crimes but such as were necessary to procure him possession of the crown. But this is a poor apology when it is confessed that he was ready to commit the most horrid crimes which appeared necessary for that purpose, and it is certain that all his courage and capacity, qualities in which he really seems not to have been deficient, would never have made compensation to the people for the danger of the precedent and for the contagious example of vice and murder exalted upon the throne. This prince was of a small stature, humpbacked, and had a harsh, disagreeable countenance, so that his body was in every particular no less deformed than his mind. End of section 10. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Ivan the Great unites Russia and breaks the Tartar yoke, A.D. 1462 to 1505, by Robert Bell. At the birth of Ivan III, 1440, Russia was all but stifled between the great Lithuanian Empire of the Poles and the vast possessions of the Mongols. In vain had a succession of Muscovite princes endeavored to give unity to the little Russian state. Between the grand princes of Moscow and those of Lithuania stood Novgorod and Pskov, the two chief Russian republics, hesitating to declare their allegiance. By the creation of new appanages, the Russian princes continually destroyed the very unity for which they labored. Moreover, at a time when the great nations of the West were organizing, Muscovy or Russia had no settled relations with their civilization. The opening of the Renaissance, the progress of discovery, the invention of printing, by these the best spirits in Russia were stirred to fresh aspirations for national organization and participation in the great European movement. According to the tradition, her deliverer had been foretold and was expected. His triumphs were predicted at his birth. The man through whom, or at least in whose name, Russia was to be restored to herself, to be freed from the Mongol yoke, and brought into living connection with Western Europe, was Ivan, son and heir of Vasily the Blind, Grand Prince of Moscow. This child became Ivan III, surnamed the Great, because during his reign 1462 to 1505, the expectations of his country were largely realized. He was the first who could call himself ruler of all the Russias, and he is regarded as the original founder of the Russian Empire. Already at his accession, the Muscovite principalities were beginning to draw together, and circumstances were favorable to the prosecution of the task upon which he was called to enter, the completing of their union and the securing of their national independence. Ivan was a man of great cunning and prudence, and was remarkable for indomitable perseverance, which carried him triumphantly to the conclusions of his designs in a spirit of utter indifference to the ruin or bad faith that tracked his progress. Such a man alone, who was prepared to sacrifice the scruples of honor and the demands of justice, was fit to meet the difficulties by which the grand princedom of Moscow was surrounded. He saw them all clearly, resolved upon the course he should take, and, throughout a long reign in which the paramount ambition of rendering Russia independent and the throne supreme was the leading feature of his policy, he pursued his plans with undeviating consistency. But that policy was not to be accomplished by open and responsible acts. The whole character of Ivan was tinged with the duplicity of the churchmen who held a high place in his councils. His proceedings were neither direct nor, at first, apparently conducive to the interests of the empire, but the great cause was secretly advancing against all impediments. While he forbore to risk his advantages, he left an opportunity for disunion among his enemies, by which he was certain to gain in the end. He never committed himself to a position of the security of which he was not sure, and he carried this spirit of caution to such an extremity that many of the early years of his reign present a succession of timid and vacillating movements that more nearly resemble the subterfuges of a coward than the crafty artifices of a despot. The objects of which he never lost sight were to free himself from enemies abroad and to convert the princedom at home into an autocracy. So extensive a design could not have been effected by mere force of arms, for he had so many domestic and foreign foes to meet at once, and so many points of attack and defense to cover, that it was impossible to conduct so grand a project by military means alone. That which he could not effect, therefore, by the sword, he endeavored to perform by diplomatic intrigue. And thus, between the occasional victories of his armies and the still more powerful influence of his subtle policy, he reduced his foes, and raised himself to an eminence to which none of his most ambitious predecessors had aspired. The powers against whom he had to wage this double war of arms and diplomacy were the Tartars and Lithuanians beyond the frontier, and the independent republics of Novgorod, Vyatka, and Pskov, and the princes of the yet unsettled appanages within. The means he had at his command were fully sufficient to have enabled him to subdue those princes of the blood who exhibited faint signs of discontent in their appanages, and who could have been easily reached through the widely diffused agency of the boyars. But the obstinate republics of the north were more difficult of access. They stood boldly upon their independence, and every attempt to reduce them was followed by as fierce a resistance, and by such a lavish outlay of the wealth which their commercial advantages had enabled them to amass, that the task was one of extraordinary difficulty. Kazan, the first and greatest of the Tartar cities, too claimed a sovereignty over the republics, which Ivan was afraid to contest, lest that which was but a vague and empty claim might end in confirmed authority. It was better to permit the insolent republicans to maintain their entire freedom than to hazard, by indiscretion, their transference to the hands of those Tartars who were loosened from the parent stock. His first act, therefore, was to acknowledge, directly or indirectly, according to the nature of their different tenures, the rights of all his foes within and without. He appeared to admit the justice of things as he found them, betrayed his foreign enemies into a confidential reliance upon his acquiescence in their exactions, and even yielded without a murmur to an abuse of those pretensions to which he affected to submit, but which he was secretly resolved to annihilate. This plausible conformity procured him time to prepare and mature his designs, and so insidiously did he pursue his purpose that he extended that time by a servility which nearly forfeited the attachment of the people. The immediate object of consideration was obviously the Golden Horde, because all the princes and republics, and even the Poles and Lithuanians, were interested in any movement that was calculated to embarrass the common enemy. Ivan's policy was to unite as many of his enemies as he could against a single one, and finally to subdue them all by the aid of each other. Had he ventured upon any less certain course, he must have risked a similar combination against himself. He began by withholding the ordinary tribute from the Khan, but without exhibiting any symptoms of inallegiance. He merely evaded the tax, while he acknowledged the right, and his dissimulation succeeded in blinding the Tartar, who still believed that he held the Grand Prince as a tributary, although he did not receive his tribute. The Khan, completely deceived, not only permitted this recusancy to escape with impunity, but was further prevailed upon to withdraw the Tartar residents and their retinues, and the Tartar merchants who dwelt in Moscow, and who infested with the haughty bearing of masters even the avenues of the Kremlin. This latter concession was purchased by bribery, for Ivan condescended to buy the interference of a Tartar princess. So slavish and degrading was his outward seeming, that his wife, a noble and spirited lady, the daughter of the Emperor of Byzantium, could with difficulty prevail upon him to forego the humiliating usages which had hitherto attended the reception of the Mongol envoys. It had been customary on the part of the Grand Princes to go forward to meet the Tartar minister, to spread a carpet of fur under his horse's feet, to hear the Khan's letter read upon their knees, to present to the envoy a cup of kumiss, and to lick from the mane of the horse the drops which had fallen from the lips of the negotiator. And these disagreeable customs Ivan would have complied with, but for the successful remonstrances of the princess. Kazan presented the most alluring point of actual attack. The horde that had established that city subsisted by predatory excursions, and even the other bands of the barbarians were not unwilling to witness the descent of the Russians upon one of their own tribes that had acquired so much power. The project was favored by so many circumstances that, although his policy was evidently at this period to preserve peace as long as he could, he was tempted to make a general levy, and to assemble the whole flower of the population for the purpose of driving out of his dominions the bold invaders who had entrenched themselves within the walls of the fortified town. This was about 1468. At that very time, the army of the Golden Horde, inspired by some sudden impulse, was advancing into Russia. It appears, however, that the multitudes assembled by Ivan were so numerous that the Khan's troops retired upon the mere rumor of their approach, so that the display of his resources had all the effect he desired, and he won a signal victory without striking a blow. The old Russian annalist dwells, with some pomp of words, upon this bloodless triumph, and, in the true vein of hyperbole, says that the Russian army shone like the waves of the sea illuminated by the sunbeams. We take the expression for all it is worth when we estimate the force as having been more numerous than that of the Tartars. It does not appear that Ivan was yet prepared, even with this great armament, to risk his future objects by any hostile collision, so long as such an extremity could be averted by intrigue. For in the following year, when the anticipated march against Kazan was at last commenced, he suddenly paused in the midst of his course, although the result was almost certain. Were it of much consequence, it would not be easy to decide the cause of this strange and abrupt proceeding, but it was evident that the soldiery were resolved not to return home without spoils. They rushed onward to the city, and even the general, who was instructed by Ivan to countermand the attack, in vain attempted to restrain them. With a leader of their own choosing, they fell upon Kazan and utterly routed the inhabitants. The Grand Prince, perceiving that the enemy was powerless, now no longer hesitated, but engaging all the princes in his service and throwing his own guards into the ranks, he dispatched his colossal forces to reduce the already dismembered hold of the Tartars of Kazan. The event was a complete victory, but Ivan remained safe at Moscow to watch the issue of an undertaking which he could not reasonably have feared. The subjugation of Kazan left the field clear for his designs upon the three domestic republics. Vyatka, insolent in its own strength, declared itself neutral between Moscow and Kazan. And on the fall of the latter city, Novgorod, apprehensive that Ivan would turn his arms immediately against her, called upon the people of Pskov for aid, expressing her determination to march at once against the Grand Prince in order to anticipate and avert his intentions. The Novgorodians were the more determined upon this bold measure by the personal pusillanimity which Ivan betrayed in a war where the advantages lay entirely at his own side. They calculated upon the terror they should inspire, and judged that if they could not succeed in vanquishing the Grand Prince, they should, at all events, be enabled to secure their own terms. Marfa, a rich and influential woman, the widow of a posadnik, and who was enamored of a Lithuanian chief, conceiving the romantic design of bestowing her country as a marriage dower upon her lover, exerted all her power to kindle the enthusiasm and assist the project of the citizens. Her hospitality was unbounded. She threw open her palace to the people, lavished her wealth among them in sumptuous entertainments and exhibitions, and caused the Vetchoy Kolokol assembling bell, which summoned the popular meetings to the marketplace, to be rung as the signal of these orgies of licentiousness. The great bell in Novgorod was the type of the republican independence of the citizens, and represented the excesses into which they were not unwilling to plunge whenever it was necessary to testify their sense of that wild liberty which they had established among themselves. It was told on all occasions of a public nature, and the people gathered in multitudes at that well-known call. If any individual were accused of a crime against the Republic, or of any offense against the laws, the judges appeared at the sound of the bell to hold a summary court of justice, and the citizens surrounded the trial seat, prepared to execute the sentence. Every citizen with his sons attended, carrying each 2 stones under his arms, and if the accused were found guilty, lapidation instantly followed. The house of the culprit was also immediately plundered, cast down, confiscated, and sold for the benefit of the corporation. Except in China, where a law still more sanguinary and destructive prevails in cases of murder, there is hardly a similar instance of deliberate legal severity to be found among nations elevated above barbarism. Inspired by the revelries of the ambitious Marfa and the patriotic associations she awakened, the Novgorodians expelled the officer of the Grand Prince, possessed themselves of some land that belonged to him in right of his fief, and, to confirm their revolt against his authority, submitted themselves by treaty to Casimir, Prince of Lithuania. In this position of affairs, Ivan wisely resolved to leave Vyatka to its own course, confining his attention solely to Novgorod, and seeking to win over Pskov and its 12 tributary cities, so that he might combine them against the turbulent republic. The fall of Novgorod accomplished, the conquest of the other obstinate cities was easily effected. The polite, cool and persevering means he brought into operation against the refractory republic were admirably seconded by the machinery of communication which had been previously established in the persons of the boyars, whose local influence was of the first consequence on this occasion. As the tide of these numerous negotiations changed, Ivan assumed the humility or the pride, the generosity or the severity, adapted to the immediate purpose, and working upon the characters of the individuals as well as their interests, he succeeded in gaining a great moral lever before he unsheathed a sword. He made allies of all the classes and princes that lay in his way to the heart of the independent corporation. He represented to the nobles the anomalous nature and usurpation of the democratic institutions of Novgorod, and he roused their pride into resentment. He gained over the few princes who still held trembling appanages by painting to them in strong colors the enormous opulence and commercial monopolies of the Republic, and he filled the whole population with revenge against the fated city by exaggerated accounts of its treasonable designs against the internal security of the empire. Thus, by artful insinuations of the personal advantages and general benefits that were to spring from the overthrow of Novgorod, he succeeded in neutralizing all the opposition he had any reason to apprehend, and in exciting increased enthusiasm on the part of the people. Having made these subtle preparations to facilitate his proceedings, he sent an ambassador to the citizens, calling upon them to acknowledge his authority, and only awaited their decisive refusal, which he anticipated as an excuse for immediate hostilities. The Novgorodians returned an answer couched in terms of scorn and defiance. His reply was carried by 3 formidable armies, which, breaking in on the Novgorodian territory on 3 different sides, prostrated the hopes of the citizens by overwhelming masses, against which their gallant resistance was of no avail. In this brief and desperate struggle, Ivan possessed extraordinary superiority by the recent acquisition of firearms and cannon, the use of which he had learned from Aristotle of Bologna, an Italian, whom he had taken into his service as an architect, mintmaster, and founder. The triumph of the arms of the Grand Prince was rapidly followed by the incursions of swarms of the peasantry, who, secretly urged forward by Ivan, rushed upon the routed enemy and completed the work of devastation. This licentious exhibition of popular feeling Ivan affected to repress, and, availing himself of the opportunity it afforded to assume toward the Novgorodians a moderation he did not feel, he pretended to protect them against any greater violence than was merely necessary to establish his right to the recovery of the domains of which they had despoiled him, and the payment of the ransom that was customary under such circumstances. Here his deep and crafty genius had room for appropriate display. He did not consider it prudent to seize upon the Republic at once, as in that event he was bound to partition it among his kinsmen, by whose aid, extended upon special promises, he had overthrown it. So he contented himself with a rich ransom, having already beggared it by suffering lawless followers to plunder it uninterruptedly before he interfered, and by demanding an act of submission. But in this act he contrived to insert some words of ambiguous tendency, under the shelter of which he might, when his own time arrived, leap upon his prey with impunity. The confusion into which the Novgorodians were thrown, and the great reduction of strength which they suffered in the contest, enabled Ivan to deprive them of some of their tributaries, under the pretense of rendering them a service, so that their exhaustion was seized upon as a fresh source of injustice. The Permians, having offered some indignity to the Republic, Ivan interfered, and transferred the commerce of that people with Germany to Moscow. And on another occasion, when the Livoman Knights attempted an aggression, Ivan sent his ambassadors and troops to force a negotiation in his own name, thus actually depriving both Novgorod and Pskov, they being mutually concerned, of the right of making peace and war in their own behalf. By insidious measures like these, he continued to oppress and absorb the once independent city that claimed and kept so towering an ascendancy. But, not satisfied with such means of accumulating the supreme power, he sowed dissensions between the rich classes and the poor, and after fomenting fictitious grievances, terminating in open quarrel, he succeeded in having all complaints laid before him for decision. Then, going among them, he impoverished the wealthy by the lavish presents his visits demanded, and captivated the imagination of the multitude by the dazzling splendor of his retinues and the flexible quality of his justice. The time was now approaching for a more explicit declaration of his views. On pretense of these disagreements, he loaded some of the principal citizens, the oligarchs of the Republic, with chains and sent them to Moscow. It was so arranged that these nobles were denounced by the mob, and Ivan, in acceding to their demand for vengeance, secured the allegiance of the great bulk of the population. The stratagem succeeded, and with each new violation of justice, he gained an accession of popular favor. The progress of the scheme against the liberties of Novgorod was slow but inevitable. The inhabitants gradually referred all their disputes to the Grand Prince, and he, profiting by the growing desire to erect him into the sole judge of their domestic grievances, at length summoned the citizens to appear before him at Moscow. The demand was as unexpected as it was extraordinary. Never before had the Novgorodians gone out from their own walls to sue or receive judgment. But so seductive and treacherous were the professions of Ivan that, unsuspicious of his designs, they consented to appear before his throne. Throughout the whole of these encroachments on the ancient usages in which the rights of the people resided, he appeared to be lifted above all personal or tyrannical views. Marfa, the ambitious widow who had stirred up the revolt and sought to attach Novgorod to Lithuania, had never been molested, and even the principal persons who were most conspicuous in resisting his authority at the outset were suffered to remain unharmed. These instances of magnanimity, as they were believed to be, lulled the distrust of the citizens, and seduced them by degrees to abandon their old customs, one by one, at his bidding. For 7 years he continued with unwearied perseverance to wean them from all those distinctive habits that marked their original character and separated them from the rest of the empire, and at last, when he thought that he had succeeded in obliterating their attachment to the republican form of government, he advanced his claim to the absolute sovereignty, which was now sanctioned by numberless acts of submission and by traitorous voices of assent within the council of the citizens. At an audience to which he admitted an envoy, that officer, either willfully or by accident, addressed him by the name of sovereign, and Ivan, instantly seizing upon the inadvertency, claimed all the privileges of an absolute master. He required that the Republic should surrender its expiring rights into his hands, and take a solemn oath of allegiance, that his boyars should be received within its gates, with full authority to exercise their almost irresponsible control over the city, that the palace of Yaroslav, the temple of Novgorodian liberty, should be given up to his viceroy, that the forum should be abolished, and that the popular assemblies and all the corresponding immunities of the people should be abrogated forever. The veil was dropped too suddenly. The citizens were not prepared for so abrupt and uncompromising an assertion of authority. Hitherto they had admitted the innovations of the Grand Prince, but it was of their own free will. They did not expect that he would ground any right of sovereignty upon their voluntary acquiescence in his character of arbitrator and ally, and the news of his despotic claim filled them with despair and indignation. The great bell, which had formerly been the emblem of their citizenship, now tolled for the last time. They assembled in the marketplace in tumultuous crowds, and summoning the treacherous or imprudent envoy before them, they tried him by a clamorous and summary process, and, before the sentence was completed, tore him limb from limb. Believing that some of the nobles were accessory to the surrender of their freedom, they fell upon those they suspected and murdered them in the streets, thus hastening and confirming by their intemperance the final alienation of the wealthy classes from their cause. And having by these acts of unbridled desperation given the last demonstrations of their independence, they once more threw themselves into the arms of Lithuania, which were open to receive them. But Ivan was prepared for this demonstration of passion. His measures were too deeply taken to suffer surprise by any course which the Novgorodians, in their righteous hatred of oppression, might think fit to adopt. When he learned the reception they gave to his mandate, he affected the most painful astonishment. He declared that he alone was the party aggrieved, that he alone was deceived, that they had laid snares for his counsel and countenance, and that even when, yielding to their universal requisition, he had consented to take upon him the toils of government, they had the audacity to confront him with an imposition in the face of Russia, to shed blood of their fellow men, and to insult heaven and the empire by calling into the sacred limits the soldiers of an adverse religion and a foreign power. These ingenious remonstrances were addressed to the priests, the nobles, and the people, and had the desired effect. The bishops embarked zealously in the crusade, and the people entered willingly into the delusion. The dependent republic of Pskov and the principality of Tver, paralyzed in the convulsion, appeared to waver. But Ivan, resolved to deprive Novgorod of any help they might ultimately be tempted to offer, drew out their military strength under the form of a contingency and left them powerless. Yet, although strongly reinforced on all sides, he still avoided a contest. With a mingled exhibition of revenge and attachment, he threatened and propitiated in the same breath. "I will reign supreme at Novgorod," he exclaimed, "as I do at Moscow. You must surrender all to me, your Posadnik, and the bell that calls your national council together." And at the same time he professed his determination to respect those very liberties which by these demands were to be sacrificed forever. The Novgorodians, terrified by the immense force Ivan had collected, which it seemed he only used to menace and not to destroy, attempted to capitulate, but he was insensible to all their representations, and even while he promised them their freedom, he refused to grant it. The armament, mighty as it was, which he had prepared, was kept aloof to threaten and not to strike. He acted as if he feared to risk the issue of a contest with any of his enemies, or as if he were unwilling to suffer the loss consequent even upon victory. He wanted to overbear by terror rather than by arms, so that the fearful agency of his name might do the work of conquest more powerfully and at less cost than his armies, which must have been thinned by battles and might have been subdued by fortune. So long as he could preserve his terrible ascendancy by the force of the fear which he inspired, he was secure. But the single defeat, or the doubtful issue of a solitary struggle, might reduce the potent charm of his unvanquished power. In this way, he drew the chain tighter, and in the agonies of the protracted and narrowing pressure, Novgorod, unable to resist, died in agonies of despair. The surrender of the liberties of the people was complete. On taking possession of the city, Ivan seized upon the person of the popular Marfa and sent her and 7 of the principal citizens as prisoners to Moscow, confiscating their properties in the name of the state. The national assemblies and municipal privileges ceased January 15th, 1478, on which day the people took the oath of servitude, and on the 18th the boyars and their immediate followers, and the wealthy and the influential classes of the inhabitants voluntarily came forward and entered into the service of the Grand Prince. The revenues of the clergy which were by the act of submission transferred to the treasury of Ivan, were immediately devoted by him to the service of 300,000 followers of boyars, through whose intermediate agency he intended to assert and maintain his unlimited and supreme authority over the fallen city. But not alone did he possess himself of the private property of some of the principal persons who had rendered themselves prominent in the recent Declaration of Independence, but he demanded a surrender of a great part of the territories that belonged by charter to the public. He also further enriched himself and impoverished the Novgorodians by seizing upon all the gold and valuables to which he could, with any show of propriety, lay claim. He is said to have conveyed to Moscow no less than 300 cartloads of gold, silver, and precious stones, besides furs, cloths, and merchandise to a considerable amount. The settlement of his power in Novgorod had scarcely been concluded when intelligence was received that the Tartars of the Golden Horde were preparing for a third invasion. The enormous physical force that was at Ivan's disposal, the late accession of strength and increase of domain, by which his means were not only improved, but the number and means of his opponents were reduced, and the general state of the country, which was, in all respects, favorable to the objects of his ambition, deprived such a movement of its wonted terrors. Ivan had nothing to fear from the approach of the enemy. He was surrounded by the princes of the blood, who had warmly embarked in the common cause. He had an immense army at his command, panting for new fields of spoil and glory. He had broken up his domestic enemies in the north, and dismembered or attached the insurgent republics. He had left Lithuania to the rapacious guardianship of the Khan of the Crimea, who was sufficiently formidable to neutralize the incursions of the duchy upon the frontier, and on every side he found an ardent population impatient to expel the invader. Yet, encouraging as these circumstances were, and although they seemed to present the fortunate opportunity for carrying into execution his cherished plan of autocracy, Ivan held back. He alone of all Russia was intimidated. His project of empire was so lofty and comprehensive that he appeared to shrink from any collision that could even remotely peril its ultimate success. He was so dismayed that he forced the princess to fly from Moscow and seek a temporary shelter in the north. Terror-struck and unmanned, he deserted the army and shut himself up in the capital for security, and when the armed population, pouring forth from all quarters and animated by one spirit of resistance, had advanced as far as the Oka to meet the Tartars, he recalled his son to the capital, as if he apprehended the consummation of some evil either in his own person or that of his heir. But the voice of the general indignation reached him in his retreat, and even his son refused to leave his post in the army. The murmurs of a disappointed people rose into clamors which he could not affect to misunderstand. They reproached him with having burdened them with taxes without having paid the Khan his tribute, and that now the Tartars had come into Russia to demand restitution, he fled from vindication of his own acts, and left the people to extricate themselves from a dilemma into which he had brought them. In this difficulty, Ivan had no choice left but to submit to the will of the country. He accordingly convoked a meeting of the bishops and boyars for the purpose of asking their advice. But their counsel was even still more conclusive, and the reluctant prince was compelled to rejoin the army. The fear by which he was moved, however, could not be concealed, and it gradually infected the ranks of the soldiery. He had no sooner taken his station at the head of the army than he became spellbound. A river, the Lugra, divided him from the enemy. He could not summon courage to attempt it, but stood gazing in disastrous terror upon the foe, with whom he opened negotiations to beg for terms. In the meantime, the news of his indecision spread, and the people at Moscow grew turbulent. The primate, perceiving the disaffection that was springing up, addressed the prince in the language of despair. He represented to him the state of the public mind, and the inglorious procedure of suing for a peace where he could ensure a victory and dictate his own terms. "Would you," exclaimed the primate, "give up Russia to fire and sword, and the churches to plunder? Whither would you fly? Can you soar upward like the eagle? Can you make your nests amid the stars? The Lord will cast you down from even that asylum. No, you will not desert us. You would blush at the name of fugitive and traitor to your country." Ivan was surrounded by 200,000 soldiers. Reinforcements were thronging constantly to his side. The enemy was cut off from all assistance from his ally of Lithuania. And one word of encouragement would have set all these advantages into action. The troops only awaited the signal to rush upon the invaders, but Ivan, amid these flattering and animated circumstances, was dispirited. Even the voice of the church addressed him in vain. He was utterly paralyzed, and cowardice had so completely taken possession of his mind that when the early winter had set in and frozen the river, so as to obliterate the obstacle that separated him from the troops of the Khan, he was seized with consternation and fled in the wildest disorder from his position. He was so alarmed that he could not even preserve any regularity on the retreat, and all was confusion and panic. So disgraceful an abandonment of his duty, which in other times must have cost him his throne, if not his life, was not visited with that rigor by the Russians which so glaring a defection deserved. The sovereign prince was removed to too great a distance from the people to be judged of with precision or promptitude. The motives of his acts were not accessible to the multitude, who, accustomed to despotism, had not yet learned to question the wisdom of their rulers. The rapid advances that had been made toward the concentration of the governing power in the autocratical form limited still more the means of popular observation and the vigor of the popular check upon the supreme authority. The Grand Prince stood so much aloof from his subjects, surrounded by special advisers and court favorites, that even the language of remonstrance, which sometimes reached his ears, was so softened in its progress that its harshness was that of subservient admonition, and he was as little shaken by the smothered discontent of the people as they were roused by an open sacrifice of their interests. But not alone was this reverence for the autocracy so great as to protect the autocrat from violent reprisals on the part of his subjects, but the national veneration for the descendant of Saint Vladimir and the stock of Rurik was sufficient to absorb all the indignation which the weakness or the wickedness of the prince might have aroused. Ivan, however, independently of those acts of prejudice and ignorance which preserved him from the wrath which he had so wantonly provoked, was destined to find all the unfavorable circumstances of his position changed into the most extraordinary and unexpected advantages. In the crisis of his despair, the fortunes of the day turned to his favor. While he hung behind the Lugra, seeking a base and humiliating compromise at the hands of the enemy, his lieutenant of Svenigorod and his ally the Khan of the Crimea advanced upon the Golden Horde, and pushed their victorious arms into the very den of the Tartars, at the time that the Tartar forces were drawn off in the invasion of Russia. Speedy intelligence of this disaster having reached the enemy, he made a precipitate retreat, in the hope of reaching his fastnesses on the frontier in time to avert the destruction that threatened him. But the Russians had been too rapid in their movements, and the work of devastation, begun by them, was completed by a band of marauding Tartars, who entered soon after they retired, and carrying away the women and the remnant of the treasures left behind, reduced the city of the Golden Horde to ashes before the distant army could accomplish its retrograde march. Nor was this all the triumph that Ivan was called upon to share without any participation in the danger. The return of the Tartars was arrested midway by a hetman of the Cossacks and the Mirza of the Nogais, who, falling upon the confused and disorderly ranks on their ill-conducted flight homeward, cut them in pieces, and left scarcely a living vestige on the field, of the ancient and implacable enemies of the country. The extinction of the Tartars was final. The Golden Horde was annihilated, and the scourge of Russia and her princes was no more. In a better educated state of society, these events, so sudden and so important, must have been attributed to proximate and obvious causes, the combinations of operations over which Ivan had no control, and the dismay into which the Tartars were surprised, followed up quickly by overwhelming masses who possessed the superiority in numbers and in plan. Ivan, who could lay no claim to the honors of the enterprise, would not have been associated in its results had the people been instructed in the respect which was due to themselves. But the Russians, profoundly venerating the person of the Grand Prince, and accustomed to consider him as the depository of a wisdom refined above the sphere of ordinary mortality, did not hesitate to ascribe this transcendent exploit to the genius of the reluctant autocrat. They looked back upon his pusillanimity with awe and extracted from his apparent fears the subtle elements of a second providence. He was no longer the coward and the waverer. He had seen the body of the future before its extreme shadows had darkened other men's vision, and the whole course of his timid bearing, even including his flight from the Lugra, was interpreted into a prudent and prophetic policy, wonderful in its progress and as sublime in its consequences. Without risking a life or spilling a drop of blood, and merely by an evasive diversion of his means, he had vanquished the Asiatic spoiler, and at the very moment that the people were disposed to doubt his skill and his courage, he had actually destroyed the giant by turning the arms of his own nation against him. Such was the unanimous feeling of Russia. Transferring the glory of their signal deliverance from those who had achieved it to him who had evaded the responsibility of the attempt, they worshipped in the Grand Prince the incarnation of the newborn liberty. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Culmination of the Power of Burgundy, Treaty of Peronne, A.D. 1468, by P.F. Willert. From the planting of the Burgundian branch of the House of Valois in 1364 arose a formidable rival of the royal power in France. During the next 100 years, the Dukes of Burgundy played prominent parts in French history, and then appeared one of the line who advanced his house to its loftiest eminence. This was Charles, surnamed the Bold, son of Philip, misnamed the Good. Charles was born in 1433 and became Duke of Burgundy in 1467. He held the rank of one of the first princes in Europe without being a king and without possessing an inch of ground for which he did not owe service to some superior lord. Some of his territories were held of the Holy Roman Empire and some of the French crown, and he was at once a vassal of France and of the emperor. His dominions contained many prosperous and wealthy cities. But the possessions of Charles lacked unity alike in territorial compactness, political distinction, and local rule, and in national characteristics, language, and laws. His peculiar position exposed him to the jealous rivalry of Louis XI of France. The king's object was the consolidation of his monarchy, while Charles aimed to extend his duchy at the expense of Louis's territories. Thus the two rivals became deadly enemies. Charles conceived the design of restoring the old kingdom of Burgundy. In 1467, having secured alliances with Brittany and England, he prepared for a campaign of conquest. But Louis offered him advantageous terms of peace and invited him to a conference. While Charles hesitated, Louis stirred to revolt the Duke's subjects in Liège, with whom Burgundy had lately been at war. The negotiations between Louis and Charles and the events which followed, form the subject of Willard's narrative. Many messengers came and went, yet Charles hesitated to accept peace, even on terms so greatly to his advantage. The king, if he could but see the duke, felt sure he might end this uncertainty, perhaps even obtain more favorable concessions. When once the idea of a personal interview had possessed him, he was deaf to the warnings and entreaties of his more prudent or honest advisers. Charles did not seem anxious to meet the king, and when at length he yielded to the representations of the king's envoy, he sent a safe conduct in the most explicit terms. Quote, "Sir, if it be your pleasure to visit this town of Péronne to confer with us, I swear to you and promise by my faith and on my honor that you may come, stay, and return at your good pleasure, without let or harm, notwithstanding any cause that may now be or hereafter may arise." End quote. After receiving this assurance, Louis might fairly suppose that he had nothing to fear. He had before trusted himself safely to Charles' honor, nor had he himself abused the chance which once delivered his rival into his hands, unprotected by promise or oath. He therefore set out at once for Péronne, accompanied only by some 80 archers of his Scotch guard and by his personal attendants. He was met at the frontier by a Burgundian escort under Philip de Crèvecoeur, and he found Charles himself waiting to receive him at the banks of a little river not far from Péronne. The princes greeted each other with respect on the one side, and with hearty affection on the other. They entered the town side by side, the king's arm resting on his kinsman's shoulder. The castle of Péronne was small and inconvenient. The king was therefore lodged in the house of one of the richest citizens. He had scarcely reached his quarters when the Marshal of Burgundy joined Charles' army with the forces he commanded. With him came Philip of Savoy and 2 of his brothers, Antony de Châteauneuf, and other men who had shared largely in the king's favor, but who had fled from his resentment after betraying his confidence. These his enemies might consider the occasion favorable for a bold stroke. If they acted without the connivance of Charles, he might be grateful to those who satisfied his enmity without irretrievably compromising his honor. Louis therefore asked to be allowed to move into the castle, where his archers could, at any rate, defend him against a surprise. On the next day the conference began. All that he could demand was offered to Charles, if only he would abandon the alliance of Brittany and England. But he was determined not to give way, and was insensible to the blandishments of his guest, who may have been tormented by painful misgivings as he looked from his prison-like rooms at a gloomy tower in which Charles the Simple had been confined, and, it was said, murdered by a rebellious vassal. At the first suggestion of the interview with the king, Charles had objected that he could scarcely believe in his sincere desire for peace, while his envoys were encouraging rebels. Cardinal Balue replied that when the people of Liège learned that the king and duke had met, they would not venture upon any hostile movement. But the French agents were not informed of their master's intended visit to Péronne, and did not attempt to discourage a premature attack. It is indeed doubtful whether they could, in any case, have changed the course of events. The first rumors of what had happened in a popular outbreak at Liège reached Péronne on the night of October 10th. As was natural, they were greatly exaggerated. Tongres had been sacked, the garrison put to the sword, Humbercourt, the Burgundian governor, and the bishop murdered. The king's envoys had been seen leading and encouraging the assailants. Charles broke into cries of rage. "The traitor king! So he has only come to cheat me by false pretense of peace. By St. George, he and those villains of Liège shall pay dearly for this." He did not pause to consider whether it was likely that Louis had been simple enough to provoke a catastrophe fatal to his hopes and dangerous to his safety. If Comines, the duke's chamberlain, and another favorite attendant, who were with their master at the time, had not done their best to soothe him, it is probable that the donjon of Péronne would once more have closed upon a captive king. Charles was at little pains to conceal his rage, and when Louis was told that the gates of the town and castle were guarded to prevent the escape of a thief who had stolen a casket of jewels, he knew that he was a prisoner. Yet, however bitter his self-reproach, however gloomy his forebodings, he did not lose his presence of mind. His attendants were allowed free access to the castle, He had brought with him 15,000 gold crowns, and these he anxiously employed to secure the good offices of Charles' advisers. For 3 nights the angry agitation and perplexity of Charles were so great that he did not undress. He would throw himself on his bed for a time, and then start up and pace about his room, uttering threats and invectives against the king. Nothing was done or decided on the first day, October 11, 1468. On the second, a council was held which sat late into the night. A minority of the council, the enemies of Louis, or those who were only anxious to flatter the passions of their master, advised him to use the full opportunity which chance and the foolhardiness and duplicity of his adversary had placed in his hands. They urged him to keep the king in secure confinement, after providing for the virtual partition of the kingdom among the great feudatories. The majority, those who had some regard for the honor of the House of Burgundy, the lawyers, who respected the letter, if not the spirit, of an agreement, perhaps also the more far-sighted politicians, were of a different opinion. The fame of the Duke would suffer irreparable injury by so flagrant a violation of his plighted word. The advantages, moreover, to be gained by the captivity, the deposition, perhaps the death of the king, were uncertain. The heir to the throne was entirely in the hands of the Bretons, and was not likely to be eager to advance the interests of Burgundy. A large and well-disciplined army, commanded by experienced captains, was assembled on the frontiers. If they could not rescue their master, they would at least endeavor to avenge him, while the new king could acquire an easy popularity by execrating a crime of which he and Francis of Brittany would reap all the advantage. It was a wiser course to accept the terms which the king, in his alarm, proffered, the settlement in favor of Burgundy of all the disputed questions which had arisen out of the treaties of Arras and Conflans, and it might be possible to humiliate and disgrace Louis by compelling him to take part in the punishment of his allies, the citizens of Liège, who, by their trust in him, had been lured to destruction. Charles left the council apparently undecided, and passed the night in as great a storm of passion as the 2 preceding. The conflict within him doubtless fanned his wrath. Comines, who shared his room, endeavored to calm him, and to persuade him to embrace the course most consistent with his interests and with the king's safety. For so great a prince, if once a captive, might scarcely hope to leave his prison alive. Toward morning, Charles determined to content himself with insisting that Louis should sign a peace on such terms as he should dictate, and accompany him against Liège. The king, says Comines, had a friend who informed him that he would be safe if he agreed to these conditions, but that otherwise his peril would be extreme. This friend was Comines himself, and Louis never forgot so timely a service. The 2 days during which his fate was being decided had been passed by him in the greatest agony of mind. Though he had been allowed to communicate freely with the French nobles and his own attendants, he had been ominously neglected by the Burgundian courtiers. As soon as the Duke had determined what conditions he intended to impose, he hastened to the castle to visit his captive. The memorable interview is described by 2 eyewitnesses, Comines and Oliver de la Marche. Charles entered the king's presence with a lowly obeisance, but his gestures and his unsteady voice betrayed his suppressed passion. The king could not conceal his fear. "My brother," he asked, "am I not safe in your dominions?" "Yes, sire, so safe that if I saw a crossbow pointed at you, I would throw myself before you to shield you from the bolt." He then asked the king to swear a peace on the proposed basis: 1. The faithful execution of the Treaty of Conflans; 2. The abolition of the jurisdiction of the Parliament of Paris over Flanders; 3. The surrender of all regalian rights in Picardy; 4. The release of the Duke from all fealty to the king if the treaty was in any way infringed or imperfectly executed. Louis agreed, and Charles requested his assistance in punishing the rebellion of Liège. The king expressed his perfect readiness. The princes then signed a draft of the treaty and swore to execute it faithfully on the cross of St. Laud. Charles had insisted that Louis should swear on the relic, a fragment of the true cross once kept in the Church of St. Laud at Angers, which the king always carried with him, esteeming it highly because he believed that whoever forswore himself on it would surely die within the year. The Duke, at the same time, promised to do homage for the fiefs he held of the crown of France, but the execution of this promise was evaded. On the 15th, the Duke, with an army of 40,000 men, and the king with his slender escort, and some 300 men-at-arms who joined him by the way, began their march on Liège. Louis was not less anxious than his companion that Dame Martin should not attempt a forcible rescue. Victory or defeat would have been alike dangerous to his safety. Twice, at Charles' request, orders were sent to disband, or at least remove, the French army from the frontier. The king's letters were delivered by his messenger in the persistent presence of a Burgundian who prevented the possibility of any private communication. Louis's crafty old soldier, Dame Martin, paid little attention to such orders. He sent word to the Duke that, unless his master soon returned, all France would come to fetch him. The first divisions of the Burgundian army reached Liège October 22nd. The citizens, whose walls had been destroyed and artillery confiscated, were in no position to resist an army which might have conquered an emperor. At the suggestion of the legate, they released their bishop, begging him to intercede on their behalf, and offered to surrender their goods at the Duke's discretion if only he would spare their lives. Charles would not listen to their overtures. He swore that he would have town and inhabitants at his discretion, or that he and his army should perish in the attempt. The townsmen, with the boldness of despair, sallied forth to meet the advance guard of their enemies. They were driven back with great loss. 4 days later, the 26th, the Duke and main body of the army had not come up. The troops, who had repulsed the sally on the 22nd, had as yet met with little resistance, and thought themselves strong enough to occupy an open town defended only by ill-armed traders and mechanics. The weather was cold and rainy, the temptation of securing comfortable quarters, and the undivided profits of the sack irresistible. The assailants occupied one of the suburbs, but their advance was checked by some hastily constructed defenses. At nightfall, the citizens came out through the breaches of their walls. They were enabled, by their knowledge of the rough and precipitous ground, to fall unobserved upon the rear of the enemy. 800 Burgundians were killed, and the rout would have been complete had not the Duke and the main body of his army pushed forward to the assistance of a division which was still holding its ground. On the next day the king arrived, and soon after took up his quarters close to those of the Duke. He showed himself to the men who had placed their trust in him, wearing the St. Andrew's cross, the badge of Burgundy, and replying, "Vive Bourgogne," to their cries of "Vive France." That night there was a great and sudden alarm. The Duke of Burgundy, though brave, was sometimes wanting in presence of mind, and on this occasion appeared more troubled in the king's presence than pleased his friends. Louis took the command, giving his orders with great coolness and prudence. Even as a general, he gained by comparison with his rival. He was indeed not less anxious than Charles that the Burgundian army should suffer no reverse. He feared everything that might arouse the ready suspicion and ungovernable temper of the Duke. On the evening of the 29th, a few hundred men, colliers and miners from the mountainous district of Franchemont, led by the owners of the house in which the king and Duke were sleeping, made a desperate attempt to surprise the princes in their beds. They would have succeeded had they not delayed to attack a barn in which 300 Burgundian men-at-arms were posted. Only a few followed their guides straight to the quarters of the sovereigns. They were unable, therefore, to overcome the resistance of the guard before the noise of the conflict had aroused the camp. The assailants were overwhelmed by numbers and fell fighting to the last. The assault had been ordered for the next day, but this bold and unexpected attack so surprised and disconcerted the Burgundians that the king thought he might be able to persuade the Duke to agree to a capitulation, or at least to postpone the assault. He only obtained a contemptuous request that he should consult his own safety by retiring to Namur. This reflection on his courage stimulated him to greater ostentation of zeal. He could scarcely be restrained from leading the assault. The citizens were worn out by guarding an open town against a powerful army for more than a week. They imagined that as it was a Sunday, they would not be attacked till the morrow. The assailants entered the town with little or no resistance. Yet the fury and license of the soldiery could not have been greater had their passions been excited by an obstinate and bloody struggle. The horrors of the sack of Dinant were surpassed, though many of the citizens were able to escape across the Meuse. The deliberate vengeance of the Duke was more searching and not less cruel than the lust and rapine of his army. All prisoners who would not pay a heavy ransom were drowned. Although the cold was so intense that wine froze, and that his men lost fingers and toes from frostbite, Charles did not shrink from the labor of hunting down those who had fled to the mountains, and burning the villages in which they had sought a refuge. He had previously taken leave of the king. 4 or 5 days after the occupation of Liège, Louis had expressed a wish to depart. If he could be of any further use, his brother might command his services, but he was anxious to see that their treaty was registered by the Parliament of Paris, without which it could not be valid. The Duke seemed unwilling to let his prey escape, but could find no pretense for his detention. Next year, said the king, he would come again and spend a month pleasantly with his dear brother in festivities and good cheer. The treaty, now drawn up in its final shape by the Burgundian lawyers, was read over to Louis, in order that he might object to any article of which he disapproved, but he readily ratified all that he had promised at Péronne. It had seemed useless to require him to bestow Normandy on Charles of France, nor is the question of his appanage mentioned in the treaty itself. But the king was compelled to promise to invest his brother with Champagne and Brie. These provinces, lying between Burgundy and the Low Countries, would, in the hands of an ally, serve to consolidate the Duke's dominions, and could be easily defended in case the king attempted to resume his concessions. Just before the princes departed, Louis said, as if the thought had suddenly occurred, "What do you wish me to do if my brother is not content with the appanage I offer him for your sake?" Charles answered carelessly, "If he will not take it, I leave the matter to you two to settle. Only let him be satisfied." The king considered the thoughtless admission into which he had tricked his rival most important, since he fancied that it released him, so far as his brother's appanage was concerned, from the fearful obligation of his oath. But notwithstanding this last advantage, we cannot doubt that Louis felt bitterly disappointed and ashamed. Although all songs, caricatures, and writings reflecting on the perfidy of the Duke of Burgundy, and by implication on the folly of the king, were forbidden under severe penalties, and even all manner of talking birds, which might be taught the hateful word Péronne, had been seized by the royal officers. He had not the heart to visit Paris. The Parliament was summoned to meet him at Senlis. He ordered it to register the treaty without comment, and hastened southward to hide his mortification in his favorite castles of Touraine. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Lorenzo de' Medici rules in Florence. Zenith of Florentine Glory, A.D. 1469, by Oliphant Smeaton, Part 1. During the 12th century, several of the Italian cities, especially Florence and Venice, rose to great wealth and power. Venice, through her favorable situation, became preeminent in commerce, while Florence was coming to be the most important industrial center of Europe. In the 13th century, Florence was the scene of continual strife between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, but she not only continued to develop in material prosperity, but also attained to intellectual activities whereby in the next century she gained a higher distinction. She took the foremost part in the Renaissance, and was the birthplace or the home of Dante, Boccaccio, and other leaders of the modern movement. In the 15th century, Florence reached a still loftier eminence under the Medici, a family celebrated for the statesmen which it produced, and for its patronage of letters and art. Its most illustrious members were Cosmo, 1389 to 1464, and his grandson Lorenzo, surnamed the Magnificent. Lorenzo was born January 1st, 1449, when the second great period of the Renaissance was nearing its close. That was the, quote, period of arrangement and translation, the epoch of the formation of the great Italian libraries, the age when in Florence, around his grandfather Cosmo, in Rome around Pope Nicholas V, and in Naples around Alfonso the Magnanimous, coteries of the leading humanists were gathered, engaged in labors which have made posterity eternally their debtors. End quote. Conjointly with his younger brother Giuliano, Lorenzo, on the death of his father Piero in 1469, succeeded to the vast wealth and political power of the family. In 1478, the death of Giuliano left Lorenzo sole ruler of Florence. To few men has either the power or the opportunity been given to influence their epoch intellectually and politically, to a degree so marked as was the lot of Lorenzo de' Medici, one of the most marvelously many-sided of the many-sided men who adorned the Italy of the 15th century. He did more to place Florence in the forefront of the world's culture than any other citizen who claimed Valdarno as his birthplace. His influence was great because he was in sympathy so catholic with all the varied life of his age and circle. While during 1 hour he would be found learnedly discussing the rival claims of the Platonic and Aristotelian philosophers with Ficino and Landino, the next might witness him the foremost reveller in the Florentine carnival, crowned with flowers and with the wine cup in his hand, gaily caroling the ballate he had composed for the occasion, while the third might behold him surrounded by the leading painters and sculptors of Tuscany, discoursing profoundly on the aims and mission of art. Truly a unique personality, at one and the same time the glorious creation and the splendid epitome of the spirit of the Renaissance. When Lorenzo de' Medici consented to assume the quote-unquote position occupied by his father Piero and his grandfather Cosmo, he was not the raw youth his immature years would lead one to suppose. Although intellectual maturity is reached at an earlier age in the sunny south than in the fog-haunted lands of northern Europe, Lorenzo had enjoyed a long apprenticeship before being called to undertake the duties devolving on him as the uncrowned king of Florence. From his 13th year he had been the companion and shared the counsels, first of his grandfather and father, and subsequently of his father alone. From the former especially he learned many important lessons in statecraft. The matter is open to question, however, if any advice had more far-reaching results or was laid more carefully to heart than this which is contained in more than one of Cosmo's letters. Quote, "Never stint your favors to the cause of learning, and cultivate sedulously the friendship of scholars and humanists." End quote. Towards such a course Lorenzo's inclinations, as well as his interests, pointed, and during his life Florence was the Athens not only of Italy but of Europe as a whole. Here, among many others, were to be found such quote-unquote epoch-makers as Poliziano, Ficino, and Landino, Pico della Mirandola, Leo Battista Alberti, Michelangelo, Luigi Pulci, men who glorify their age by crowning it with the nimbus of their genius. The literary and artistic greatness of Florence was not due, however, to the comparative intellectual poverty of the other states in Italy. Florence was only primus inter pares, greatest among many that were great. When the fact is recalled that such contemporaries as Pomponius Laetus, Bartolomeo Sacchi, Molza, Alessandro Farnese, Paul III, Platina, Sabellicus at Rome, Pontanus, Sanazzaro, and Porcello in Naples, and Pomponasso and Boiardo at Ferrara, were then at or nearing their prime, the position of Florence as the acknowledged center of European culture was conceded by sense of right alone. Than this, nothing proves more emphatically the strides learning had been making. It was no longer the prerogative of the few, but the privilege of the many. From the first, Lorenzo recognized what a strong card he held in the affection and respect of the Italian as well as of the Florentine humanists. The great secret of Lorenzo's preeminence in European and Italian, as well as in Tuscan politics, lies in the fact that he was able to unite the sources of administrative, legislative, and judicial power in himself. All the public offices in Florence were held by his dependents, and so entirely was the state machinery controlled by him that we find such men as Louis XI and the Emperor Maximilian, Alfonso of Naples, and Pope Innocent VIII, recognizing his authority and appealing to him personally in place of to the signory to effect the ends they desired. Such power enabled him to avoid the risks his grandfather Cosmo had been compelled to run to maintain his authority. The Medician faction was better in hand than in his grandfather's days, and Lorenzo, therefore, in playing the role of the peacemaker of Italy, at the time when he held the quote-unquote balance of power through his treaties with Milan, Naples, and Ferrara, could speak with a decision that carried weight when he found it necessary to threaten a restless quote-unquote despot with a political combination that might depose him. Lorenzo's services to learning were inspired by feelings infinitely more noble than those actuating his political plans. A patriotism as lofty as it was beneficent led him to desire that his country should be in the van of Italian progress in Renaissance studies. His sagacious prevision enabled him to proportion the nature and extent of the benefit he conferred to the need it was intended to supply. Many statesmen do more harm than good by failing to appreciate this law of supply and demand. They grant more than is required, and that which should have been a boon becomes a burden. Charles V, at the time of the Reformation, on more than one occasion committed this error, as also did Wolsey and Mazarin. Lorenzo, like Richelieu, recognized the value of moderation in giving, and caused every favor to be regarded as a possible earnest of others to come. The earlier years of his power were associated with many stirring events, which exercised no inconsiderable influence on the state of learning. For example, his skillful playing off of Duke Galeazzo Maria Sforza of Milan against Ferrante, King of Naples, led to greater attention being directed by the Florentines to Neapolitan and Milanese affairs, with the result that humanists and artists from both these places paid frequent visits to Florence, where they were welcomed by Lorenzo as his guests. Then, when the revolt of the small city of Volterra from Florentine rule was suppressed by Lorenzo's agents with a rigorous severity that cast a stain on their master's name, owing to many unoffending scholars having suffered to the extent of losing their all, Lorenzo made noble amends. Not only did he generously assist the inhabitants to repair their losses, not only did he make grants to the local scholars and sent them copies of many of the codices in his own library to supply the loss of their books which had been burned by the soldiery, but he purchased large estates in the neighborhood that the citizens might benefit by his residence among them. In this way, too, he brought the Volterran scholars into more intimate relations with the Florentine humanists, and thus contributed to the further diffusion of the benefits of the Renaissance. All was not plain sailing, however, as regards the progress of the quote-unquote new learning. Despite his efforts, Lorenzo could not prevent its development being checked during the papal Neapolitan quarrel with Florence. That war originated in a dispute with Pope Sixtus IV, who kept Italy in a ferment during the whole duration of his pontificate, 1471 to 1484. Were no other proof forthcoming of Lorenzo's marvelous diplomatic genius than this one fact that he checkmated the political schemes of Sixtus, and finally so neutralized his influence as to render him well-nigh impotent for evil-doing, such an achievement was sufficient to stamp him as one of the greatest masters of statecraft Europe has known. In any estimate of his ability, we must take into account the unsatisfactory character of many of the instruments wherewith he had to achieve his purposes, and also the fact that he had neither a great army at his back with which to enforce the fulfillment of treaty obligations, for Florence never was a city of soldiers, nor had he the prestige of an official position to lend weight to his words. To all intents and purposes, he was a private citizen of the Florentine Republic. Yet such was the dynamic power of the man's marvelous personality, and the reputation he had earned even in his early years for supreme prescience and far-reaching diplomatic subtlety, that far and wide he was regarded as the greatest force in Italian politics. Sixtus sallied forth to crush. He returned to the Vatican a crushed and discredited man, to die of sheer chagrin over his defeat by Lorenzo in his designs upon Ferrara. Then followed the memorable dispute in 1472 to 1473 over the bishopric of Pisa, when the Pope's nominee, Francesco Salviati, was refused possession of his see, Pisa being one of the Tuscan towns under the control of Florence. To this Sixtus retaliated by seeking the friendship of Ferrante of Naples, a move Lorenzo anticipated by forming the league between Florence, Milan, and Venice. This league thoroughly alarmed both the Pope and Ferrante, and on the latter visiting Rome in 1475, a papal Neapolitan alliance was formed. Even then hostilities might not have broken out had the young Duke of Milan not been assassinated in 1476, leaving an infant heir. This entailed a long minority with all its dangers, and the apprehensions regarding these were not fanciful, inasmuch as Lodovico Sforza, uncle of the baby duke, usurped the position under pretext of acting as regent. These crimes were plainly responsible for the Pazzi conspiracy of 1478 against the Medici themselves, a conspiracy which resulted in Giuliano, the younger brother of Lorenzo, being murdered in the cathedral during Mass on the Sunday before Ascension, while Lorenzo himself was slightly wounded. That Sixtus and his nephew were accessories before the fact is now regarded as unquestionable. The vengeance taken by the enraged Florentines on the conspirators, their relatives, friends, and property was terrible, the innocent, alas, being sacrificed indiscriminately with the guilty. The Archbishop of Pisa, Francesco Salviati, had entered eagerly into the scheme, and although his sacred office prevented him from actually assisting in the deed, he was present in the cathedral until the signal was given for the perpetration of the deed, when he left the building to secure the Palazzo Pubblico. He was therefore summarily hanged with the others from the windows of the civic buildings. Sixtus made the execution, or the quote-unquote murder, as he called it, of Salviati, his pretext for calling on his allies to make war on Florence. When he saw, however, that this action was only throwing the city more completely than ever into the arms of the Medici, he changed his tactics, and said he had no quarrel with, quote, his well-beloved children of Florence, end quote, but only with, quote, that son of iniquity and child of perdition, Lorenzo de' Medici, end quote, and those who had aided and abetted him, among whom the humanists were expressly mentioned. Against Lorenzo and his associates, a brief of excommunication was launched, and the city was urged to regain the papal favor by surrendering the offenders. The result might have been predicted. The quote-unquote brief only tended to knit the bonds of association closer between Lorenzo and the quote-unquote city of the flower, while the humanists men rallied round their patron. Even the choleric Filelfo, now a very old man, who had been on anything but friendly terms with the Medici, addressed two bitter satires to Sixtus, in which the Pope was styled the real aggressor, while the great humanists offered to write a history on the whole transaction, that posterity might know the true facts. The only power which gave its adhesion to Sixtus was Naples, while Venice, Ferrara, and Milan declared for Florence. Thus commenced that tedious war which not only ruined so many Florentine merchants, but retarded the cause of learning so materially. When the people were groaning under heavy taxes, when all coin which Lorenzo could scrape together had to be poured out to pay the condottieri, or soldiers of fortune, by whom the battles of Florence were fought, there was of course but short commons for the humanists who had made Florence their home. Many of those adapted themselves to circumstances, but others, to whom money was their god, left the banks of the Arno for those southern cities where the pinch of scarcity did not prevail. In this campaign the Florentines gained but little prestige. The larger share of the cost was quietly suffered by their allies to fall on the city of bankers. The Milanese were occupied with their own affairs, owing to the coup d'etat accomplished by Lodovico Sforza. The Duke of Ferrara withdrew owing to some disagreement with the condottieri engaged by Lorenzo. The Venetians only dispatched a small contingent under Carlo Montone and Diefebo d'Angullari. Accordingly, in the end, the whole burden of the struggle fell on Florence. The Magnifico's position gradually became precarious, inasmuch as many persons declared the war to be in reality a personal quarrel between Pope Sixtus and the Medici. Complaints began to be heard that the public treasury was exhausted and the commerce of the city ruined, while the citizens were burdened with oppressive taxes. Lorenzo had the mortification of being told that sufficient blood had been shed, and that it would be expedient for him rather to devise some means of effecting a peace than of making further preparations for the war. In these circumstances, and confronted by one of the most dangerous crises of his whole life, Lorenzo rose to the occasion and effected a solution of the difficulty by daring to perform what was undoubtedly one of the bravest acts ever achieved by a diplomatist. By some statesmen it might be condemned as foolhardy, by others as quixotic. Its various foolhardiness and quixotry fascinated the man it was intended to influence, the bloodthirsty, cruel, and pitiless Ferrante of Naples, who was restrained from crime by the fear neither of God nor man, and who had actually slain the condottieri Piccinino when he visited him under a safe conduct from the monarch's best ally. But the Renaissance annals are filled with the records of men and women whose natures are marvelous studies of contrasted and contradictory traits. Such was the Neapolitan tyrant. While a monster in much, he had his vulnerable points. He was ambitious to pose as a friend of the quote-unquote new learning, and he knew that Lorenzo was not only the most munificent patron, but also one of the most illustrious exponents of the Renaissance principles. Although his enemy, Ferrante received Lorenzo with every demonstration of respect and satisfaction. He lost sight of the hostile diplomatist in the great humanist. 2 Neapolitan galleys were sent to conduct him to Naples, and he was welcomed on landing with much pomp. Never did Lorenzo's supreme diplomatic genius, never did his versatile powers as a statesman, as a scholar, as a patron of letters, and as a brilliant man of the world blaze forth in more splendid effulgence than during his 3-month stay in Naples. Though opposed by all the papal authority and resources, though Sixtus by turns threatened, cajoled, entreated, promised, in order to prevent Lorenzo having any success, the successor of St. Peter was beaten all along the line, and the Magnifico carried away with him a treaty, signed and sealed, which practically meant that henceforth Naples and the papacy would be in antagonistic camps. It was the Renaissance card which won the trick. With startling boldness, yet with consummate art, Lorenzo played the game of flattering Ferrante. No ordinary adulation, however, would have had success with the Neapolitan Phalaris. He was too strong-minded a man for anything of that kind. But to be hailed by the great Renaissance patron of the period, by one also who was himself one of the leading humanists, as a brother humanist and a fellow patron of learning, was a delicate incense to his vanity, which he could not resist. He liked to be consulted on matters of literary moment, and when he blundered, Lorenzo was too shrewd a student of human nature to correct him. Another fact in Lorenzo's favor was that he had the warm support not only of the beautiful Ippolita Maria, daughter of Cosmo's friend Francesco Sforza of Milan, and now wife of Alfonso, Duke of Calabria, King Ferrante's heir, as well as of Don Federigo, the monarch's younger son, who, along with Ippolita, was a friend to the quote-unquote new learning, but he also had the whole body of Neapolitan humanists on his side, scarce one of whom but had experienced in some form or another the Medicean bounty. Such powerful advocacy was not without its influence in bringing about the result. While Ferrante more and more realized that if Florentine Medici were crushed, he would have no ally to whom to look for help, when the inevitable shuffle of the political cards took place on the death of Sixtus. In February 1480, therefore, Lorenzo returned in triumph to Florence, to be received with rapture by his fellow citizens. Had he delayed a few months longer, his visit and his ad misericordiam appeals would not have been needed. In August of that year, Keduk Ahmet, one of the Turkish sultans, Mahomet II, ablest generals, besieged and took the city of Otranto. In face of the common danger to all Italy, Sixtus was compelled to accept the treaty made by Ferrante with Lorenzo, and a general peace ensued. The decade accordingly closed with an absolution for all offences granted by the Pope to Florence, conditional on the Tuscan Republic contributing its share to the expenses of the military preparations to resist the invasion of the Turk. Notwithstanding the war, the progress of the Renaissance during the first decade of Lorenzo's rule was very marked. To the rapid diffusion of printing this was largely due. Lorenzo had not imbibed the prejudices against the new art entertained by Cosmo and Federico of Montefeltro. He looked at the practical, not the sentimental side of the question as regards the new invention. Having seen that the press could throw off in a few days scores of copies of any work, of which it took an amanuensis months to produce one, also that the scholars of all Italy could be furnished almost immediately and at a low price with the text of any manuscript they desired, while they had to wait months for a limited number of copies whose cost was well-nigh prohibitive, he supported the new invention from the outset. Having resolved to further his father's efforts to establish printing in Florence, he stimulated the local goldsmith Bernardo Cennini to turn his attention to typecasting in metal, and even agreed to pay him an annual grant from the year 1471 until he had fairly settled himself in business. Nor did he confine his favors to him. John of Mainz and Nicholas of Breslau, who arrived in Florence, the former in 1472 and the latter in 1477, also participated in his open-hearted liberality. Printing struck its roots deep into the Tuscan community and flourished excellently. Though the Florentine craft never attained the reputation of the Venetian Alti and Asolani, the Giunti of Rome, the Soncini of Fano, the Stefani of Paris, and Froben of Basel, it had the name, for a time at least, of being one of the most accurate of all presses. To Lorenzo it owed this celebrity. At an early date he perceived that the new art would be of little value if there were not careful press readers. He was therefore among the first to induce scholars of distinction to engage in this task. For example, he enlisted the aid of Cristoforo Landino, who in his Disputationes Camaldunenses had really inaugurated the science of textual criticism by urging that a careful comparison of the various codices should constitute the preliminary step in any reproduction of the classics. Landino's work on Virgil and Horace merits the warmest praise. Lorenzo also impressed Poliziano into the work, whose labors in marking the various readings, in adding scholia and quote-unquote notes illustrative of the text of Catullus, Propertius, Ovid, etc., were of the utmost value. To Lorenzo and to his younger brother Giuliano, another great humanist, Giorgio Merula of Milan dedicated his Plautus, published in Venice in 1472, showing at how early an age the Magnifico had taken his place among the recognized patrons of the Italian Renaissance. We ought not, moreover, to omit mention of another achievement of Lorenzo, though performed in a sphere of effort lying outside of the strict limits of our Renaissance survey. Seeing it was the quote-unquote revival of letters, however, which induced the revival of the cultivation of the vernacular Italian literature, surely it is not out of place to refer to it here. Early in life, Lorenzo became imbued with the conviction that his native tongue was unsurpassed as a medium for, quote, the expression of noble thoughts in noble numbers, end quote. Not only did he encourage others to study Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, but by following out his own precepts, he became one of the great Italian poets. His Selve d'Amore, his Corinto, his Ambra, his La Nence da Barberino, his Laude, his Sonetti, his Canzoni, etc., are all poems that live in the Italian literature of today, not as a man ashamed of the vernacular and forced to use it because he can command no better, does Lorenzo write. Quote, he is sure of the justice of his cause, and is determined by precept and example, and by the prestige of his princely rank, to bring the literature he loves into repute again. End quote. But of these poems we cannot here take further note. By the scholars of the Renaissance, such work was looked askance at. If they did produce any of these quote-unquote trifles, as they were called, they almost blushed to own them, and were ashamed to communicate them to each other. That he dared to be natural says much for Lorenzo, and it was largely due to his encouragement that Cristoforo Landino undertook his great work on Dante, to which we owe so much today. In conjunction with his patronage of printing, there was no line of effort in which Lorenzo did more real good than in collecting manuscripts and antiquities, and in making them practically public property. On this account he is styled by Niccolò Leoncino, quote, Lorenzo de' Medici, the great patron of learning in this age, whose messengers are dispersed through every part of the earth for the purpose of collecting books on every science, and who has spared no expense in procuring for your use and that of others who may devote themselves to similar studies the materials necessary for your purpose." End quote. The agents he employed traveled through Italy, Greece, Europe, and the East. Hieronimo Donato, Ermolaio Barbaro, and Paolo Cortesi being the names of some of his most trusted quote-unquote commissioners. But the coadjutor whose aid he principally relied on, to whom he committed the care and arrangement of his vast museum and great library, was Poliziano, who himself made frequent excursions throughout Europe, Asia, and northern Africa to discover and purchase such remains of antiquity as suited the purposes of his patron. Another successful agent, though at a later date, was Giovanni Lascaris, who twice journeyed into the East in search of manuscripts and curios. In the second of these he brought back upward of 200 copies of valuable codices from the monasteries on Mount Athos. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 8, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Lorenzo de' Medici rules in Florence. Zenith of Florentine Glory, A.D. 1469, by Oliphant Smeaton, Part 2. To still another service rendered by Lorenzo to the cause of the Renaissance, attention must be called: the founding of the Florentine Academy for the Study of Greek. This institution, distinct, be it remembered, from the Ufficiali dello Studio, or high school, exercised a marvelous influence on the progress of the quote-unquote new learning. Accordingly, as Roscoe says, succeeding scholars have been profuse in their acknowledgments to Lorenzo, who first formed the establishment from which, to use their own classical figure, as from the Trojan horse so many illustrious champions have sprung, and by means of which the knowledge of the Greek tongue was extended not only throughout Italy, but throughout Europe as well, from all the countries of which numerous pupils flocked to Florence, pupils who afterward carried the learning they had received to their native lands. Of this institution the first public professor was Ioannis Argyropoulos, who, having enjoyed the patronage of Cosmo and Piero, and directed the education of Lorenzo, was selected by the latter as the fittest person to be the earliest occupant of the chair. During his tenure of it, he sent out such pupils as Poliziano, Donato Acciaioli, Janus Pannonius, and the famous German humanist Reuchlin. Argyropoulos did not hold the appointment long. His death took place at Rome in 1471, and he was succeeded first by Theodore of Gaza and then by Chalcondylas. Poliziano certainly discharged the duties of the office frequently, but at first only as locum tenens. He was then almost incessantly engaged in traveling for his patron in Greece and Asia Minor, and was too valuable a coadjutor to be tied down to the routine of teaching until he had completed his work. During the next decade, he became the quote-unquote professor, and discharged the duties with a genius and an adaptability to circumstances that won for him the admiration and love of all his students. This decade was also remarkable for the commencement of the devotion to the cultivation of literary style, a pursuit yet to reach its culmination in Poliziano in Florence and in Bembo and Sadoleto in Rome. Originality gradually gave place to conventionality, until men actually came to prefer the absurdities of Ciceronianism and a cold, colorless adherence to hard and fast rules of composition to a work throbbing with the pulsation of virile life. Humanism was beginning to take flight from Italy, to find a home and a welcome beyond the Alps. The final decade of Lorenzo's life constituted the midsummer bloom of the Tuscan Renaissance, the meridian of the intellectual and artistic supremacy of Florence. In Lorenzo it found its fullest expression. He was typical of its spiritual as well as of its moral meaning, typical too of that mental unrest which sought escape from the pressing problems of an enigmatic present by reverting to the study of a classic past whose ethical, social, and political difficulties were rarely of a complex character, but concerned themselves principally with what may be termed the elementary verities of man's relation to the deity and to his fellows. Lorenzo's amazing versatility has been pronounced a fault by some who believed they detected in him the potential capacity of reveling Dante, Petrarch, and Ariosto on their own ground, had he only conserved his energies. This is a foolish supposition. Lorenzo's many-sidedness was but the reflection in himself, as the most accurate mirror of the time, of all that wondrous susceptibility to beauty, that eager craving after the realization of the to kalon, the good, so characteristic of the best Hellenic genius, whether it was studied in the dramas of Sophocles, or the Republic of Plato, or in the statesmanship of Pericles. If Lorenzo had resembled his grandfather and concentrated his energies upon finance and politics, there might have been a line of reigning Medicean princes in Florence half a century earlier than actually was the case, but Europe would have been distinctly the loser by the absence of the greatest personal force making for culture which characterized the Renaissance. This last decade of Lorenzo's life, from his 31st to his 42nd year, was memorable in many respects. In the year 1481, he was again exposed to the danger of assassination. Battista Frescobaldi and two assistants in the church of the Carmeli, and again on Ascension Day, made an attempt to stab him, but were frustrated by the vigilance of Lorenzo's friends. There is no doubt that this second attempt was also instigated by Girolamo Riario, the nephew of Sixtus IV. Thereafter, Lorenzo never moved out without a strong bodyguard of friends and adherents, a precaution rendered necessary by the repeated plots that were being hatched against him by his enemies. No sooner had the presence of the Turks at Otranto, in the extreme southeast of Italy, been rendered a thing of the past by the surrender of the Moslem garrison to the Duke of Calabria in September 1481, than the peninsula was again ranged in opposing camps by the attempt of the Venetians, assisted by Sixtus and his nephew, to dispossess Ercole d'Este, Duke of Ferrara, of his dominions. The Duke had married the daughter of Ferdinand, King of Naples, an alliance which, by strengthening him, gave on that account great offense to the Venetians. They therefore sought to provoke him by insisting on their monopoly of the manufacture of salt in North Italy, and by building a fortress on a part of the Ferrarese territory which they pretended was within the limits of their own. When he remonstrated, they declined to remove it. In vain he appealed to Sixtus. The latter was one of the wolves waiting to devour him. He then turned to Lorenzo. To the inexpressible chagrin of Venice and of Sixtus, the Magnifico promptly espoused his cause, formed an alliance with Ferdinand and other states, and before the Pope and the Venetians were aware he had moved, they found themselves confronted by Naples, Florence, Milan, Bologna, Mantua, and Faenza. The allies were commanded by Federigo of Montefeltro, Duke of Urbino, while the Venetian papal troops were placed under Roberto Malatesta of Rimini. In this campaign, however, Lorenzo was really the master spirit. Although successes were won on both sides, a more than usually tragic complexion was given to the war by the death of the two commanders of the opposing forces. They had been friends from youth, and such a trifle as the fact that they were hired to fight against each other never disturbed the tenor of their mutual regard. Armstrong says no more than the truth when he remarks, quote, "It was a pathetic coincidence. The two rival generals had bequeathed to each other the care of their children and estates, a characteristic illustration of the easy good fellowship in this game of Italian war." End quote. The war dragged on with varying results until Lorenzo played his reserve card. He induced the Slavic Archbishop of Carniola, who, visiting Rome as the Emperor Frederick's envoy, had been shocked by the shameless immorality of the Pope's life, to begin an agitation for a general council. In this he was supported by several of the rulers of northern Italy and Eastern Europe. The move was so far successful. The Pope became alarmed and hurriedly broke off his alliance with Venice, on the plea that the prevention of fresh schism in the Church must take precedence of every other consideration. The real fact of the matter was he dreaded the fate of Pope John XXIII, for he knew the actions of his nephew Girolamo Riario would not stand conciliar examination. Moreover, his other nephew, Giuliano della Rovere, afterward Pope Julius II, a bitter enemy of Girolamo and Lorenzo's warm friend, had, during the disgrace of his cousin, gained the Pope's ear and told him some plain but wholesome truths regarding the unpleasant consequences of a permanent rupture with Lorenzo. All these considerations induced Sixtus to yield and leave Venice to prosecute the war alone. This it did against a quadruple alliance, for the Pope, when the haughty Republic of the Lagoons refused to disgorge its Ferrarese prey at his orders, promptly changed sides and was as keen against the aggressor as he had previously been favorable to it. The Venetians sustained two severe defeats, while their fleet was almost shattered by a storm. The pecuniary strain was beyond their resources longer to maintain. They therefore resorted to the customary project of inducing some other power to intervene. In this case, they took the step of inviting the Duke of Orleans to lay claim to the dukedom of Milan, and the Duke of Lorraine to the throne of Naples. The move was successful as regards Ludovico of Milan. He withdrew from the alliance, and much against the wish of the other allies, the Peace of Bagnolo was concluded in August 1484. To Sixtus, the news came as the knell of his dearest hopes. He gave way to one wild outburst of passion, in which he cursed all who had been engaged in making peace. Then apoplexy supervened, and within a few hours he was a corpse. He was succeeded by Cardinal Cibo, a warm friend toward the Medici, and one who had such a profound admiration for the genius of Lorenzo in statecraft that he seldom took any step without consulting him, though unfortunately he did not always follow the Magnifico's advice. If no one else reaped honor and glory from this Ferrarese war, Lorenzo undoubtedly did so. By both sides the fact was admitted that he had acted throughout as a far-seeing, sagacious diplomatist, who, while giving preeminence, as was natural, to the welfare of his own state, had sought to conserve the cause of letters even amid the turmoil incident upon the collision of political interests. He had proved the friend even of the enemies of his own country, when once they had passed from the scene of conflict, as for example when he dared Girolamo Riario to raise a finger in the direction of dispossessing the son of the Pope's general, Roberto Malatesta, of his Rimini estates. He was the friend of the oppressed everywhere, and in more cases than one, his powerful protection saved the children of his friends from being robbed by powerful relatives. This connection between Florence, Naples, Milan, Rome, and Ferrara tended to the promotion of intellectual intercourse between them. As printing was now being briskly prosecuted all over northern and central Italy, the interchange of literature went on ceaselessly among them. This, however, was Lorenzo's last great war. True, he was implicated in the prolonged quarrel between the papacy and King Ferrante of Naples, yet it was more as a mediator between the two antagonists than as the ally of the last named that he took part in it. Although, as Armstrong points out, he paid for the services of Trivulzio and 400 crossbowmen, that by enabling the Neapolitans to check San Severino, the leader of the papal Venetian troops, he might induce Innocent VIII to lose heart and retire from the struggle. Lorenzo, during the last 6 years of his life, or to speak more definitely, after the Peace of Bagnolo, had become in Italian, as he was rapidly becoming in European politics, the master spirit that inspired the moves on the diplomatic chessboard. In the mind of the historical student whose attention is directed to this period, admiration and wonder go hand in hand as we contemplate the marvelous sagacity and prevision of the man, together with the skill wherewith he made Florence, the weakest from a military point of view of the 5 greater Italian powers, the one which exercised the most preponderating influence upon the affairs of the peninsula. His supreme genius conceived and consummated the great scheme for ensuring the peace of Italy by a triple alliance of the 3 larger states, Florence, Milan, and Naples, against the other 2, Venice and the papacy. As showing how entirely it was dependent upon him, the alliance was operative only so long as he was alive to bind the antagonistic forces of Naples and Milan together by the link of his own personal influence. He, in a word, was the subtle acid holding in chemical combination many mutually repellent substances. When his influence was withdrawn by death, within a few months they had all fallen apart. The Triple Alliance was forgotten, and Italy was doomed. Even by those with whom he was nominally at war, he was resorted to for advice. He it was who kept Innocent VIII from taking up a position that would have rendered his papacy ridiculous in the eyes of Europe, when he sought to threaten Naples with consequences he was powerless to inflict. Many writers have accused Lorenzo of cowardice, of pusillanimity, of want of political resolution, on account of this very course of action, namely that he assisted the enemies of Florence to extricate themselves from their dilemmas. Such criticism fails entirely to understand both the aim and the scope of his policy. He desired to keep Italy for the Italians. His clear-sighted sagacity saw nothing but danger in the plans of Ludovico of Milan to invite the French king into Italy, or in those of Venice to encourage the Duke of Lorraine to press his claims upon Milan. The intervention of either France or Spain in Italy was, in his idea, fraught only with dire disaster. Fain would he have patched up the quarrel between Naples and the papacy by mutual concessions, because he foresaw what would happen if the colossal northern powers had their cupidity aroused regarding Italy and learned how defenseless she really was. Because he foresaw so clearly the horrors of the invasion of 1494 and 1527, he acted as he did, even towards those who were enemies of Florence. His alarm appears in the letter dated July 1489, which he addressed to his ambassador in Rome. Quote, "I dislike the ultramontanes and barbarians beginning to interfere in Italy. We are so disunited and so deceitful that I believe that nothing but shame and loss would be our lot. Recent experience may serve to foretell the future." End quote. How true a prophet he was, the subsequent course of Italian history revealed. Anxious though the situation was, critical though many of the problems he had to solve undoubtedly were, yet the statement may be accepted as approximately true that the last 3 or 4 years of Lorenzo's life were spent amid profound peace, at least as far as Florence was concerned. Roscoe's picture is highly colored, but not overcolored. Quote, "At this period, the city of Florence was at its highest degree of prosperity. The vigilance of Lorenzo had secured it from all apprehensions of external attack, and his acknowledged disinterestedness and moderation had almost extinguished that spirit of dissension for which it had been so long remarkable. The Florentines gloried in their illustrious citizen, and were gratified by numbering in their body a man who wielded in his hand the fate of nations, and attracted the respect and admiration of all Europe. The administration of justice engaged his constant attention, and he carefully avoided giving rise to an idea that he was himself above the control of the law." And Guicciardini adds, quote, "This season of tranquillity was prosperous beyond any that Italy had experienced during the long course of 1,000 years. Abounding in men eminent in the administration of public affairs, skilled in every honorable science and every useful art, it stood high in the estimation of foreign nations, which extraordinary felicity, acquired at many different opportunities, several circumstances contributed to preserve, but among the rest no small share of it was by general consent ascribed to the industry and the virtue of Lorenzo de' Medici, a citizen who rose so far above the mediocrity of a private station that he regulated by his counsels the affairs of Florence, then more important by its situation, by the genius of its inhabitants, and the promptitude of its resources, than by the extent of its dominions, and who, having obtained the implicit confidence of the Roman pontiff Innocent VIII, rendered his name great and his authority important in the affairs of Italy." End quote. Though he had never allowed the demands of civic affairs to interfere with his interest in the progress of the Renaissance, wartime, as we have said, is not favorable to the cultivation of letters. While the connection between the states during the course of hostilities undoubtedly promoted the increase of mutual interest in each other's intellectual development, the fact that the Magnifico had to disburse enormous sums for the prosecution of the campaigns necessarily limited his ability to extend the same princely patronage to the cause of learning. But with the conclusion of peace he resumed the original scale of his benefactions, and the last 4 years of his life were, perhaps, the most fruitful of all in sterling good achieved in the fostering of the Renaissance. He encouraged the printers to double their output. He munificently assisted such undertakings as the first edition of Homer, edited by the famous scholars Demetrius Chalcondyles and Demetrius Cretensis, as well as other editions of the classics prepared by Poliziano, Marullus, and others. In the final estimate of his influence upon his age, we hope to show that his aim was as pure as the prosecution of its realization was determined. He encouraged foreigners to come to Florence to study Greek, and when their funds failed them, in many cases he generously entertained them at his own expense. Grassen and Linacre, as well as Reuchlin, testify to the wise generosity of the great Magnifico, and all three declare that to him, more than to any other man, the Renaissance owed not only its development, but even the character it assumed in Italy in the second last decade of the 15th century. The end came when he was literally in his prime. Only 42 years of age, he might reasonably have looked forward to many years of active work and the enjoyment of his honors. But Lorenzo, although not a vicious, was a pleasure-loving man, and he had drained the cup of enjoyment to the very lees. His constitution was undermined by worry and late vigils, by the very intensity of interest wherewith he had devoted himself to the pleasures of the moment. Accordingly, late in 1491, he began to feel the gout, from which he had suffered for some years, becoming so troublesome that he was unable for the duties devolving on him. He had lost his wife, Clarisse Orsini, in July 1487, at a time when he was absent at the sulphur baths of Villetta, striving to obtain relief from pain. Therefore his last years were lonely indeed. Life had lost its relish for the dying Magnifico. The only thing over which he showed a flash of the old interest was in March 1492, when his son Giovanni, afterward Leo X, on being made a cardinal by Innocent VIII, was invested with the insignia in the abbey church of Fiesole. Although then within a month of his end, although moreover so weak that he was unable to attend the investiture mass or to head his table at the banquet which followed, he caused himself to be carried in a litter into the hall, where he publicly paid reverence to his son as a prince of the church. He then embraced him as a father and gave him his parental blessing. That done, and after addressing a few words of welcome to his guests collectively, he was slowly borne back to his chamber to die. Never more was he seen in public. His ruling passion was, however, strong in death. In place of surrounding himself with clergy, his last hours were spent with the humanists and scholars he had loved so well. To his beautiful villa of Careggi, and to that room facing the south which he called his own, he retired, and summoned Ficino, Poliziano, and Pico della Mirandola to bear him company until he dipped his feet in the river of death. They discussed many things, but principally the consolations afforded by philosophy. Then they reverted to the subject of the classics, and to the valuable codices which Lascaris was bringing back from Greece. But hope at last burned low, and the physicians had to confess that the case was beyond their skill. How rudimentary as regards medical science that skill was, may be judged from the fact that the staple remedy prescribed by the great Milanese doctor Lazzaro da Ficino, who had been called in to consult with Lorenzo's own medical man, Pier Leone of Spoleto, was a potion compounded of crushed pearls and jewels. As might have been expected, such a treatment accelerated rather than retarded the disease. The last hours of Lorenzo, and particularly his historic interview with Savonarola, have often been described and are to this day the subject of debate. There are two sides to every story, and this one of the last visit of the haughty prior of San Marcos to the dying Magnifico is no exception. Poliziano relates the incident in one form, the followers of Savonarola in another, but neither report is absolutely authentic. Suffice it for us that Benedetto, writing a week after the Magnifico's death, says of the matter, quote, "Our dear friend and master died so nobly, with all the patience, the reverence, the recognition of God which the best of holy men and a soul divine could show, with words upon his lips so kind that he seemed a new Saint Jerome." End quote. Perhaps the most reasonable attitude to assume toward the problem is that Lorenzo died as he lived, feeling that strange, restless curiosity as to what was summed up in the idea of a quote-unquote future life which he had manifested all his days. "If I believe aught implicitly," he is reported to have said in earlier years to Alberti, "I believe in Plato's doctrine of immortality in the Phaedo, for religion is too much a matter of temperament for us to lay down hard and fast rules about it." End quote. Lorenzo outwardly conformed in his dying hours to the rites of the Catholic Church. He received the viaticum kneeling, he repeated the responses in an earnest and fervent tone, and then, when he felt that the grains in the hourglass of life were running out, he pressed the crucifix to his lips, and so passed within the veil. As a humanist he had been reared. As a humanist he had lived and labored. As a humanist he died, maintaining to the very last his interest in those studies which it had been his life's passion to pursue. The sun of the Florentine Renaissance had set forever. End of section 14.